Chapter 88, Chapter 86. A/N, my subjects, I grant thee another chapter for the day in honor of your glorious contributions. And yes, there will be another chapter tomorrow before anyone ask. 2545 September 13th. The plan is in motion, announced the prophet of truth, as both the prophets of mercy and regret sat beside him within the council chamber. Their plan was simple. They had secured the control of the High Council and convinced them to send a delegation to one of the human worlds seeking peace between the humans and the Covenant. But, instead of a peaceful diplomatic talk between the two empires, the prophets had arranged something else to happen instead. The warriors sent for a diplomatic talk were told that they were going to capture some humans, while in reality they would be a sacrifice to mobilize the entire Covenant navy against the humans, something that they were aware of when they were picked for the mission. Inside the vessel named Purity of Faith, a squad of fearsome elites was waiting, their energy swords ready. All cloaked armor that betrayed their high rank. They were not diplomats, and they were not there for peace. The three prophets watched in satisfaction as the vessel began its journey towards the colony world of Concord. Our ascension is at hand, Prophet of Truth murmured softly. Mercy stayed silent as his thoughts began to wonder about their current plan. Sure, it was the only way to gain access to Forerunner technology by taking some humans captive, but his mind couldn't help but wonder if what they were doing was heading in the right direction. But it was too late now. He had supported this plan and there was no way to voice his hesitation to the plan as it was currently in motion. The Purity of Faith had entered slipspace and about an hour later came out of slipspace near Concord. Concord was not a new colony within the Yuhi, so an orbital station was already constructed above the planet with a stationed battle group of 12 ships as it was on the fringes of human space. As soon as a slipspace jump was detected via the station's sensors, an alarm was sounded alerting everyone to their stations and activating the station's defenses and the orbital defense platforms. The highest-ranking officer, Rear Admiral Hector Duncan, who was on his flagship the UNSC Abernathy, one of the next-generation cruisers, had prepared his fleet for a battle. The ships on board AI had already sent out a call to nearby UNSC ships and issued orders to the starfighter pilots to prepare to deploy. The same thing was happening on the other 11 ships of Admiral Duncan's battle group. But the battle that he expected never happened, and in a surprise turn of events the Covenant ship contacted them. The communications screen flickered to life, revealing a holographic image of the Purity of Faith's commanding elite. His appearance was regal and menacing in his decorated armor, a surprisingly calm expression on his otherwise fierce features. "This is Shipmaster Hora Verumi of the Purity of Faith," he began, his voice resonating within the bridge of the ship. Rear Admiral Duncan responded, introducing himself and questioning their purpose. "I'm Rear Admiral Hector Duncan of the UNSC Abernathy. What is your purpose here?" "We seek peace," Hora Verumi stated, simply yet firmly. Peace? The word echoed in Duncan's mind. The Covenant had never reached out for peace before. This was highly unusual, suspicious even. But as a seasoned command, he knew he had to maintain his composure. "How do we know this isn't a trick?" Duncan asked cautiously. "You have my assurance," Verumi continued calmly. "We request a meeting with your leaders to discuss terms." Meanwhile, back on the Purity of Faith, the elites awaited their orders anxiously. They knew their mission. They were not there for peace talks, but to secure humans for information on Forerunner technology. However, they also knew that it would be detrimental if their motive was discovered too soon. Concurrently on the Abernathy, Duncan was deep in thought. His mind raced with possibilities, each more harrowing than the last. After a long pause, he finally nodded and responded, "Very well. We will arrange a meeting." With those words, Duncan had decided their next course of action. He contacted CENTCOM to update them on the situation, as a few minutes had passed and he was sure that more battle groups were on their way to his location. After updating them on the current matter, he was given permission to proceed with the negotiations but was warned to watch the Covenant movements as they were not trustworthy. Admiral Duncan acknowledged and proceeded to the station where the Covenant transport was already en route to. Within a few minutes both ships had landed within a hangar on the station. Inside the hangar where the Covenant ship was at, Shipmaster Hora Verumi had walked down the ramp of the Collio Pattern Administrator transport ship where he was met with another high-ranking officer who escorted him further into the station alongside his guards. On the officer's side she had 3 Spartan IIIs with her to ensure that everything went according to plan. However, that was not the case as inside of the Collio Pattern Administrator transport, a bomb was hidden inside of the ship and was blocked from being scanned by the station's scanners due to additional modifications set up by the Covenant. This was a problem which was spotted by Petty Officer 3rd Class Aaron Smith within the hangar's control room. "Ma'am, I can't get a read on what's inside the ship," reported Smith as the station's scanners couldn't get a read on anything that was in the ship. Lieutenant Atkinson, the senior officer in the room, had come over and looked at the screen which proved what Smith just reported was accurate. "All right then, we will send an inspection team to do a thorough check," stated Lieutenant Atkinson as she pressed a button on the console which popped up the image of Sergeant Brooks, who oversaw inspecting ships whenever they couldn't get a reading from the control room. Most of the time it was just some civilian traders carrying contraband from planet to planet. "Sergeant, I need you to do an inspection on the Covenant vessel in Hangar 12, ordered Lieutenant Atkinson. "Yes ma'am, we'll be down there in 5 mics," replied Sergeant Brooks as he and his men started to put on their armor. Once they were done, they proceeded towards Hangar 12 and had arrived just as Sergeant Brooks' timer hit 5 minutes. He didn't like to be late, nor did he like to tell a lie, so when he says he will be there in 5 minutes then he will be there. Upon arrival, they found 2 Covenant elites standing at the entrance of the ship. Sergeant Brooks and his team approached the elites, who put their hand out, stopping Sergeant Brooks from coming closer. "No further human, this is the property of the shipmaster, and you are not permitted to approach it," announced one of the Covenant. Sergeant Brooks' team had gripped their weapons as the elite said this, ready to retaliate in case anything happened. "It's standard procedure to inspect all ships that come and go to this station, especially Covenant ships that have never been here before," replied Sergeant Brooks. "Look, I don't want to be here talking to you as much as you don't want to be here talking to me, so just let me do a quick inspection and I'll be on my way," added Sergeant Brooks. The 2 Covenant guards looked at each other and nodded, which was a signal to initiate the plan. "All right human, but he will accompany you and you alone will conduct the inspection," said the elite. Sergeant Brooks nodded, agreeing with that proposal as he knew he could take on a single elite by himself should the need arise. The other guards started to walk up the ramp, followed by Sergeant Brooks as they went inside the ship. Once inside, the elite had stepped to the side and allowed Sergeant Brooks to proceed with his inspection. Brooks walked forward and activated his personnel scanner to scan his surroundings as he did the inspection. As he was doing this, the elite followed behind him and watched his every move as if he was waiting for something. Once Brooks got far enough into the ship, a smile had formed on the elite's face as he grabbed his energy sword and swung it at Brooks, delaying the activation until he was closer to his head to ensure that he couldn't retaliate or have time to react. However, Brooks had felt something wrong, and his body's natural instincts kicked in, causing him to duck out of the way, missing death by an inch, and turn around with his energy pistol aimed at the elite. There was no hesitation as he pulled the trigger, shooting the elite 4 times before he dropped dead, alerting his men and the elite outside who heard the noise. The elite waiting outside had no choice as now they were revealed, so he drew his own energy sword and attempted to charge at the humans in front of him, but was gunned down before he even got close. After gunning the elite down, 2 Marines ran inside of the ship with their weapons drawn and found Sergeant Brooks still alive. "It's all right men, I'm fine," said Sergeant Brooks, reassuring the 2 soldiers. Not long after the word had gotten over the comms and inside the meeting room with Admiral Duncan and Shipmaster Hora Verumi, the Spartans had taken aim as they had just received word of what happened, as did Admiral Duncan via his COMM link. Shipmaster Hora Verumi didn't try to act like he didn't know what was going on, but instead smiled. "I always wondered how I would die, whether it be by the hands of a human, a demon, or the hierarchs. But today it will be none of them, instead it will be by my own hands," shouted Shipmaster Hora Verumi as within his hands was a device that he pressed which detonated the bomb that was on board the station. The resulting explosion killed everybody before they even had the chance to try and escape. Admiral Duncan's nearby battle group wasn't spared as 7 ships were caught in this explosion, severely damaging their hull. The lone Covenant frigate had opened fire at the remaining ships. On board one of the undamaged ships, Captain Harrison, who was the commanding officer of the UNSC Dawnhammer, was left in utter disbelief as he beheld the catastrophic scene. Even as the shockwave from the explosion rocked his ship, he quickly regained his senses and launched into action. "Damage report," he barked into the comms. His vision was filled with a flurry of flames and debris where moments ago there had been ships, men and women, and the orbital station. As the answer came from various sections of the Dawnhammer, Captain Harrison knew they had to act fast. The Covenant frigate was still firing, ripping through what remained of Admiral Duncan's battle group with brutal efficiency. "Bring weapons online and fire at will," he ordered his crew. "All batteries firing, sir," called out Tactical Officer Davis from his station. The Dawnhammer unloaded its arsenal on the Covenant frigate, retaliating in kind as the ship continued its deadly assault. A few hits from the new Mac cannon pierced the Covenant's hull and destroyed the ship in one shot. For the Covenant this was a suicide mission from the start. They would be the sacrifice that leads to a massive galactic war between the humans and the Covenant Empire. Chapter 89, Chapter 87. A/N, new replacement for Axel's nano armor, as I found this design to look better and less edgy. New nano armor. Axel was laying asleep in his bed with Catherine snuggled against his chest. She had just finished her own Flash clone project and created an AI that she named Cortana. She had thought about creating a sister AI that was as powerful as Omni, since having 2 powerful AI would speed up research projects significantly and give her a personnel AI that she can utilize. For Axel this was the first time that he had gotten more than 6 hours of sleep. However, at the same time within these 6 hours that he had been sleeping, a major crisis had just occurred above the world of Concord. As he was sleeping, Omni's avatar had appeared next to his desk and started calling his name. Sir, you need to wake up. There's been a serious incident." Axel opened his eyes, turning to where heard the voice of Omni's avatar. Catherine shifted next to him, groggily lifting her head. Axel rubbed her head, making her lay back down while he turned his head towards Omni. "What happened, Omni? What's going on?" Axel asked. He knew that unless it was something extremely serious, then he would not inform him until the morning. "Sir, the orbital station above Concord has been destroyed along with all of its crew, and 7 ships part of the defense force have been heavily damaged because of a Covenant antimatter charge on board the station," Omni explained. "How did a Covenant antimatter charge get aboard the station?" Axel asked, confused about how such a thing happened. "It's a long story, sir. But to give you the short of it, from the video footage I was able to discover a Covenant ship, under the pretense of a diplomatic mission, docked at the station. Sergeant Brooks, who had been assigned to perform a routine inspection, was attacked instead. He appeared to have eliminated his attacker, but the noise alerted the elite outside," Omni continued as he had the full report pulled up on a holographic screen in front of Axel. An explosion followed shortly after. Axel read through the report, making sure to read every word so that he could understand everything that transpired while he was asleep. Once he was done, to say he was angry would put it mildly. Admiral Ross, who was basically an old man at this point, was the senior officer in charge when Axel was unavailable, but was also instructed to contact Axel should anything serious occur. But in this instance, that was not the case. It was Admiral Ross who had given the order to negotiate with the Covenant, leading to the events that just transpired. "Omni, dispatch some MCUs and have Admiral Ross report to my office at once," Axel commanded. He carefully shifted Catherine aside without waking her, then got out of bed and started putting on his uniform. About half an hour later, Admiral Ross was sitting across from Axel's desk with a serious look on his face. That was the only look he could think of using, since he knew that his job and possibly his life was over. Standing behind Admiral Ross was 2 MCUs who were standing by to arrest Admiral Ross once all of this was done. On the other side of the desk, Axel set a timer for 3 minutes and then looked at Admiral Ross. "You have 3 minutes, go," shouted Axel, slamming his hand on the desk. Admiral Ross didn't need anything else said as he started to explain himself. Sir, I didn't think that this situation would turn out this way. I thought that we would finally be able to make peace with the Covenant, but I was blinded by my own dream of having peace between us and the Covenant. I allowed the enemy to land on the station and didn't tell you about it because I wanted to handle it myself. I wanted the glory of being the one who brought peace to humanity. I didn't think something as insignificant as a diplomatic meeting would lead to such disastrous results, Admiral Ross confessed, his voice trembling in the silent room. Axel simply stared at him with cold eyes as Admiral Ross hesitated to get his next words out. Among the entire Security Council, Admiral Ross was the only one who didn't get the officer enhancements as he didn't see the need for it, and he wanted to retire soon and die of old age. The officer enhancements were not mandatory amongst the UNSC as that would cross the line into unethical territory. However, it was highly recommended to all senior military personnel as it would boost their physical and mental capabilities and extend their lifespans. Despite being very progressive when it came to the UNSC and promoting people because they had proved themselves vs only promoting people because of how long they had been in, Admiral Ross was a man of old principles, which is why he declined. You have failed me, Admiral Ross. Even though you didn't take the officer enhancements, I still trusted you to make the correct decisions, especially when your old age appeared to be catching up to you. But now you can't even make rational decisions anymore. Axel's voice echoed throughout the room. Your desire for personal glory has cost us thousands of lives. Admiral Ross sagged in his chair, his face pale. He opened his mouth to speak, but Axel silenced him with a wave of his hand. Your time is up, he announced sternly. The two MCUs stepped forward, gripping the Admiral's arms tightly. But... No. Axel's voice held no room for dispute. There will be no excuses, no last-minute pleas. You are relieved of your duties and stripped of your rank effective immediately. Admiral Ross was led from the room in silence, leaving Axel alone with Omni. Omni, he called out without turning his gaze from the now empty chair across his desk. I need you to find someone capable of filling Ross' position. Sir, I have already found a few capable admirals, replied Omni, already a step ahead. Good, select the best one who ensures that they have taken or are willing to take the officer enhancements, added Axel. Above Concord, efforts were already being made to go through the wreckage of the station searching for bodies so that they could be returned to their families. The damaged ships were already getting repaired while 4 more battle groups had joined them. These battle groups were the ones that had responded to appearance of Covenant activity within the system. However, when they arrived, it was already over. Concord itself had remained untouched thanks to its planetary shield, which prevented debris from falling towards the planet and blocked the explosion. 4 hours had passed since the station's destruction. However, ONI had controlled the spread of the information and kept it under wraps until they were prepared to release the news. An announcement was made by the UHI that an empire-wide broadcast was to be conducted within the next few hours. Despite the mounting tension, life on Concord continued with some semblance of calm. The people went about their day-to-day affairs, oblivious to the bitter loss that humanity had suffered. Meanwhile, on the side of the Covenant, the High Council had gathered to receive some horrific news. The hierarchs had gathered in the Grand Sanctum, their ceremonial robes resplendent under the glow of the holographic display illuminating the center of the room. Honored hierarchs, a Sanghaili official began as he took a step forward, we have lost contact with the diplomatic ship sent to negotiate with humanity. A collective gasp went through the council at this revelation. Only direct attacks or complete destruction could cause such loss of communication. The last transmission from the ship indicated they had docked at the human space station, he continued, ignoring the murmurs and whispers that spread through the chamber like wildfire. Following that, there has been only silence. The Prophet of Truth had held his smile back as he spoke up, we warned you, started Truth. The humans cannot be trusted. It's clear that we didn't lose contact with our ship because of an error or a malfunction, but because the humans sabotaged it, possibly even destroying it completely. This is their answer to our gesture of peace. They do not seek harmony like us. They only seek destruction. There was a murmur of agreement through the hall as heads nodded and voices murmured their assent, their ceremonial robes rustling in the grand sanctum. The rest of the council, initially taken aback by the news, were now visibly angry. But there could be other explanations. A voice said hesitantly, belonging to a Sanghaila counselor who had always advocated for peace. Perhaps there was an accident on board their ship or... No. Truth banged his fist on his armrest, sending reverberations throughout the silent chamber. We will not entertain such thoughts. This is yet another brutality by the humans, and we will respond in kind. A hush fell over the council as they digested his words, none daring to oppose him. The council was divided among those who sought diplomacy and those who sought an aggressive stance against humanity. Truth then turned his gaze towards a particular holographic display showing the last known location of their diplomatic ship. An intense fire burned in his eyes as he pondered over their next move. "Prepare our fleets," he commanded in a tone that echoed finality. "It's clear now that peace is off the table. We will give the humans a war they can never forget." A wave of approval swept through the council at his words as they promptly began preparing for an all-out assault on human space. The chamber filled with fervent activity, as representatives from various sects began issuing orders to their respective fleets and units. Thousands of ships were now at the command of the hierarchs as they had secured the support of most counselors, and the others were soon to follow. Hundreds of millions of Covenant troops began to mobilize, ready to invade human space. Truth, regret, and mercy had worked for years waiting for this moment, and now it had come. Still, Mercy had a lingering doubt in his mind. During his meditations he couldn't see anything but darkness surrounding the Covenant Empire. As Truth and Regret schemed, Mercy retreated to his chambers while muttering the words, "It's too late." Chapter 90, Chapter 88. Ever since the orbital station was destroyed above Concord, all UNSC forces have been put on high alert. Fleets were mobilized across human space and troops began to be shifted to planets that are more defenseless than others. In total, the UNSC had a total of 100 million active human service members across all branches. 30 million were part of the UNSC Marine Corps, 10 million were part of the UNSC Navy including ONI, 40 million were part of the UNSC Army, and 20 million were part of the UNSC Air Force. The UNSC Army's main role was to conduct ground combat operations and garrison duties on all human worlds in conjunction with the Marine Corps and the Air Force. All branches coordinated and conducted combined operations together during planetary engagements such as the Air Force and the Navy. The Air Force was responsible for atmospheric operations and orbital defenses. They maintained the numerous orbital defense platforms and manned starfighters to defend human space, often working closely with the UNSC Navy and Army. Their main mission involved maintaining aerospace superiority over the worlds of the United Human Empire as well as intercepting and destroying enemy attacks before and after they enter a world's orbit. In war, the Air Force played a crucial role in providing support to both the UNSC Army and Marine Corps. As for the number of active MCU service robots, the UNSC across all branches had a total of 40 million. Most of the MCUs were part of the Marines, numbering 20 million, as the MCUs were used to support the Marines during combat operations. The same for the Army, only their number was 10 million. Within the Air Force, MCUs were already being used as pilots to provide more aircraft for the defense of a planet or during space battles. Within the Air Force, MCUs had many roles besides pilots, including mechanical repair, systems management, and even as co-pilots for manned aircraft. 5 million MCUs served within the Air Force, their advanced processing power allowing them to be proficient in all roles. The final 5 million MCUs were employed by the Navy, fulfilling a variety of duties such as performing ship maintenance and aiding in intricate navigation calculations, as well as providing security on board ships. They worked side by side with the ODSTs during surface deployments, providing an increased survival chance of the ODSTs. The Office of Naval Intelligence, ONI, had a significantly smaller number of MCUs, only about 500,000. These specialized units were used for infiltration and sabotage operations against enemy forces. their highly advanced programming allowing them to undertake missions that were deemed too dangerous for human operatives. The combination of humans and MCUs over the years has yielded increased performance across the board. It enhances the fighting force that the UNSC has to another level. 12 hours after Covenant Council meeting. Thousands of Covenant ships were gathering into fleets as numerous high-ranking shipmasters, fleet masters, and supreme commanders were all assigned to each fleet. The Covenant had gathered a total of 3,000 ships with another 2,000 standing by to wage war against the humans. The 3,000 ships that were gathering near High Charity were split into individual fleets controlled by fleet masters. The largest Covenant fleet, which is the largest to have ever been gathered, numbered 1,000 ships and was controlled by Imperial Admiral Zitanjar Watinri. The other fleets numbered between 200 to 400 ships, each being commanded by a fleet master who was handpicked by the hierarchs themselves. Within these fleet, hundreds of millions of Covenant troops were ready for battle, eager to show the humans the true power of the Covenant. Meanwhile, a few hours earlier on Earth, Axel had conducted his announcement to the rest of the Yuhi. Today, a major incident has occurred above the world of Concord as a diplomatic ship from the Covenant Empire was allowed to dock at the station orbiting the planet, started Axel. We know that the Covenant would never negotiate as they want to eradicate our species, but former Admiral Ross was blinded by his desire for personnel glory and allowed this Covenant ship to dock at the station without first informing me of what was going on. As a result, the Covenant used this to sneak a bomb aboard their ship, and once it landed on the station it blew up without warning, destroying the station and killing everyone on board the station without warning, explained Axel. His voice fell silent for a moment. My prayers are with the families of those who were on board the station, and I must apologize for allowing such an incident to happen. As the Lord Protector of the Yuhi, I have failed to prevent this from happening, said Axel. On every world the people had hushed to listen, their collective hearts heavy with the weight of the tragedy. But this is not the end of it. The Covenant will likely use this against us and wage an all-out war against the Yuhi, attacking every world within the Yuhi. But let me assure you, we are prepared. We may be outnumbered, but our forces are prepared to withstand this threat. We have been training for a moment like this, and we are ready to defend our home, Axel said, as his words began to give people a sense of determination. And with that, I say this. I have allowed the Covenant to exist for too long. Their leaders continue to fill their minds with false prophecies of their so-called great journey, blinding them to the true order of the universe. They are nothing more than a misguided armada, fueled by a malicious, barbaric intent. And so, to bring about peace in the universe, we will conquer them and destroy their empire, liberating the species they have subjugated and enslaved for centuries. We shall not sit quietly as they spread their falsehoods and bring destruction. It is time for us to rise and bring about peace and order within the universe. Let us not follow in their steps of destruction and genocide, but instead seek to uphold the sanctity of life and freedom for all species. We will fight, not out of hatred or revenge, but because it is our duty to protect and preserve the harmony of the universe. We will meet them on the battlefield, and we will prevail. Axel continued. The crowd that had gathered for the broadcast erupted into cheers, their previous despair replaced by a surge of passion. Across every world within the Yuhi, individuals of different races, backgrounds, and beliefs stood together. They were united now as one, and now it was time to show their unity. The broadcast ended after Axel's final words. Now it was time to prepare for the greatest war that he would have to fight. Omni, Cortana called Axel as Omni, and Cortana's avatar appeared on his desk. We must make up for our small number for now with MCUs. I have already put together something for this problem that I hadn't implemented yet, but now it will have to be put to use, said Axel as he opened a folder on his computer. To limit human casualties in the war, we built entire fleets just for MCUs. I have already spoke with the Security Council members about this and they thought it was a good idea, we just never started this project. Said Axel as images and data on new ships was scanned over by Cortana and Omni. The new ships were specifically designed for MCU use and would be used to form fleet controlled by MCU admirals and commanders to bolster the UNSC forces. Currently only 4 class of ships were created. MCU Command Ship, MCU Battlecruiser, MCU Heavy Carrier, MCU Destroyer. The MCU Command Ship will serve as the primary control center for the MCU fleets, equipped with advanced AI integration systems and complete automated command and control facilities, Axel explained, pulling up a rendering of the sleek, ominous ship. The battlecruiser will be our primary offensive unit while the heavy carrier will act as a mobile base for our drone squadrons. And what about the destroyer? Cortana asked, analyzing the schematics of the smallest vessel in the fleet. Axel replied, the destroyer will be our primary defensive and escort ship, designed to protect our larger vessels and provide support during engagements. Each of them will be armed with an array of autocannons, MAC cannons, ion cannons, and the latest shielding technology. The MCUs and ACE have never had a problem before, and with their research into Forerunner technology the control over the ACE had increased. ACE were created self-aware, yes, but they had extreme loyalty to humans, so no matter how smart they get they shouldn't be able to turn rogue, and if they did the UNSC had protocols in place for containing them. We will need to begin production immediately, said Omni, breaking the silence. The Covenant won't wait for us to get ready. Axel nodded. I've already initiated the process. Installation 00 or the Ark will construct a massive station equipped with large, medium, and small assemblers all over the station, which will allow us to produce an entire fleet of 100 ships and the required MCUs, vehicles, and spacecraft necessary to man them in 2 weeks, explained Axel. And while our shipyards churn out our new fleet, we'll continue to reinforce our defenses on all fronts, added Axel. We need to be prepared for ground assaults too. Cortana chimed in, I suggest we increase MCU deployments on key worlds. The Covenant might aim for quick victories, surprise attacks on critical targets. Already done, our forces are standing at the ready. Thanks to the teleporters, we can move people around quickly, added Axel. With that said, Axel had called a meeting with the Security Council to develop a plan and to shift the economy to war production. As of now the UNSC has 1,800 ships in active service, a major increase from the previous year, and adding to the discovery of shield worlds and other Forerunner installations they also had several Forerunner ships. Within the colonies recruitment numbers started to rise in the millions as people looked to join the UNSC and fight the Covenant. Everybody was willing to fight for their current prosperity. A/N, developed to combine both Forerunner and human technology. Here is Axel's new flagship. Axel's new flagship. Also, if you want to create a character to be in the story, please submit a name, rank, not too high, which branch and what their profession is. You can also add any additional information as well. Chapter 91, Chapter 89. 2 days after the Concorde incident, Imperial Admiral Zidane Jarwatinri gave his speech to the Covenant forces before their departure to human space. Today we will finally see the fall of the pitiful humans and their so-called false empire. They believe in unity and peace, but they fail to see that they are merely puppets dancing on the strings of a false prophecy. We, the Covenant, the true bearers of the great journey, will enlighten them with our power and might. His words echoed through the vast, ornate chamber filled with a sea of multicolored armor. Zidane's speech was broadcasted throughout every Covenant ship, riling up their fervor for battle. The fleet was enormous and ready for war, their ships shined under the light of their home world's sun. We are the Covenant, and we are the rightful guardians of the universe. For too long we have been patient, allowing these creatures to sow chaos and discord in the name of their false peace. Today, we shall cleanse them from the universe and show them the true path to enlightenment. March on, my brothers and sisters, march toward victory, toward our destined glory. The chamber filled once again with a deafening roar of agreement. The Covenant was ready for war. The Covenant fleet comprised of an intimidating lineup. Colossal carriers serving as the heart of the armada, heavily armed cruisers alongside the carriers, destroyers ready to pound the human ships, frigates with their speed and agility, and countless other vessels, each bringing its unique destructive capabilities to bear. At the core of the fleet was the flagship, sublime transcendence, an imposing supercarrier carrying an aura of divine supremacy. It was on this very ship that Admiral Zieten-Jar Watenri made his call to arms. He stood imperiously over holographic maps and models of human colonies, strategizing with a cold analytical gaze. Meanwhile, within human space, the number of people volunteering to join up had reached 50 million in just 2 days, while the number of people that was currently being conscripted had reached well over 300 million across all worlds. Thousands of training facilities were constructed utilizing the assemblers in just a matter of 2 days, and instructors were chosen from veteran members of the UNSC who qualified to instruct new recruits. However, these new training facilities were designed differently as they needed to be able to fit hundreds of thousands of recruits at once. As such, these new training facilities were built within empty regions on planets, and they were as big as a city containing numerous training grounds in one. In the middle of the training grounds would be the teleporter, which would bring in recruits by the tens of thousands almost every hour. From there they would be transported to their designated facility, where they will be processed and then put into training as soon as possible. Training facility image. Every planet, including newly established colonies, now had a planetary shield alongside the ion defense cannons set up on the surface of the planet. The ion defense cannon and the planetary shield worked as one, since the ion defense cannon naturally fire through the shield, so the planetary shield would open a small part of the shield to allow the ion shot to pass through the shield and hit its target. All of this was controlled by AI, since no human brain could quickly determine the exact part of shield that needed to be opened fast enough before the ion shot reached the shield. The AI would calculate the trajectory of the ion shot and coordinate with the shield to open it up in real time, preventing any internal damage. The AI defense system had been tested using simulation programs and was ready for actual combat. UNSC ships were marked as blue, civilian marked as green, and Covenant marked as red, so that the AI can use the position of friendly ships to not accidentally hit a UNSC or civilian ship. In orbit of each planet was of course the orbital defense platform, which would fire pulse rounds at Covenant ships designed to take down the shields of Covenant ships, exposing their hulls. The UNSC space and ground operations were continuously updated with the latest technology. The old ships were replaced with next-generation ones, while new ship classes were also introduced. A new drop pod was designed for ODST deployments, in addition to new fighter and bomber models. On the ground, an anti-gravity tank was added to work alongside the existing Spider tanks. A/N, a quick rundown of the current military creations, new and existing. If you don't care, then just skip this part obviously, but this will allow you to imagine what ships and vehicles will be used in the war alongside other UNSC vehicles. UNSC ship classes and support ships, new and existing. Supercarrier, battleship, battlecruiser, Luna-class medium carrier, light carrier, cruiser, destroyer, frigate, support ship, troop transport ship, new Mk2 fighter, bomber, ground support vehicles, new vehicles only, vehicle transport ship, anti-gravity tank, orbital drop pod. The supercarrier was designed to outclass the Covenant supercarriers and offer the UNSC aerial superiority in both space and ground operations on planets. It had a crew of 25,000, could carry 10 frigates as an escort force, 200 dropships/Pelicans, 500 fighters, 300 bombers, hundreds of ground vehicles, tens of thousands of ground troops, and the new orbital drop pods. Currently the UNSC has 20 of these supercarriers spread out across 15 fleets. More were in production and would be added as the months passed. As for the new battleships, they were built to cause pure mayhem among the Covenant fleet. Their main weaponry consisted of 8 MAC cannon turrets, 10 ion cannons, 10 standard autocannons, 20-point defense turrets, and 25 heavy autocannons. Before, the UNSC had smaller ships compared to the Covenant, and they usually needed to outnumber the Covenant 2-to-1 to win a battle, but now that was not the case, as the new generation of UNSC ships not only matched the Covenant ships in size but also surpassed them in firepower and defensive capabilities. The shipyards were producing ships at a rapid pace, bolstering the UNSC fleet with new starships every day. However, the Covenant had the numbers on them which would result in some battles being fought on the defensive rather than the offensive. Back on Earth, Axel had just finished his meeting with the Security Council as they developed a plan to deal with the incoming Covenant fleet that they knew was coming. They didn't have the number of ships, but they knew that it was going to be the biggest war that they ever had, so they would first take a defensive stance in the war to build up their fleet and military. The first few months of the war would be the most difficult and they expected that, but once the military got up to par with the Covenant then they would go entirely on the offensive. Their plan revolved around saving the lives of citizens rather than the colony itself as they can rebuild it in the future. The civilians would utilize the teleporters to quickly flee the planet when the planetary shield collapsed and it was deemed undefendable, while UNSC forces would be deployed to fight off the Covenant on the surface of the planet. Teleporters would be tightly guarded to prevent the Covenant from using them, but as a last resort if they couldn't be protected then they would have to blow them up to prevent them from being compromised. This was their plan for the first few months of the war, to fight the Covenant world by world while defending their most crucial planets and building up their military. After the meeting Axel had established his new flagship as his command center where he would direct the war from. On board his ship was his daughter serving her first assignment as a weapons officer on board his ship. She had already undergone the officer enhancements and also took advanced combat classes while she was in OCS school. Axel wasn't the one who assigned her this command, nor did he request it, but he can't deny that when her name popped up as one of the new officers on board his ship a small smile creeped across his face. Meanwhile, Imperial Admiral Zidenjar Wattenry fleet had just left from High Charity heading towards their intended target. About half an hour later, the fleet had arrived at Andazia, one of the outer colonies. Orbiting Andazia was 2 UNSC battle groups consisting of 15 ships each for a total of 30 ships. In the face of the Covenant fleet, which was 1,000 ships, this number was nothing. The UNSC forces had already contacted for help once the Covenant ships were detected coming through slip space. Within 5 minutes another fleet of about 20 UNSC ships had appeared. 10 of these ships were the Sojourner-class dreadnoughts while the others were 4 battlecruisers, 4 light carriers, and 2 destroyers. At the same time that Imperial Admiral Zidenjar Wattenry had arrived within the system, multiple reports of Covenant fleets had been detected within both the outer and inner colonies causing reinforcements to be focused on other places. If the Covenant was attacking one world with 1,000 ships, then the UNSC would focus on the other smaller fleets especially since this Covenant fleet had 1,000 ships. Imperial Admiral Zidenjar Wattenry stood on the bridge of his flagship while ordering his fleet to engage. "Begin the assault," he commanded. The Covenant fleet, like a swarm of ravenous locusts, descended upon the defending UNSC ships and orbital defense platforms. The entire space was lit up with purple lights and many explosions as the battle between the two began. Severely outnumbered, the UNSC's mission was to hold out until the civilians on the ground evacuate. Multiple battles raged across human space as the Covenant launched simultaneous attacks to quickly defeat the human military forces. Chapter 92, Chapter 90. Good, replied Rose as she inputted a command to her center console which contacted the admiral leading the fleet of dreadnoughts. A few seconds later Rear Admiral Freeman's avatar appeared in front of her. "Admiral Freeman, we are about to initiate our retreat, can you cover us?" "Copy that, Admiral Rose," replied Freeman. "We will cover your retreat. Godspeed." As the words left Freeman's mouth, the fleet of dreadnoughts moved into position, shielding the retreating ships from the onslaught of Covenant fire. The Sojourner-class dreadnoughts took the brunt of the attacks, their advanced shielding systems absorbing the deadly plasma blasts from the Covenant ships which began to focus fire on the dreadnoughts. The remaining orbital defense platforms continued to fire on the Covenant fleet before they got destroyed by the overwhelming number of Covenant ships. The original fleet of 50 UNSC ships was reduced to just 25 ships, losing half to the massive Covenant fleet, but before the ships were destroyed majority of the crew had managed to make it to escape pods. In exchange, the Covenant lost 84 ships, with more damaged due to the explosion of nearby ships. Not only did the Covenant upgrade their shields but also their plasma weapons, which caused more damage than they did in the beginning of the war. Covenant ships could now resist a few hits from the dreadnoughts but would eventually be destroyed once their shields failed. After a few minutes had passed, Admiral Rose's fleet had lined up and jumped to warp speed, retreating from the battle. Seeing that the fleet jump away, Admiral Freeman also commanded his fleet to retreat as the Covenant had taken down a few of the dreadnought's shields. Before any dreadnought got destroyed, Admiral Freeman was able to flee, leaving the rest of the defense to the ground forces and the few remaining orbital defense platforms. Seeing the human fleet retreat, Imperial Admiral Zidane Jarwatan reordered his fleet to take position above the planet. However, as they were getting in position, it was detected that the planet was shielded. As they inched closer to the planet, a shimmering blue barrier materialized before them, encasing the entire world in a protective shell. The Covenant fleet stopped, their purple vessels hovering at the edge of the shield. "Impossible," Zidane Jarwatan muttered silently to himself. The humans had certainly been inventive. This was an unprecedented maneuver, one that he hadn't anticipated. His attention then shifted towards the surface of the planet, encased within the defensive shield. He knew that he would have to break through before they could proceed with the invasion. Meanwhile, on the surface of Andazia, ground forces were being deployed. Men and women dressed in armor bearing the insignia of UNSC were stationed in key locations all over the planet. The main command center was set up around the planet's teleporter, as that would be their only way to receive reinforcements. Within the base, a small assembler was constructed to provide a continuous supply of MCUs, weapons, fighters, bombers, and various other ground vehicles to continue supporting the defense. All around the planet, various UNSC bases were set up to protect key areas around the planet and force the Covenant to spread their forces out. Each base was armed with turrets, artillery cannons, anti-air systems, and a defensive shield deployed around the base. Within the middle would be a teleporter leading back to the main teleporter located at the command center. These teleporters were only connected to the main teleporter on the planet and would allow for reinforcements to be deployed all around the world at a moment's notice. The person leading the defense of Andazia was Lieutenant General Holland. He had a total of 4 million men and women supported by 10 million MCUs, whose number would continue to rise with the support of the small assembler. The number of invading enemy forces was unknown, but he knew from experience that it would be a lot. However, they would hold the planet for as long as they needed to. Back above the planet, the Covenant fleet had positioned themselves above the planet and initiated the bombardment of the shields, while the ion cannons from the surface continued to fire on Covenant ships in orbit. Imperial Admiral Zidane Jarwatan watched as dozens of his ships were disabled or destroyed, their hulls shattered by the powerful ion cannons. Yet he remained calm. As soon enough the humans would not be able to hide behind their shield. Meanwhile, in the bowels of the shield generator complex, Chief Engineer Darren Lane watched as the energy readings spiked with each Covenant bombardment. His hand hovered over the emergency override button. His job was to ensure that the shield held for as long as possible, buying the ground forces precious time. As he monitored the readings, he could see that the shield was dropping fast from the hundreds of Covenant ships bombarding the planet. As expected, the shield eventually gave out after a few more minutes of holding on. A wave of energy surged across the sky, fizzling out into a hazy blur as the shield disappeared. Imperial Admiral Zidane Jarwatan's eyes glinted with satisfaction as he saw the human shield fail. "Prepare for ground assault," he commanded. His subordinates scurried to obey, launching thousands of drop pods and transports filled with troops towards the planet. The UNSC Air Force was already prepared and had their fighters move to intercept. The Covenant drop pods had breached the surface and were falling from the sky like rain. Flak and anti-air rounds were fired at the pods, destroying a few of them before they managed to hit the ground, but there were too many. As a ground battle began to rage on the surface of Andazia, Axel, who was commanding the Second Fleet, was currently above the world of Tribute, one of the colonized worlds located within the Epsilon Eridani system. The Covenant had made a mistake by attacking the Epsilon Eridani system, as it was home to the UNSC's central command and main military production planet, Reach, in addition to other worlds such as Beta Gabriel and Circumstance. The Covenant invaded the system with 400 ships compared to the UNSC's 600 ships. This was the only battle currently going on that the UNSC had outnumbered the Covenant ships and not the other way around. And as predicted, it was a bloodbath as the UNSC fleet under the command of Axel took a strategic formation, charged straight at the Covenant fleet. With Axel at the helm, the UNSC fleet engaged in a swift and brutal retaliation. On board his flagship, Axel watched as this was the biggest space battle that he had been a part of, and he wanted to make sure that there was no mistakes made, costing them more lives than needed. He scanned over the tactical display, plotting and counter-plotting maneuvers in his mind even as he gave out rapid orders. "Fire Mac cannons at their command ship," he ordered. The Mac cannons on his ship lit up as 4 rounds were fired at the Covenant command ship. Each round tearing through space, leaving a trail of bright light behind them as they closed in on their target. Once they hit, the Covenant command ship had exploded, damaging other nearby Covenant vessels and causing a drop in morale as the fleet master and his flagship were just destroyed in an instant. "Focus all fire on their mid-range vessels," he ordered, his eyes never leaving the virtual battlefield displayed before him. "And have bombers to harass their rear flank." As he spoke, a wave of UNSC bombers escorted by fighters descended upon the disorganized Covenant fleet. The bombers, loaded with heavy payloads, left a fiery trail in their wake as they swooped beneath the underbellies of the Covenant cruisers, unloading their explosives. The rear flank was immediately thrown into chaos as the precision strikes ripped through hulls and sent ships spiraling out of formation. Axel saw the first signs of victory. The Covenant lines were disintegrating, their command structure non-existent due to the loss of their fleet master's ship. Victory was already in their hands, all they had to do was finish off the remaining Covenant ships before they tried to retreat. Chapter 93, Chapter 91. The remaining transport that tried to return were intercepted by UNSC fighters and bombers, causing thousands more Covenant troops to die. Unlike the outer colonies, which were still hard to attack, the inner colonies would need a massive Covenant fleet just to take a single colony, as the UNSC nor Axel would allow one of their key worlds to be taken so easily. After the defeat of the Covenant fleet, Axel had received reports from various battles that were either going on or already finished. Within the inner colonies, naturally, the UNSC was holding their ground and had managed to defeat more than 600 Covenant ships within 48 hours. While the UNSC only lost about 200 ships, with most of the crew able to get to escape pods, saving thousands of lives in the process. Admiral Cole, who was still alive and in active service, was in command of the Third Fleet, defending worlds within the inner colonies. The outer colonies' defense was being taken care of by Admiral Harold Stanforth and the Fifth Fleet, alongside a few other subordinate admirals, to target the smaller Covenant fleets. As of now, Axel was aware of the massive Covenant fleet above Andazia and had suspected that this was the main Covenant fleet. As of now, he wouldn't take that fleet on, as it would risk the defense of other planets, and since Andazia was the target of a massive Covenant invasion force, he had decided that instead of sitting within the command of his ship, it would be better to go and fight on the ground. With all the improved technology and augmentations, he didn't need to micromanage every single thing, as he could leave that to his subordinates. If he needed to return to command his fleet, then he could just return via teleporter and assume command immediately. In the meantime, he placed Vice Admiral Walker in command while he was away. A few ground battles were going on across many worlds within the outer colonies and some of the inner colony border worlds, as the Covenant had managed to overwhelm the UNSC defenses. However, all these worlds were low-populated worlds, making it easy to evacuate civilians and set up defenses to halt the progress of the Covenant. On a few of these worlds, the Covenant had bombed the planet from orbit, hoping to soften the defenses of the UNSC, but that plan would never work, as the shields for the UNSC bases resisted the plasma bombardments, protecting all the military personnel and vehicles on the planet. With a quick briefing from Admiral Cole on the current progress of the Third Fleet, Axel went to the surface of Reach, where he had brought with him Gold Team, which is a Spartan 2 strike team. The Spartan IIS, while limited in number, were the most powerful of the Spartans because of their Primaris gene seed. The Spartan IIIs were powerful in their own right compared to the most elite soldiers of the Covenant, but the Spartan IIs were just made to stand above all others. In total the UNSC had 100k Spartan IIs spread across each UNSC branch while the Spartan IIs totaled only 300. But each of them was worth 100 of the IIs, and 1,000 Covenant troops. Once they arrived at the teleporter, Axel and Gold Team was teleported to the command post on Andazia, which was already buzzing with activity. Officers were shouting orders and coordinates, soldiers were arming themselves and preparing for battle. Already aware of his arrival, Lieutenant General Holland had run over to greet him and saluted, "Sir. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival." "General Holland," Axel returned the salute, "what's the status?" "The Covenant have taken Hill 304 and are advancing towards Sector 6, reported General Holland, as he pulled up a holographic map of the battlefield. "We have initiated a counter-offensive which is going well, but we are currently outnumbered. The Spartans will tip the balance in our favor." "Any significant assets?" Axel asked, his eyes scanning some of the map's key points. "The Covenant has deployed 2 Scarab platforms in the area. Our initial strikes did minimal damage," Holland said grimly, pointing at 2 red markers on the map. "They have also deployed multiple anti-aircraft gun emplacements." Axel nodded. "We need to neutralize those threats before we can launch a full-scale offensive." He turned to Gold Team, "Spartans, you know what to do." The Spartans saluted and with a nod from Axel, they moved out towards the exit. Their mission was to take out those scarabs. The leader of Gold Team was Senior Chief Petty Officer Joshua 029, an electronics expert, with Chief Petty Officer Daisy 023, First Class Petty Officer Naomi 010, and First Class Petty Officer Grace 093 as members of Gold Team. As they began their mission, Axel watched them leave before turning his attention towards the map and General Holland. Axel studied the map, his mind running through strategies. The Covenant was smart and strategic, they would have their AA guns scattered and well protected. A frontal assault would result in heavy casualties. "We'll need a different approach," Axel decided. "We need to take them out from the inside." "Do we have any recon teams available for infiltration?" "We do," Holland affirmed, pulling up personnel data on a side panel of the hologram. "We have a few squads of ODSTs that could do the job." "Good," Axel nodded, scanning the data. The orbital drop shock troopers were some of the toughest fighters the UNSC had at their disposal. If anyone could infiltrate enemy lines undetected and destroy those AA guns, it was them. "Assign 2 squads to each AA gun," Axel directed, pointing to the red markers on the map. "Tell them to move under cover of night and strike at dawn." "Understood," Holland nodded and began issuing orders through his comms. Turning his attention back to the map and where Gold Team was headed, he traced their path toward one of the massive Scarab platforms. He knew they were more than capable of handling themselves, the Covenant that stood in their path would not pose much of a threat. A few minutes later, near a Covenant base, Joshua and his team had arrived at their target. They crouched behind a veil of underbrush, observing the Scarab platform as it lumbered through the dense forest on its many-legged supports. It was surrounded by Covenant forces who patrolled around its perimeter. Joshua gestured silently to Daisy, who readied her sniper rifle, her eyes scanning the scene through the scope. "Cover me," Joshua said quietly to Naomi and Grace. They nodded in affirmation, moving into position with their energy rifles at the ready. Joshua darted out from the underbrush, his powerful, augmented legs propelling him towards the Scarab. As he got close to the Covenant base, a burst of energy whizzed past him. Instantly, Daisy's sniper rifle shot an energy shot and an elite soldier dropped a clean hole through its skull. Grace and Naomi laid down covering fire and Joshua reached the Scarab. He leaped and grabbed onto one of its many legs, his powerful arms pulling him up onto the massive walking machine. A group of grunts screeched as they saw him, but a burst of energy from Naomi's energy rifle silenced them while also alerting the other nearby patrols. Joshua ignored the hollering of the grunts, his focus was solely on reaching the scarab's control room. He swiftly climbed his way up with ease, while behind him he could hear the energy blasts from Grace and Naomi's rifles continuing to ward off the alerted Covenant. In a heartbeat, Joshua was on top of the scarab. His HUD identified 2 elites guarding the hatch to the control room. He charged at one of them, grabbing the elite by its throat while he shot the other with his energy pistol. Without wasting time, he pried open the hatch and descended into the control room. There he was met with a few other Covenant, probably the security personnel in charge of protecting the scarab. He grabbed his own energy rifle and fired as he moved forward, taking out all the Covenant in his path. Seeing a massive, armored human in front of them which was taller than even an elite, some of the grunts tried to run but ended up getting killed anyway. Entering the control room, Joshua found himself face to face with a towering brute chieftain, the scarred commander of the scarab. The creature roared, charging at Joshua with a gravity hammer. Just before the gravity hammer hit him, Joshua grabbed it, stopping it midair, and then kicked the brute chieftain in his chest, causing him to drop the gravity hammer. The brute chieftain stumbled back, reeling from the unexpected strength of the Spartan. However, it was quick to regain its footing and roared again, charging at Joshua a second time. This time, Joshua sidestepped the oncoming attack, using the brute's momentum against itself and delivering a punch that sent the chieftain slamming into a control panel. Disoriented, the chieftain rose slowly, giving Joshua enough time to grab the gravity hammer. With lethal precision, Joshua swung the gravity hammer at the chieftain. The hammer connected, and the chieftain was thrown back into another console, slumping to the ground. Joshua stood over his enemy's lifeless body for a moment before moving to the scarab's controls. With his vast knowledge of electronics and Covenant technology, he quickly manipulated the control panel, initiating the self-destruct sequence. His task completed, Joshua climbed back out of the hatch and up onto the top of the scarab. A quick glance at his HUD told him that Daisy, Naomi, and Grace were still holding off the Covenant forces who had been alerted to their presence. "We've got incoming," Daisy warned through their comms. "Phantoms." Joshua looked up to see purple clouds of energy glowing in the distance, revealing the arrival of Covenant dropships. "Our objective is complete, let's get out of here," said Joshua as he jumped off the top of the scarab and joined the rest of Gold Team as they started to sprint away. Once they lost the Covenant that was chasing them, they would head towards the second scarab to complete their mission. Chapter 94, Chapter 92. Humanity has been holding on for nearly a month now while their military continues to grow by the week. Within this month, 1 billion soldiers have been conscripted into the UNSC to fight against the Covenant, bringing the number of ships that the UNSC Navy can man to the tens of thousands. In this month the UNSC also managed to produce 500 million MCUs and deploy them to front lines to fight against the Covenant. This bolstered their ground defense plan and increased the number of fighters and bombers that the UNSC can field at once. This month also saw the completion of the massive station that will be used to build the MCU fleets. With that complete, it will take an additional 2 weeks to pump out a fully manned 100-ship MCU fleet. So, in another month they would have 2 of these fleets that will be used in a variety of ways. The casualties so far have been in the tens of thousands thanks to the use of MCUs, which prevented many casualties in the beginning of the war. So far, no civilian casualties have been reported, which kept morale high amongst the military as they knew that they were doing their job by preventing not even a single civilian from dying in the war. On every world that the Covenant was able to invade, UNSC forces were always outnumbered as most of the conscripted soldiers were still in training, and that training would take 2 months. Axel didn't want to lower the training time any more than that, as he didn't need untrained men and women running around wielding advanced technology that they barely knew how to handle. That would cause unneeded accidents to happen on the battlefield. In another month, 300 million people would be out of training and deployed depending on their job roles. Majority of these people were part of the Army or the Marines, with about 50 million spread out between the Navy and Air Force. Despite being outnumbered in both space and ground warfare, the UNSC was holding steady. Morale was high and everybody was motivated to fight. Thanks to the Spartans and other elite units, the Covenant elite troops was not able to achieve much on the battlefield. Rumors and tales of individual Spartans taking down entire squads of Covenant troops spread through the ranks, bolstering the morale of fresh troops in training. They yearned to finish their training and join the fight, to put their mark on this historic war. However, the most well-known Spartan was the Master Chief or John 117. He was considered the top of the top when it came to the Spartans. Every battlefield that he is put on, victory is guaranteed. John had taken out things from entire Covenant bases to Covenant cruisers in space. John was currently on the world of New Carthage, one of the few inner colony worlds that was invaded by the Covenant. He was working alongside Master Sergeant Avery Johnson, who had recently been promoted in the previous year. Master Sergeant Johnson was leading the Marines in their defense of the planet alongside the Army and the Air Force. At this moment Johnson and Master Chief were attacking a Covenant base which had been discovered to have a high-value target within it. Their mission was to either capture or kill this high-value target. Master Chief was leading 2 battalions of Marines/MCUs alongside 4 other members of Blue Team to assault the east side of the Covenant base, while Johnson was leading the remaining battalions alongside some Spartan IIIs to assault the base. Attacking the south side of the base was Colonel Nicholas Strauss and the UNSC Army. Flying above to establish air superiority and support ground combat was the UNSC Air Force with the current ace deployed on the planet. His call sign was Maverick. "Come on ladies, don't let those grunts outshine us!" shouted Master Sergeant Johnson, his voice echoing over the sound of gunfire and explosions. The Marine forces charged forward, their advance as relentless as waves against a shore. "Yeah, get some," shouted one Marine as he had taken out 3 Covenant grunts before taking cover. John had already breached the east side of the base, mowing down hordes of Covenant in his path. He was at the front, taking charge of the battlefield as the Marines followed behind, not wanting to be left behind. "Blue Team, status." John barked into his COMM unit as he reloaded his weapon. "East gate secure," replied Fred from somewhere to his right. "Linda covering sniper positions," came Linda's voice, punctuated by the sound of a sniper rifle discharging. The remaining members of Blue Team checked in, all secure in their designated areas. They were making progress, but they knew there was still a long way to go. Meanwhile at the south side, Johnson and his battalion were met with heavy resistance, but they were holding their ground. Johnson was relentless as well, his shots bringing down the shields of elite Covenant soldiers before taking them out entirely. "Keep advancing!" Johnson yelled over the chaos, as energy shots from all sorts of weapons were being exchanged with the Covenant plasma weapons. Back at the east, Master Chief's presence had caused the Covenant defense to not be as effective as it would normally be. Some of the Covenant even started screaming demon as he charged forward. "Chief," came Cortana's voice in his ear. "Sat intel shows a cluster of high-value targets in the central dome." "Acknowledged, Cortana," Master Chief replied. He signaled Blue Team and a small group of Marines to follow him towards their new objective. As if they were one entity, the group had shifted direction towards the central dome, leaving the rest of the Marines to continue the attack. Meanwhile on the south side of the Covenant base, Colonel Nicholas Strauss was commanding his forces as they attacked the Covenant base. At the front his subordinate Sergeant Hernandez was leading the front charge alongside some heavy vehicles. "Tomas!" shouted Sergeant Hernandez, "grab that soldier and drag him to cover," he ordered to Private First Class Tomas. Tomas was from a backwater colony planet that he experienced a surge in technology which was part of the Yuhi's plan to modernize all colonies. He had a large family of 5 brothers and 8 sisters. His mom was trying to get a doctorate and his dad was supporting her with his automotive business. So, he joined the army to support his family, but to also make a few friends. He had been in for 3 months so far and had found a great interest in guns and explosives. Tomas had grabbed the wounded soldier who was out in the open and dragged him to cover as the nearby infantry laid down some cover fire. Once he got the soldier behind cover, a medic came by and started to work on the wounded soldier. Meanwhile from above, a UNSC transport ship had flew overhead. Bravo Actual to all ground forces, I have a couple of presents for you from Central Command, I hope you like them, announced the pilot as 5 Titans had jumped out of the transport and landed inside of the Covenant base, sending several unlucky grunts flying. These powerful power suits were operated by specialists and would be a massive game changer for the attacking UNSC forces. They began advancing into the base, tearing through Covenant forces like a hot knife through butter. Nice timing, Bravo Actual, Sergeant Johnson said with a smirk, watching as the Titans breached through the enemy's front lines, causing disarray among their forces. He seized this opportunity to push forward, leading his men towards the breach. Back in the air, Maverick was having the time of his life as he dodged and weaved the incoming fire from the Covenant fighters and took a few of them down. 3 more bogeys down, he reported with a grin over the radio. Airspace is looking clearer by the second. Behind him was his wing of fighters who were also enjoying dogfighting with the Covenant fighters. Their fighters had more speed and agility, allowing them to pull off some insane maneuvers. Good work, keep it up, came the voice of his wingman, Hawkeye, over the radio. A chorus of acknowledgements responded, punctuated by the occasional cheer as another enemy fighter was taken down. The combined effort from 3 branches was proving to overwhelm the Covenant forces in the base. It could already be marked down as another victory for the UNSC. But not everywhere was like this. On the world of Tercera, UNSC forces were being overrun by the Covenant. And the cause of this was because of one Covenant warrior. His name was Atriox. He and his clan were used by the elite commanders to charge the front lines of the UNSC, allowing for the elites to not waste their lives when they can use the Jiralhani. Atriox was currently attacking a UNSC base and had successfully broken through the entrance and started slaughtering the humans, alongside his fellow Jiralhani. Atriox was different than most Jiralhani. He was smart, strategic, and a cunning warrior. With every swing of his gravity hammer, the armor that the UNSC soldiers were wearing crumbled like tin cans beneath him. His eyes were always on the prize, making sure their objective was met at all costs. With me, he roared, his voice echoing loudly in the chaos of the battle. His clan followed him without question, tearing through UNSC soldiers like a storm. They were unstoppable. But even as Atriox and his clan were cutting a bloody swath through the beleaguered humans, a spark of hope was kindled. Delta Squad, this is Charlie Lead, a voice was heard over a battered UNSC radio. We're coming in hot with reinforcements. Colonel Hunter, the commanding officer of Delta Squad, gave a grim nod. He had seen the brutality of the Jiralhani firsthand, watched as they'd torn through his men with a savagery that defied belief. But he was a soldier of the UNSC and he would not abandon his post. Gunships inbound, came another voice over the COMM0LINK as 4 nimble UNSC gunships swooped in from above, their gunners opening fire on the rampaging Jiralhani below. However, this didn't stop Atriox as he gripped his gravity hammer and ran straight towards Colonel Hunter, smashing any human that got in his way. Colonel Hunter fired his energy rifle at Atriox but tried to stop him, but Atriox dodged each one as his more Jiralhani followed behind him. In an instant Atriox was on him, his massive gravity hammer swinging down. But Hunter had been a soldier long enough to know when to stand and when to move. He rolled away just in time, the hammer hitting the ground where he'd stood a moment before. Hunter came up firing, as his energy shots were absorbed by Atriox's energy shield. The Jiralhani didn't even flinch as he charged again, the hammer ready for another killing blow. Colonel Hunter tried to dodge again, but Atriox had predicted his movement and landed a clean blow, sending Colonel flying back into a nearby wall. With a gasp, Hunter fell to his knees, seeing stars. His body felt like it had been hit by a freight train. He looked up to see Atriox with his hammer raised for the killing blow. His body couldn't move fast enough, and he was hit directly. The last thing he saw was Atriox's triumphant face before darkness claimed him. The reinforcements that had arrived were forced to turn around, seeing the entire base flooded with Covenant troops, and Covenant fighters which outnumbered them were heading their way. This battle was lost, so the officer in charge of the reinforcements had called for them to pull back, not wanting to waste any more lives in this battle. Chapter 95, Chapter 93. The progress of the war had reached an overall stalemate. The UNSC was able to increase its number of warships to 3,000 with an additional 400 being MCU-controlled automated fleets. The fleets were commanded by a designated AI admiral whose rank was high amongst other MCUs but low compared to a human admiral. The fleets had autonomy and were designed to operate either by themselves or as a combined fleet with other human admirals who outranked them. Having an MCU with the rank of admiral that was equal to a human admiral would cause some problems among the human ranks. The concept of taking orders from an artificial intelligence was not something that had been integrated into the UNSC yet. In the future, Axel had plans to change things once the war was over. But for now, the MCUs knew their role and were loyal to Axel as their creator. This was something that all MCUs learned about upon their creation. In a way it gave them a sense of purpose to fight for their creator and carry out his will. The UNSC now has 1 billion soldiers deployed all throughout space, giving them enough manpower to keep the enemy forces at bay. Each person, no matter their branch, was augmented with the standard military augmentations that active service members were required to receive during their basic training. Anybody who refused the augmentation was thrown out, as it was now required by law for all active service members to receive the augmentations, and any refusal to accept would result in them being disqualified from joining any military service. Despite how outnumbered the UNSC was, they needed people who were fully committed to the cause and could push their bodies beyond the limits of normal human capability. Beyond the sheer physical enhancements, the augmentations also included neural upgrades that improved reaction times, strategic thinking, and resilience to mental fatigue. When it came to the Covenant, Axel preferred quality over quantity to both reduce the number of losses on the UE side and to maximize the effectiveness of each deployed soldier. Consequently, he initiated an intense and rigorous training program, one that was designed to hone the augmented skills of each soldier in every conceivable scenario. This, coupled with their bio-enhanced attributes, molded them into an indomitable force capable of overcoming the Covenant's numerical advantage. The training programs also incorporated stringent psychological evaluations to ensure the mental fortitude of each soldier. The horrors of war were a daunting reality, and thus every person had to be prepared to face them head-on without hesitation or fear. On the Covenant side, while things weren't going as they wanted, the Covenant still had reinforced their forces within human space, bringing their total number of deployed soldiers to 2 billion and their fleet count to 4,000. Just like the UNSC, the Covenant also had their own assembly forges which they have been using to create more ships and military equipment. With the numbers now more or less even, the UNSC was able to start pushing the Covenant fleet out of a few systems, establishing control over the planets with those systems. At the same time, Imperial Admiral Jar Watinri and his fleet of 1,000 ships started attacking core planets using their combined might of 1,000 ships to overwhelm any defenses above the planet. However, each time the fleet attacked a planet, they lost over 100 ships in each battle. Imperial Admiral Jar Watinri wanted to spread the human forces out even more, while in the process trying to find their home world, to launch a combined attack at the heart of the human empire. With every victory, he was getting close to finding his objective and the Covenant morale improved. However, Axel figured out what the Covenant was doing, however he didn't see it as a threat, as he had a trap set up for the Covenant Imperial Admiral. ONI intelligence had predicted that the Covenant fleet would next attack the inner colony Skopje. In response, Axel gathered a combined fleet of 800 ships at reach, prepared to respond once the attack happened. A few days later, after the intelligence report, the attack had happened. Above Skopje, the Covenant fleet had started attacking the orbital defense platforms and the orbital station. The station's AI had sent the signal to the fleet gathered at reach. Meanwhile, Imperial Admiral Jar Watinri commanded his fleet to engage. Moments later, the sudden arrival of the UNSC's counterattack force took the Covenant fleet off guard. They had not expected such a quick response from the humans. However, Zitanjar Watanri was no fool. He quickly rallied his fleet and ordered them to form a defensive formation. At the same time, the UNSC under Axel's command started take up an attack formation to engage the Covenant fleet. Within the UNSC fleet were 5 of the supercarrier class ships, providing the UNSC with additional fighters and bombers to use against the Covenant fleet. Admiral Zitanjar Watanri oversaw the defensive formation of his fleet from his flagship, the Sublime Transcendence. Striving to control the situation, he issued commands to fortify their position. The Covenant ships came together like a tightly knit shield wall, their plasma turrets primed and ready. The space above Skopje lit up with flares of energy as both fleets started to engage. Long-range Mach rounds from the UNSC ships streaked across space towards the Covenant, while volleys of plasma torpedoes raced towards the UNSC. Axel watched the battle unfold from the bridge of his flagship. His expression remained impassive as he watched the battle in front of him. Omni, who was the shipboard AI, had processed the incoming data on the Covenant ships looking for weaknesses in their formation. "Move our battle line forward to coordinates 9-7-3, Axel commanded. Omni complied, relaying his order to all ships within their fleet at the same time. The fleet moved as one, their formations adjusting to the new coordinates. The supercarriers took the lead, their superior energy shields and massive size proving cover for the smaller vessels, but also presenting an intimidating front to the Covenant forces. Alongside them was 10 Forerunner dreadnoughts providing fire support and acting as mobile carriers for their own fighters. In response to Axel's maneuver, Admiral Zitanjar Watanri ordered his own capital ships, flanked by a slew of cruisers and destroyers, to hold their positions, forming a formidable barrier between the human fleet and the planet. The ships in the rear focused on the planet's defenses while the remaining ships held off the attacking UNSC fleet. All Imperial Admiral Zitanjar Watanri needed to do was to break their defenses, and then he could land his ground forces. "Omni, focus all Mach rounds on their front line," Axel ordered, his eyes never leaving the main screen that showed the battlefield. In the next moments a barrage of Mach rounds hit the Covenant's front line with unprecedented force, shaking Covenant ships to their hulls. Some vessels exploded instantly, whilst others suffered severe damage but continued to fight. Despite their losses, Admiral Zitanjar Watanri held firm, his raw determination inspiring his troops. "Reroute power to our shield systems," the Imperial Admiral commanded, his voice reverberating through the Sublime Transcendence's command center. One of the nearby elites complied with his order at once. In response, the shields of the Covenant ships flared brilliantly, absorbing most of the second volley of Mach rounds. "Admiral, our shields won't hold up if this continues," the elite warned. Zitanjar Watanri nodded in acknowledgement as he weighed their options. "We draw them in," he decided, gesturing to the holographic tactical display in the center of the command center. "Prepare a lance of our fastest ships. They will break formation and draw the human fleet towards us." This was a gamble. If successful, the UNSC fleet would be drawn within range of their ships' short-range plasma torpedoes and energy projectors, but if they failed, it could leave their own formation vulnerable to a concentrated attack. Meanwhile, Axel had observed the Covenant's change in tactics. Omni displayed the enemy fleet's movements on his holotable, highlighting the group of fast attack ships breaking away from the main force. "The elites are baiting us," Axel said aloud, eyeing the smaller blips making a beeline for his fleet. "Omni, tell our fighters to engage those ships, but remind them not to overextend." "Affirmative, Admiral," Omni responded instantaneously, transmitting his orders to the fighter squadrons. Within seconds 4 nearby squadrons had formed up and were closing in on the fast-attacking Covenant ships that were intent on luring them in. However, instead of rushing headlong into their trap, the fighter squadrons under their wing commanders' orders charged just enough to engage yet held back enough to keep a safe distance from the main Covenant fleet. The space between the two fleets became a chaotic whirlwind of gunfire. The human fighters, nimble and quick, darted around the larger Covenant vessels, firing volleys of high-impact rounds into their hulls. Tensions began to rise within Zitanjar Watanri's command center as they monitored the unfolding chaos. "Our ships are taking heavy damage," a Sanghaili officer reported, his voice filled with concern. "Our shields are at critical levels." Zitanjar Watanri let out a low grunt. "We must retreat," he commanded, acknowledging the defeat of the battle. Within seconds the slipspace drives of the Covenant ships had powered up and begun to create an opening to slipspace, allowing the surviving Covenant ships to retreat. The remaining Covenant ships began to pull back from their engagements, turning their undamaged sides towards the UNSC fleet as they covered their retreat. In response, a wave of cheers could be heard throughout the UNSC fleet. "Another victory," Admiral said Omni, marking down yet another victory to Axel's already long list of victories within the war. But he knew this was not over. A tactical retreat didn't mean a defeat for the Covenant. They would regroup, re-strategize, and come back stronger. "Omni, prepare a status report." "Of course, Admiral," Omni responded promptly. As the adrenaline of battle began to wear off and reality set in, crews across the fleet started to assess their damages and count their losses. Meanwhile, Axel's mind was already racing ahead to their next course of action. Back on Skopje, the planet heaved a collective sigh of relief as news spread of their successful defense. The people had watched in anxious silence as the battle raged above them, their fates hanging in the balance. But as always, the Lord Protector, the one they chose to lead them, had once again protected them from the Covenant. Chapter 96, Chapter 94. The council chamber filled with a palpable sense of tension and doubt. The high prophets, Sanghaili, and other superior ranks within the Covenant convened within the council room. The defeat at Skopje was a heavy blow to their pride and momentum, as it was the first loss that Imperial Admiral Zitanjar Watanri had taken. They didn't think that a fleet of 1,000 ships could be defeated by a human fleet of just 800 ships. And then at the same time, they had been seeing even more holy relics being used by the human military. It wasn't just in space but on the ground as well. There was evidence of humans utilizing teleporters to keep prolonging the war on each world. "It's obvious the human Lord Protector is an adversary of formidable strength," spoke one of the Sanghaili councillors, his armored figure imposing amongst the council members. "We cannot afford to underestimate them any further." Imperial Admiral Zitanjar Watanri managed to retreat with about 400 of his original 1,000-ship fleet, stated another councillor. But he also discovered that he was getting closer to the human home world, as their defences were getting stronger, and the Lord Protector himself had come led the battle, explained the councillor. Indeed, a high prophet, sitting on the raised dais at the head of the room, chimed in. His voice echoed throughout the chamber, with a hint of unhappiness. "We cannot deny that we have underestimated our enemy's capabilities. Not only do they wield holy relics, but their leaders possess an uncanny strategic aptitude." A murmur of agreement passed through the council chamber, a sense of unease permeating the room as they contemplated their options. There was a clear divide among them, with some advocating for a more aggressive approach, while others pleaded for caution. "We need to retaliate," one of the more hot-headed Sanghaili councillors argued passionately. "We cannot let this defeat go unanswered. I say we gather our forces and strike again, harder this time." But another, one of the older and more experienced veterans, disagreed vehemently. "Rushing in blindly is what led us to this defeat," he countered, his tone stern. "It would be wise to adapt our approach, learn from our mistakes." In the end, Truth, Mercy, and Regret had decided that they would regroup and strategize a new plan of attack, taking into account the new information they had acquired about their adversaries. Back in the Yuhi, Axel continued planning for their next course of action. They now had an army of 1 billion soldiers and their fleet was growing by the month. The widespread recruitment drives on every human colony, coupled with the increased production rate of ships from the orbital shipyards and assembly forges, was having a significant impact. But even with all of their advancements, the Covenant still outnumbered them. They may have a slight advantage in the war now, but they were still far from winning the war. "Admiral," Omni's voice broke into his thoughts, "the status report is ready." "Show me," Axel demanded, making his way over to the hollow table. The holographic display flickered to life, showcasing the full scope of their situation. The losses they took from the recent engagement were considerable, but not as grave as it could have been. The morale of his troops was also high. A successful defense against a superior enemy force had a way of instilling confidence. "All right, Omni," Axel said after a moment's contemplation. "Dispatch the repair crews and medical teams to the damaged ships. I want daily reports on their progress." "Understood, Admiral." Omni acknowledged. Axel turned back to the hollow table and continued his planning. "Our next move," he began, decisively, "is to fortify our outer colonies. We can use them as a buffer zone against Covenant incursions. All while we build up our forces for a counter-offensive. The Covenant won't expect us to take the fight to them," Omni considered, processing Axel's proposition. "But Admiral, it will require significant resources and manpower to carry out such an operation." Axel nodded at Omni's words. He knew that Omni was right in the fact that there would be a heavy price to pay for such an aggressive strategy, but he also recognized that if he wanted to end this war once and for all he would need to completely take over the Covenant Empire and show them the true path. "Indeed. We must strike within Covenant space to show them that they aren't as safe as they think they are," Axel stated as his sights were still on the holographic display. "But before we do that, we will need to deal with the Covenant within our own borders first." "Of course, Admiral, our defense comes first," Omni stated. 5 days later. With the Covenant capital of High Charity, a massive gathering of warriors assembled in the Grand Cathedral. This was not a council meeting, but a stirring call to arms. The High Prophet of Regret stood on an elevated stage before all of them. His voice resonated across the vast hall, as thousands of eyes focused on him as he spoke of valor and glory. "We will not be defeated by these heretics. They dare to wield the holy relics and diminish their divine power by using them for war." His hand swept out over the crowd as though casting a spell over them with his words. "We will rise above this defeat. We will crush these humans and reclaim our honor." The warriors roared in unison, their spirits burning with determination. Their voices reverberated through the colossal cathedral, creating a deafening echo that filled the core of the Covenant capital. The passion and intensity of their conviction were tangible, emanating in powerful waves of emotion. Regret had just secured the support of a couple of the Sanghaili religious cults, bolstering the Covenant military with fanatic believers. However, behind the scenes he had become fed up with the Sanghaili and were trying to replace them with the Jiralhani, who were easier to control than the Sanghaili, who continued to fail the prophets in their mission. The Prophet of Regret, confident in his new alliance and bolstered forces, called off the meeting. He descended from the stage, moving to the shadows of the cathedral where his closest advisors awaited him. Among them were Jiralhani leaders, their towering forms stooped slightly out of respect toward the religious leader. "We must strike quickly," said one of them, a powerful chieftain named Tartarus. His voice echoed throughout the cathedral. "The humans have shown us they are not to be underestimated. Patience, chieftain." Regret's tone held the sharp edge of authority. "We must not act rashly or allow anger to cloud our judgment. We require a precise and effective attack that will cripple their morale and resources." Tartarus grunted in acknowledgement. A fiery spark remained within his eyes as he yearned for the time when the Jiralhani replaced Sanghaili as military leaders so that his clan could show the Covenant who was the strongest. Chapter 97, Chapter 95. Even with a 200-ship advantage, the main Covenant fleet under the command of Imperial Admiral Zaitanjar Watinri had lost the battle. Additionally, they made the Lord Protector of the Yuhi a prime target for the Covenant Special Operation Troops to search for and kill. The prophets, aware of rumors that their enemy's leader would be engaged in actual combat on the front lines, saw this as an opportunity to dispatch their most skilled soldiers. Their plan was simple: eliminate the human leader and disrupt the unity of their enemy. They studied the data from their previous encounter in 2526, where the Covenant had breached human space with ease. Their progress was halted because the humans united under one leader who accelerated their technological advancements at a rapid rate and was the one who led them to defeat the initial Covenant attacks, causing them to change their approach similar to what's happening now. The prophets decided to send their best Sanghaila zealot, Zukazamemi, known for his ruthlessness and effectiveness. He was to be aided by his loyal companion Yayib, an Ungoy and other zealots a part of his order. With the Lord Protector in their crosshairs, the prophets believed that this could shift the tide of war in their favor. To prepare for this mission, Zukazamemi and Yayib trained relentlessly on a simulation imitating the Yuhi's newly erected defense systems. Their training was overseen by the Prophet of Truth himself. The Prophet had his own stakes in this mission. Axel's intelligence was driving the human forces into a formidable force that was wreaking havoc on the Covenant's plans. On the day their mission was set to commence, Zukazamemi and his team received a summons to appear before the High Council. The members of the council radiated an air of divine power and authority as they sat before them. The Prophet of Mercy spoke first. "Brothers," he began, his voice echoing through the grand room. "You have been chosen for a task only a few can handle. Our belief in your unwavering loyalty and courage is unshaken." Staring at them with piercing eyes, he continued, "Destroying the Lord Protector will be your primary objective, but remember this: if you fail, not only do we lose our advantage in this war, but the hopes of our entire species will be crushed. We cannot afford to repeat the blunder of 2526. Axel is not merely a man, he is a symbol of human resistance, a beacon of hope to their species and an obstacle in our path to salvation. By eliminating him, we are directly attacking their morale." Zukazamemi and his team bowed their heads in understanding. The gravity of their mission weighed heavily on them, but their determination remained unscathed. "We are prepared to lay down our lives for the great journey," Zukazamemi assured solemnly. With that said, they left the council room, their hearts filled with resolve. They walked through ghostly lit corridors, anticipating the fierce combat that lay ahead. Meanwhile, within human space, Axel was currently overseeing the aftermath of a space battle that he has just won yet again. This time, however, it was only 200 ships that the Covenant sent to attack Falanuma. However, what Axel didn't know was that the Covenant was using battles to get information on the whereabouts of his fleet so that they could track him constantly. For the next few weeks, Axel didn't fight in any ground battles and had just focused on space battles. But as the weeks went by, the Covenant had begun to regain momentum. On Actium, which was still not fully under UNSC control, the Covenant had deployed even more forces to the planet alongside numerous powerful vehicles which they utilized to overwhelm defenses. Axel wanted to end the war on Actium as it was for some reason a strategic target that the Covenant kept attacking. Upon learning that the Covenant only had 300 ships defending the planet, Axel had taken his fleet of 600 ships to finally end the war on this planet. Above the planet, the Covenant fleet led by Fleet Master Vora Mantikari engaged in a fierce battle with the human fleet. Vora was a seasoned veteran and a capable commander. His tactics had been a thorn in the side of humanity for the past few months. But this time, he faced an opponent more formidable than any he had encountered before: Axel, the Lord Protector himself. The two fleets clashed in space above Actium as Fleet Master Vora Mantikari reported the current location of the Lord Protector. After receiving new orders from the hierarchs, Fleet Master Vora Mantikari's new mission was to retreat and allow the Yuhi to gain control of the space above the planet. Moments later, the entire Covenant fleet retreated from the battle, allowing Axel to land more troops on the ground and put an end to the battle on the planet. Once his fleet got into position above the planet, Axel took a transport ship down to the surface to start leading troops to take back the planet. Meanwhile, located at High Charity, the Covenant had amassed a new massive armada led by Imperial Admiral Zitanjar Watinri. This new fleet consisted of 2,000 ships and had some of the greatest warriors of the Covenant within the fleet that would be used in their ground invasion. Once the Axel was on the surface, he put on his own armor, and personally led multiple battalions of Marines and MCUs accompanied by Spartan IIS and Spartan IIIs to start taking out Covenant bases and key positions. As the Covenant ground forces started encountering Axel and his army attacking key locations across the planet, the Covenant Field Marshal reported this to the hierarchs. Within his command ship, Imperial Admiral Zidenjar Watinri had just gotten informed by the hierarchs of his new mission. So, with his massive fleet of 2,000 ships, he set off towards Actium to finally deal with the Lord Protector. As Axel and his soldiers advanced, their spirits bolstered by each victory, a report had come in from the admiral placed in charge while Axel was absent. "Sir, we have the Covenant approaching this location with about 2,000 ships and they will be here within 3 minutes. We don't have time to evacuate you from the planet," reported Admiral Bennett. "Admiral, this is a direct order, retreat back to Reach, there is no need to waste lives in this battle," ordered Axel. "Understood, sir," replied Admiral Bennett. He may not have liked it, but he received a direct order. And if anything, he believed that Axel could make it to the teleporter in case anything happened. A few seconds later, the fleet had jumped to warp and retreated to Reach, where the Security Council was already receiving a live update of the situation and was amassing a fleet for a counterattack on the Covenant fleet. Meanwhile, as the Imperial Admiral Zidenjar Watinri's fleet approached Actium, which was left defenseless by the UNSC fleet, allowing the Covenant to free reign over the space. "Send down the reinforcements," ordered Zidenjar Watinri as millions of Covenant troops utilized the teleporters on their ships to teleport to a receiver down on the planet's surface. The sunlight had broken through the planet's atmosphere and illuminated rows upon rows of Covenant soldiers exiting teleporters and amassing on the battlefront. Within these groups of soldiers were some of the Covenant's most elite commanders and leaders. Zuka Zamami and his team head was also within the reinforcements and were tasked with personally dealing with the Lord Protector. Accompanying them would be an entire army which would be used to draw out Axel and force him into a comprised position so that Zuka Zamami and his team could kill him. Despite the current situation, Axel remained on the planet. The battle for this planet had lasted months and had taken up a lot of resources and lives. The Covenant had managed to establish themselves on the surface, which resulted in a stalemate between the two forces. He needed to end the conflict to free up the millions of troops that were on the planet so that he can use them during his invasion of Covenant space. Chapter 98, Chapter 96. 6 hours after Covenant landing. Lieutenant Jack Rodriguez, callsign Reaper, was leading his team of Spartan IIIs through the dense jungles of Actium, stealthily tracking large Covenant movement. Lieutenant Rodriguez is a demolitions and combat engineer specialist. His team of Spartan IIIs were also trained in similar specializations, allowing them to effectively sabotage and neutralize Covenant assets on the battlefield. Through his helmet visor, Jack scanned the vicinity. A flickering red blip caught his attention. A large group of Covenant soldiers were assembling about a kilometer from their position. "Team, eyes on me," Jack whispered into his comms. His team silently moved closer, their armor blending with the surroundings. As they got closer, the sheer volume of the enemy force became apparent. There was a large number of energy shields which showed the sheer number of jackals that the Covenant had brought with them. "They're planning something big," Jack murmured, his gaze hardened as he watched the Covenant forces continue to multiply. "Orders?" His second-in-command, Spartan Ian Stryker asked, his gaze fixed on the group of Covenant ahead. He was a weapons specialist, the best shot amongst them. "We take out as many as we can from here, then fall back," Jack said, pulling out one of the new propulsion grenades from his utility belt. "On my signal," he whispered into his comms. Meanwhile, miles away in the heart of the city, Axel led his own contingent of MCUs, Marines, and Spartans against an onslaught of Covenant elites. Despite being outnumbered, they pushed forward. "Hold your ground," Axel commanded, as the elite in front of him dropped dead on the ground. As he stepped over his body, he could hear the intense sound of plasma fire and explosions going on around him. He moved swiftly through the battlefield, cutting down elites and grunts as if they were nothing. Alongside him were a few units of MCUs and Spartan IIS. Simultaneously, Imperial Admiral Zitanjar Watinri watched the battle from high above in his command ship. He was pleased at the progress but knew that taking down Axel was not going to be simple. The hierarchs had made it clear, the Lord Protector needed to be neutralized for their plans to succeed. Dispatch Zamami and his team. Have them target the Spartan IIS aiding the Lord Protector. Isolate him, Zitanjar Watinri ordered, his eyes never leaving the view screen showcasing the battle below. Meanwhile, back at Lieutenant Jack Rodriguez's position, he gave the signal. The Spartans let loose their devastating payload onto the assembled Covenant forces. The sky lit with energy as the projectiles detonated over the enemy forces, scattering them in disarray. Fall back! Jack commanded as they turned to retreat, leaving behind a mass of confusion and destruction. Back in the heart of the city, reinforcement arrived for Axel's contingent. A squadron of warthogs rumbled into view, their chain guns spitting hot death at the advancing Covenant horde. Suddenly, even more reinforcements arrived for the Covenant forces. Zamami and his team had used their cloaking ability to sneak onto the battlefield, not aware that all the UNSC soldiers' armor was equipped with thermal sensors designed to counter the Covenant cloaking devices. As Zamami's team broke cover, their shimmering forms quickly picked up by thermal scanners. Axel barked an order into his comms. Spartans, on me! We have zealots trying to backdoor us. Flip the script on them. As one, the Spartan IIS turned in unison, their weapons swinging around toward the approaching zealots. Zamami charged straight at the Spartans with Yayab and the other zealots. A fierce exchange of fire ensued as bullets and plasma rounds filled the air. Axel's Spartans moved with precision, each shot was meant to take down their cloaked enemies. Zamami and his team dodged and weaved through the chaos, aiming to get close to Axel. The Spartan IIS closed the distance between them and zealots as they engaged in hand-to-hand combat with them. As the battle raged around them, Spartan Sarah Guardian turned to face the zealot leader. With a swift motion, she deflected an incoming energy sword strike with her arm, which activated the shield, causing sparks to appear as both the energy shield and energy sword clashed against each other. She countered with a swift jab to the zealot's chest, forcefully knocking him back. Zamami staggered, gasping from the impact. But he was far from beaten. With a growl, he came back at her, his energy sword swinging in lethal arcs, but she met each blow, countering his attacks. The two fought bitterly, trading blows and parries as the chaos of the combat continued unabated around them. One of the zealots had managed to sneak by the Spartan IIS and charge towards Axel with his energy sword drawn. However, as he was running, a Spartan II carrying a sniper had shot him in the head, which didn't penetrate his shields, allowing him to continue running. Axel was already facing his attacker as he took aim and shot his energy pistol in the direction of the zealot, who jumped to the side to dodge the shot and closed the distance between the two. The zealot raised his energy sword and swung it down towards Axel, who put his arm up and deflected the incoming attack. Using his other hand, the zealot punched Axel in the gut, sending him back a few feet, but with the armor's protections, he didn't feel the hit at all. Axel counterattacked with a low side kick to the zealot's knee, exploiting a weakness that had been found in their anatomy. The zealot collapsed on one side, just as Axel's other hand was free to aim his energy pistol, and fire. The zealot fell back with a grunt, his shields flickering under the intense energy blast. Suddenly, another zealot charged at Axel, who swiftly sidestepped and used the zealot's momentum against it. He grabbed the zealot by the arm and twisted it, forcing him to the ground. But as soon as that threat was neutralized, another took its place. Out of the corner of his eye, Axel spotted a fuel rod cannon pointed in his direction. He quickly dodged out of the way as the cannon fired. The shot whizzed by, detonating against a nearby pile of rubble and sending debris scattering everywhere. "Damn pests," Axel muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Spartan Sarah Guardian continued her deadly dance with Zamami. Both combatants were tiring, but neither would yield. With a swift roundhouse kick, she knocked Zamami back, finally landing a solid hit. Before she could press her advantage, another zealot leapt at her from behind. In a fluid motion, she drew her sidearm and spun, firing several rounds into the zealot's midsection. His energy shield flickered, and he stumbled back, as he fell dead. Stryker the Spartan II, who was on overwatch duties, interrupted over the comms, "I've got eyes on the fuel rod cannoneer." He was laying down suppressive fire from his vantage point high above the city, taking down Covenant forces with deadly accuracy. "Take your shot," Axel ordered. With a deep breath, Stryker steadied his aim and pulled the trigger. The energy shot left his sniper and found its target, shattering the fuel rod cannon and taking the operator down with it. Back at Jack's position, they had successfully retreated and were regrouping at a UNSC forward operating base in the dense jungle. "We need to inform command about the enemy's strength," Jack said to Stryker, who nodded in agreement. "I'll get in touch with command." He then walked away, tapping on his helmet visor to open communication channels. The battle raged on at the heart of the planet's city as more Covenant reinforcements streamed in. From his command ship above, Zidan-Jar Watanri watched with growing frustration as Axel and his forces held their ground. "Unleash the wraiths," he growled, unready to accept defeat. Back on the battlefield, Spartan Sarah had knocked Zamami down and was now standing over him with her pistol aimed at his head. Zamami was defeated as his face no longer looked the same, his armor was broken from the impact of her punches, and his arm could no longer move. The rest of his team lay dead, even Yayab, who was completely overpowered by a Spartan II. Zamami looked up at the human whom his people came to know as demons and only said one thing: "Kill me now, human, I have failed my mission." As he said this, Axel had already defeated the zealots that attacked him and approached the two. "No, we won't kill you, because unlike you, we have a much higher purpose in the universe," stated Axel. "The Forerunners have entrusted us with this purpose, and we shall fulfill it," added Axel, causing confusion to appear on Zamami's face. As Zamami blinked in disoriented shock, Spartan Sarah placed her pistol at her side. "We are not your executioners," she said. Meanwhile, high above the city, Zidan-Jar Watanri fumed as he watched the Spartans spare the fallen zealot. He slammed his fist down on the command console, causing it to flicker momentarily. "Unacceptable. Deploy more troops," he barked to an underling. On the ground, Zamami was carried off by some Spartan IIIs where he would be transported to a holding cell back on Reach. Axel saw Zamami as a useful asset for the future, and he planned to do a lot of research on him since he was a zealot. He wanted to see whether their faith lied with the Forerunners or with the Covenant, who misguided them and gave them a false purpose. Chapter 99, Chapter 97. The previous Covenant reinforces were already on the run as they were ordered to retreat and get clear of the areas that were about to be bombed. Omni, who had noticed what the Covenant were up to, had alerted Axel. "Axel, incoming Covenant ships," Omni warned, his voice echoing in Axel's helmet. "They're preparing for a bombardment run." Axel lifted his gaze to the sky, seeing the Covenant ships which were charging up their plasma bombardment. "Everyone, fall back and find cover. And somebody get that shield up," he ordered through the COMM channel. Every nearby soldier had rushed to take cover as one of the shield specialists had placed the device from his back onto the ground, which deployed a large shield around the area. This shield was part of the many energy shield variants that the UNSC research department had developed to improve ground efforts. While small, the device could deploy a shield big enough to cover an area of about 100 meters. It was powered by vacuum energy, which is the reason why it was able to cover such a large area with its size. Across all war fronts, specialists had deployed these shields to block the incoming bombardment. Within the next few minutes, as everybody scrambled for cover, the Covenant ships initiated their bombardment across all war fronts. As the plasma bombardment rained upon the surface, the shields held strong against the intense heat and plasma. The shockwave shook the very ground beneath their feet, blowing dust and particles against the outward part of the shield. "Hold positions," Axel ordered over the COMM link as another wave of plasma hit the energy shield. Despite their current situation, there was sense of awe amongst the soldiers at seeing the bombardment from such close quarters. Once the bombardment ended, the ground was scorched and blackened, but the shields had held. The smoke cleared, revealing the untouched UNSC forces underneath. From behind cover, all the soldiers had risen and started to check the area for those who were trapped under debris that had fallen during the bombardment. Meanwhile, above Actium, a UNSC fleet consisting of 2,000 ships had exited warp. Leading this fleet was Admiral Cole, who was placed as the leader of the fleet to launch a counterattack against the Covenant fleet. "Launch all fighters, fire all weapons and get me Axel on the line," Cole ordered. His command crew leapt into action as the ships on board AI relayed his command to the rest of his fleet. "Axel, this is Admiral Cole. I have entered Actium's orbit with our fleet. We're engaging the Covenant. Hold your positions." "Copy that, Admiral," he responded, as another report came in about more Covenant troops advancing on all fronts. "Keep the shield specialists on standby. We may need them again soon," Axel commanded, turning to his soldiers. "Prepare for another wave of enemy troops." Back on board Admiral Cole's flagship, the battle above Actium was quickly turning in their favor. The Covenant ships were being overwhelmed as the two fleets were even in terms of numbers. "Their fighter screens are thinning out, sir," reported a tactical officer. "Good," Cole said. He narrowed his eyes at the hollow projection of the enemy fleet. "Focus fire on their capital ship and disrupt their command chain." As the command was issued, volleys of MAC rounds, autocannons, and ion cannons were fired at the Covenant capital ships. Imperial Admiral Zidan-Jar Watan rewatched in anger as his ship's shields were being decreasing at a rapid rate due to the ion cannons. His fleet was already returning fire, but the situation was still not looking good. While all of this was going on above Actium, on the planet of New Carthage, Catherine was investigating a recently discovered Forerunner facility. However, what she had discovered was something new entirely. She had found what appeared to be a massive artifact of sorts which had a strange appearance. She had never seen it before, so she had used the AI that Guilty Spark had given her. The AI, identified as Logos, had a soft and calming tone. "This, Catherine, is a Guardian Custode." "Guardian Custode? I don't think I've ever heard of such a thing. What is it?" Catherine responded, running her gloved hand over the metallic surface of the artifact. The alien lines that ran across its surface glowed faintly with an energy that seemed ancient and otherworldly. Logos hummed softly, its holographic form flickering as it processed information. The Guardian Custode was a construct created by the Forerunners to maintain order within their empire. It has the capacity to police entire systems and subjugate rebellious factions. Catherine paused, her hand freezing above the symbol-etched surface of the artifact. "So, a weapon," she murmured. Logos tilted its holographic form, as if considering her statement. "In a way, yes," it responded after a moment. "A weapon of control. But the Forerunners did not use it lightly. Its activation was often considered a last resort." Catherine's mind got lost in thought. If this artifact held the power Logos' statement suggested, it could be a game-changer in their fight against the Covenant. But would it work for us? Catherine questioned, her eyes never leaving the Guardian Custode. Could we use it against the Covenant? It is theoretically possible. However, the activation sequence is complex and risky. But with the presence of both Omni and Cortana alongside Axel the Reclaimer, then the activation will succeed. Logos answered. "Well, for now let's continue looking around, we will come back to this later," said Catherine as she and her team continued their search of the facility. Meanwhile, back on Actium, Axel and his troops were gaining ground against the Covenant forces. Despite their reinforcements which attacked the front lines after the bombardment was over, Axel had ordered all forces to go on the offensive. Utilizing the heavy vehicles and air support from the Air Force, the ground commanders were able to start pushing the Covenant back, taking dozens of bases in the process. Special infiltration teams were deployed behind enemy lines to sabotage Covenant supply lines and destroy Covenant heavy weaponry. ODSTs and Titans were deployed and dropped on top of Covenant bases as ground forces surrounded and attacked the base. A few Spartan 3 teams utilizing stealth technology were sent behind enemy lines to identify and take out high-ranking Covenant leaders. During the chaos, the Covenant began to show signs of disarray. Their normally coordinated attacks became scattered, and their soldiers seemed to lack direction. Axel saw this as an opportunity to press on. Omni, coordinate with our aerial units. We need a precision strike on their command center, Axel ordered, as a battle raged around him. Understood, Omni replied. Coordinates have been sent. The sky above the battlefield filled with the roar of engines as UNSC aircraft swooped down, dropping their payload on their designation target. The Covenant command center disappeared in a massive explosion, leaving behind only smoke and ruins. From orbit, the MCU control ships had deployed thousands of battalions and their vehicles to the surface of the planet to assist with the ground battle and reinforce weak positions on the war front. Once they landed, their presence allowed the frontline officers more flexibility when it came to pressing the attack. The Covenant's last hope of retaking the advantage in the war had failed, and soon so would their empire. Chapter 100, Chapter 98. Hey, Sergeant, get over here, yelled Axel as a Marine sergeant ran over to where he was at as explosions and gunfire whizzed past him. Tell your men to take that flag and place it in the center of the base. This is the last enemy stronghold on the planet. Once we win here, we claim victory. Sir. Yes, sir. The sergeant saluted and turned to his men. You heard the Admiral. On my mark, we charge. A few minutes later, when everybody was ready and in position, the sergeant ordered them to charge forward. Charge, he yelled, as his men rushed towards the enemy while one of them was carrying the flag of the Yuhi in his hand. The defending Covenant forces, who were already being surrounded and attacked by thousands of soldiers, couldn't stop Axel and his battalions of Marines from pushing through to the center of the base. A rain of plasma bolts fell upon them from the enemy lines as they charged, but the Marines advanced, fiercely determined and united under the banner of their cause. The air was filled with the intensity of battle, deafening explosions alongside the sound of their energy weapons exchanging fire with the Covenant's plasma weaponry. 6 Titans were assisting with the UNSC assault on the final base alongside a myriad of other military vehicles, which was causing havoc and countering the Covenant vehicles. As the soldier carrying the flag approached the center, he stumbled as plasma shots rained down on him. But just before he hit the ground, another Marine came to his aid, lifting him up and shouldering the weight of his fallen brother with determination etched on his face as he continued towards their goal. Amidst the chaos and carnage, Axel watched from a distance as the 2 Marines continued. Despite the incoming plasma fire, the 2 Marines did not give up and kept on moving towards their goal. It was a testament to their resolve, to their undying spirit of comradeship and valor. With every blast that came their way, they held together, shouldering each other's burdens and pressing on towards the center of the base. As they reached the center, the 2nd Marine heaved his fallen comrade onto his shoulder, gripping the flag tight in his free hand, and raised it high in the air in a defiant claim of victory. A brief silence fell upon the battlefield as the last few Covenant troops were dealt with, leaving a battlefield full of debris and dead Covenant. Gradually a wave of relief, pride, and cheers echoed across the battlefield as the UNSC forces celebrated their victory over the Covenant. Victory! From somewhere amidst the debris and destruction, a cheer rose. It rippled through the UNSC forces, uniting them in a triumphant roar that drowned out even the most recent echoes of explosions. Axel couldn't help but smile as he watched the flag of Yuhi fluttering proudly against the smoky backdrop of the devastated Covenant base. His men were exhausted, battered, bruised, but victorious. They had done it. They had reclaimed their planet. The soldier who held up the flag was now surrounded by an impromptu gathering of Marines, clapping him on his back and raising their own voices in cheer. In that moment, Axel felt a strange sense of peace amidst the chaos. This was it. The day they had fought towards for months, risking everything for this one triumph. However, Axel would not forget the ones they lost to gain this victory. Every soldier who gave his life to fight the Covenant would be remembered in a massive hall of heroes that he planned to build once the war was over. Axel saluted his fallen soldiers in silence, sending a silent vow that their memories will be honored, their sacrifices never forgotten. As he neared the center of the base to join his victorious soldiers, he noticed that the cheer had subsided, and everyone grew quiet as they saw him approach. He took a deep breath to steady himself, knowing that his words would have to carry both their victory and their loss. "We've won," he said simply, his voice carrying across the silence. "But it came at a great cost. Many of our brothers and sisters fell today. They gave their lives so we could stand here victorious." The soldiers listened in silence, their heads bowed in respect and grief for their fallen comrades. "In memory of these brave men and women," Axel continued, "we will build a hall of heroes when this war is over. A place where we can honor them properly. Remember them," Axel continued, his voice low but powerful. "Honor their sacrifice. They are not mere casualties of war, they are heroes, brave men and women who fought valiantly to the end. But tonight," he said, holstering his weapon again, "we also celebrate. Because those men did not die in vain. They died for this." He gestured towards the flag. "For the future of humanity." Cheers broke out amongst the soldiers again, their voices louder than before as they raised their weapons in celebration. With the successful liberation of Actium from the Covenant, the UNSC was able to free up 300 million troops that had been fighting on the planet for months. However, the war was far from over, the Covenant was still out there, and as long as their empire continued to exist, the conflict between the humans and the races within the Covenant Empire would continue for as long as Axel allowed it to. Actium was the final planet that the Covenant had a massive presence on, and it was also the Covenant's last plan to turn the tide of the war. But now that plan has failed, and with it has caused some friction within the Covenant Empire. As the war on Actium was now over, a 2-day-long planet-wide celebration was planned to happen. Supplies, other morale-boosting activities, and sport equipment were brought to the planet in the tens of thousands to provide everybody with a little R&R for a short time, as they still had a job to do. The same thing happened to all planets that were successfully liberated. The troops were given 2 days of R&R before they returned to their duties. While the celebration on Actium was going on, Axel had taken the teleporter back to Earth, where the Security Council had convened to discuss the next step in their plan. "First, let me congratulate you, sir, on your victory," said the new Chief of Naval Operations Fleet Admiral Alex Ellis. Seated next to him was the new Commander-in-Chief of ONI Admiral Sable. "It was a long battle, but I'm glad that it is now over so that the men and women who fought for months on the planet can now rest. But let's not get too caught up in talking about the past," stated Axel. "It's time for the next step in our plan to come into effect," said Axel as he turned to Admiral Alex Ellis. "How long are we on this plan, Admiral?" Admiral Alex Ellis brought up the data and all the estimated projects that were currently underway, and at the top of all of it was the time limit of 6 months. "We will have the necessary ships, equipment, men and women to invade Covenant space after 6 months from today have passed. All we need to do is prevent any major incursions from happening so that the plan can remain on time," reported Admiral Alex Ellis. "Good," responded Axel as he looked at Sable next. "How goes the research on the captured Covenant ships?" "Recently, we've had a breakthrough with the captured ships and have discovered the locations of numerous potential systems under Covenant control. With your approval, we can send scouts to these locations to confirm that they are indeed under Covenant control," explained Admiral Sable. "Approved. Let's gather as much information as we can before we invade Covenant space," Axel explained. "What about the rest of you? How is everything progressing with each branch?" asked Axel. One by one, the leaders of each branch of the UNSC military reported their progress. They all noted an uptick in morale following the victory at Actium, and recruitment numbers surged. Supply lines were re-established with recently liberated worlds. General Black of the Marine Corps was the first to speak. "The influx of new recruits is promising, especially after Actium. Combat training programs have been accelerated without any compromise on quality or safety." General Graham from the Army chimed in next. "Our resources allocation is great right now,
but I suggest we find another location to build another star lifter, not saying the current one isn't sufficient, but at the rate we're going to need the additional resources to assist with the rebuilding efforts that will take place after the war, especially if we plan to add the Covenant planets to our control," suggested General Graham. Axel turned to Sable. "I'll leave it to you, Admiral, to find us another location to build the star lifter." Sable nodded as the last report from General Stone came in. "Our pilots are pushing harder than ever. Training simulations are being run around the clock, which ensures that their abilities are always at peak efficiency, and the number of pilots we have been getting lately has also increased thanks to the propaganda that we have initiated." Axel nodded, hearing the last report. The military and civilian side of the government continue to operate at 100% capacity despite the war, allowing him to focus on leading the war effort from the front lines. The meeting carried on as new ideas and plans were established for the invasion into Covenant space and for what would happen after they dismantled the Covenant Empire. To start, they would release evidence via AI targeted towards the high-ranking Covenant officials to spread the knowledge of how the humans were the chosen ones to inherit the mantle. The plan was to split the Covenant into various factions and then reap the benefits of splintered Covenant Empire to finally end the war. Meanwhile, within High Charity, the hierarchs, or more specifically the Prophet of Truth and Regret, was beginning their own plan of replacing the Sanghyla with the easier-to-control and manipulate Jiralhani. In the process, the two prophets planned to massacre the entire Sanghyla species to get rid of them, as they proved themselves countless times to be incompetent and not worthy of their political positions. The two prophets' plans were already being put into motion, and it wouldn't be long until all hell broke loose within the Covenant. Chapter 101, Chapter 99. Upgrades to the current weapons and technology that the UNSC was using were introduced to prepare for the invasion into Covenant space. One of those upgrades was a new complete set of energy weapons as well as an energy sword and combat knife. The energy sword would be given to specialized troops such as Spartans, Titan pilots, ODSTs, and other special troops. The energy combat knife would replace the regular combat knife utilized by the UNSC and give every soldier an equal advantage against the Covenant during a melee fight. The autocannons and ion cannons were also improved in terms of fire rate, damage output, and range. Enhancements to the cooling systems would prevent overheating in the weapons, increasing the duration that the cannons can fire for. Now, like the Covenant ground vehicles, the research department was able to create a built-in shield device for almost every ground vehicle to better protect the crew inside and increase the vehicle's lifespan on the battlefield. After training an additional 2 billion recruits over these past 6 months, the total number of active military personnel in UNSC history reached an unprecedented 3 billion. That number alone would have shocked the UNSC 3 decades ago, as they didn't have the means to even supply such a large number of men and women. However, now that number was nothing compared to the resources that they had right now. It was estimated that the UNSC could maintain a military size of 10 billion soldiers with a navy size of 20,000 ships. This was thanks to the completion of the second star lifter, which significantly increased the maximum size of the UNSC. Axel had also started brand new projects involving the creation of more megastructures, which included orbital rings for planets, slipspace/warp gates allowing for instant travel between two locations, a massive citadel space station, etc. The list was long and was projected to go into full effect once the war was over. The total number of ships that the UNSC has in active service had reached 5,000, which came close to the number of ships that the Covenant had. Just like the UNSC, the Covenant was also continuing to build up their military even after being pushed out of human space. Small-scale incursions continued to happen throughout the outer colonies and some inner colonies, but none of them were large enough to breach the defenses of the colonies. The war was far from over. Just like the Yuhi, the Covenant was amassing their strength and resources for another invasion. Garrisons were set up on each colony and a UNSC fleet was assigned to defend a designated region of space. The total number of fleets had increased to 20, allowing for multiple battles to be fought in space at once. Within the second month, Axel had traveled to New Carthage to activate the Guardian Custode. Once he arrived, Catherine was already waiting for him with Cortana, while Axel had brought Omni.
Utilizing the two of them, he would be able to activate the Guardian Custode and bring it under their control. Once he arrived in front of the Guardian Custode, he was even shocked himself at the size of it and how it was designed. "Look at this thing, it's massive," said Axel. "Yes, it is," agreed Catherine, "we're not really sure how big it is, as it seems to extend underground. The surface structure you see here is just the tip of the iceberg." Logos flickered into view next to them. "Your astonishment is understandable, Axel the Reclaimer. The Guardian Custode is one of the most formidable constructs of Forerunner origin." Axel turned his gaze to the AI. "Walk me through the activation process," he said. The AI shared a quick glance with both Cortana and Omni before beginning. "The activation requires dual synchronization between ACE and a physical interaction from a Reclaimer at the same time." With a nod to Catherine, he unclasped a small device from his belt and approached the artifact cautiously, feeling an intense thrumming energy beneath his feet. As directed by Logos, he aligned himself at the base of the Guardian Custode and positioned his hands on what appeared to be two recessed handprints on either side of a dim panel. Omni and Cortana, meanwhile, began a complex synchronization of their own. Flashes of light and code flew between the two as they worked in tandem to unlock the deeply buried potential of the Custode. Their avatars constantly flickered, outlining the strenuous effort posed by this task. A low, resonating hum began to fill the room as Axel exerted more pressure onto the handprints. The panel beneath his hands brightened, starting from a faint blue glow that steadily increased in intensity until it was nearly blinding. Then all at once, there was silence. The hum died down and Axel felt an odd sensation, as if a large amount of energy had just been released. He moved away from the panel and looked up at the Guardian Custode. The surface of the artifact started to glow faintly, casting a ghostly light over everything in the room. Lines of light then started to trace outward along its body, creating intricate patterns that pulsed with hidden power. "I believe we've done it," Catherine breathed in awe from where she stood watching. Axel gave a nod of satisfaction before focusing his attention on Logos. "What's our next step?" Logos replied, "The Custode requires a brief period to acclimate to its activation. Following this, a command directive must be given." "Let's give it the time it needs," said Axel, looking up at the now activated Guardian Custode. "In the meantime, tell me what the process is for the command directive." "It's simple. In order to establish a command protocol," he began, "the Reclaimer must imprint his will onto the Custode. This is achieved through a neural link." "I see," said Axel. Luckily a neural link wasn't a new concept for him, at least as it was now more commonly used throughout the Yuhi. In the meantime, while he waited for the Guardian Custode to stabilize, Axel asked Catherine to show him some of the other things they had found within the facility. Chapter 102, Chapter 100. Once the stabilization of the Guardian Custode was complete, Axel had begun the process of establishing a neural link with it, allowing Logos to guide him through the process. It was a strange sensation, feeling his thoughts meld with those of an ancient Forerunner machine, but he pushed through the discomfort and forged the connection. He felt a surge of energy, but also something new, something like a consciousness, but not quite. It was as if he were stepping into a whole new realm. As Axel immersed himself in the neural link, he witnessed the vast capabilities and knowledge that the Guardian Custode held. It was a sensation so overpowering that without his enhancements, it could easily have left him unconscious. However, he held strong and started to imprint his will onto the machine. From the outside, one might have thought Axel was merely staring at the device, lost in thought. But inside his mind, he was shaping commands and guiding the machine by mere thought. He imagined the Guardian Custode bolstering their defenses, supporting their fleets and aiding in their battles against the Covenant. Once he was confident that his directives had been imprinted successfully, Axel withdrew himself from the neural link. As he opened his eyes, he could see Catherine and Logos watching him carefully. "Is everything okay?" Catherine asked. "I think so," Axel replied, sounding as though he had just woken from a deep sleep. I've given it its initial directives." At that moment, they watched as the entire room began to subtly vibrate. The glow from the Guardian Custode intensified, and the intricate patterns of light shined brighter. They were not merely patterns now but seemed to be a form of communication or a code, dictating the processes initiated by Axel's command. "Remarkable," murmured Logos, his glowing form flickering in response to the powerful energy from the custode. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed throughout the facility as if responding to the programming set by Axel. The ancient structure seemed to be awakening for the first time in eons. Lights began to illuminate the room, originating from the walls, revealing more Forerunner glyphs that started to glow with a soft blue hue. A holographic display activated in front of Axel, showing an intricate network of star systems. A faint line of light traced its way across the display, marking a path from their current location outwards into unknown territories. "The custode is aligning itself with our star map," Catherine observed, her fingers tracing the holographic lines as they moved. "It's integrating with our systems." Overwhelmed by what was happening around them, Axel could not help but marvel at the technology that they had awakened. The Guardian Custode would bring about new technology that they could research and improve the defenses of the colonies. Slowly, he turned to Catherine and said, "The more we discover about the Forerunners, the more shocked we become about just how advanced they were." "Indeed," Catherine agreed, her eyes still fixed on the holographic display. "It's like a key to a whole new world." Logos floated over to join them, his gaze drawn to the same holographic display. In truth, the Forerunners were architects of awe-inspiring marvels. Their mastery of slip-space technology, their manipulation of biological life, their feats of engineering, they achieved wonders beyond the reach of most civilizations. The Guardian Custode is but a small fraction of their power. "And we will learn all of these technologies and secrets as inheritors of the mantle," stated Axel. Catherine nodded and leaned on his shoulder, excited for what the future held. Her knowledge of Forerunner technology had been transcended thanks to the discovery of the Halo installations, Shield worlds, and the Ark. Moments later, the Guardian Custode had finished integrating with the systems and had become fully active. Its massive frame rose into the sky, casting a staggering shadow over the entire area. From his connection with the Guardian Custode, Axel learned that the Guardians had the authority to plant assembler vats on the worlds they monitored, which would eventually grow and expand to staging areas and factories for the lesser sentinels and weapon ships that served them. Weapon ships were small autonomous combat craft used by the Forerunners as scouts, escorts, or shields. In battle they are deployed en masse and are similar to the UNSC VTOL gunships. As the Guardian Custode rose into the sky to carry out its command directive, Axel made sure to add the Guardian Custode as a friendly entity and inform all UNSC fleet admirals of this new asset to cause any trouble as it starts deploying to the outer colonies. 4 months later, June 27, 2546. The UNSC was now ready for a full-scale invasion into Covenant space. However, within the borders of the once mighty Covenant Empire, the Hierarch's plans had gone into play. The High Prophet of Truth had arranged a meeting between high-ranking Sangheila leaders alongside himself and the High Prophet of Mercy. During the meeting, the Jiralhani under the orders of the High Prophet of Truth had stormed the meeting, killing all the Sangheila leaders, honor guards, and the High Prophet of Mercy, who was the oldest of the High Prophets. After the massacre was over, Truth blamed the Sangheila for killing Mercy and called for their entire race to be exterminated, and used this chance to replace the Sangheila with the Jiralhani. However, the Sangheila refused to accept this and had rallied their own fleets and followers to resist this extermination. At the same time, Omni and Cortana had released the information into the Covenant systems that revealed how humanity are the inheritors chosen by the Forerunners and how the High Prophets were the ones who manipulated the other species into believing that they were heretics. Specifically, it showcased video footage of Axel and other humans interacting with the Forerunner technology, something that the Covenant could not do. When referencing Axel, the video also mentioned the word Reclaimer as guilty. Spark and other Forerunner AI recognized Axel as the power behind humanity's rise as inheritors. With the release of this information, a schism in the once unified Covenant was formed. Species after species chose their side, with some staying faithful to the high prophets, while others aligned themselves with the Sangheili, believing in the truth that humanity was indeed the inheritors of the Forerunners. War waged between the Covenant separatists and the forces loyal to the Covenant. This combined with the impending invasion by the Yuhi would be the end of the Covenant Empire and be the first step towards the birth of a new empire that would combine all the races into one empire. Chapter 103, Chapter 101. "How's the morning, ma'am?" asked Chief Clark to Miranda, who was getting coffee from the mess hall. They had both been working together ever since her assignment to her father's ship, which is something she no doubt knew was of no coincidence. However, she was gaining some valuable experience from her first command aboard the Second Fleet. She had gained some experience from both young and veteran officers throughout her time as a weapons officer, which had been an asset in her current role. "Good morning, Chief," Miranda replied, as she grabbed her cup of coffee from the coffee maker. "Did you have a chance to run over the diagnostics from last night's maneuvers?" I did, ma'am," Clark answered. "The starboard engine had a bit of a hiccup mid-maneuver, but we've sorted it out. Seems like a glitch in the navigation system." "That's concerning," Miranda said after a sip of her coffee. "We can't have glitches when we're in battle." "Did you find out what caused it?" "Yes, ma'am," Chief Clark responded with a nod. "Turns out we had a problem with the fiber optic network. It was slowing down our communication with the engine system and creating latency." "Latency?" Miranda repeated, her brow furrowing as she considered the implications. "That could cause serious problems during combat situations. How long will it take to fix, Chief?" "Engineers are on it, ma'am," Clark assured her. "They estimate about 18 hours to replace and realign the system. Admiral Woods has already been informed and has approved it the repair." Miranda nodded. "If the Admiral has already approved it, then I guess it's nothing to worry about," said Miranda, taking another sip of her coffee. A few seconds later, Captain Talia and Lieutenant Commander Taylor had walked in and walked towards the coffee section of the mess hall. "Good morning, Captain Talia," Miranda greeted, giving her a crisp salute. "Lieutenant Commander Taylor," she nodded towards Taylor, who was busily pouring himself a cup of coffee. "Good morning, Miranda." "Chief Clark," Captain Talia returned both salutes before reaching for a coffee cup. "How has the morning been thus far?" "Typical, ma'am," Chief Clark replied. "Just waiting until we finally take the fight to the Covenant." "Well, it won't be too long now. All the propaganda that has been going around has increased the recruitment numbers, so we should be ready within the next few weeks," explained Talia. "Yeah, I heard from Admiral Woods that the campaign would begin soon, so there won't be much more waiting. But let's not be eager to jump into battle so readily, because we don't want to turn into the very thing that we are trying to beat," said Taylor. He had served with Axel for many years and knew the path that Axel was trying to avoid. "Agreed," Miranda said solemnly, meeting Taylor's gaze with a nod. "It's not about beating them at their own game, it's about proving we can rise above it. Our humanity is our strength, not our weakness." Talia smiled at her statement. "Spoken just like your father," said Talia as she took a sip of her coffee. "Well, I am his daughter," jokingly replied Miranda. The group laughed and enjoyed their morning coffee before they went to work. 20 days later, July 20th, 2546. The day had arrived for the invasion of Covenant space to begin. The fleets were amassed and assigned their own missions and targets, while thousands of transport ships carrying Marines and Army personnel were assigned to each fleet. 5 fleets had amassed above Earth in preparation for the invasion, while the other 15 fleets would remain as a defensive force against any invading Covenant fleets. Each fleet that was assigned to the invasion force consisted of 600 ships, followed by a transport fleet, bringing the total number of ships invading Covenant space to 3,000. The UNSC had grown so big compared to 4 decades ago that Axel had increased the number of fleet admirals that were active at one time. Now there were a total of 6 fleet admirals that could be active at any given time. The 3 additional fleet admirals that were promoted from admiral had passed their tests and met all the requirements to become a fleet admiral and had a lot of frontline experience fighting Covenant fleets. One notable admiral that was promoted to fleet admiral was Lord Terence Hood. He had proven himself in multiple situations during the conflict and had earned many commendations from his commander officers when he was a vice admiral. After his promotion to admiral, he managed to repel a Covenant invasion of a key colony world which contained the UNSC's shipyards located in the outer colonies. Alongside his other achievements, he was the ideal person to be promoted to fleet admiral. The other 2 admiral promoted alongside him was Admiral Preston Cole, the man who adopted Axel, and Admiral Konrad Volkov. The 2 of them had a similar record to Admiral Hood, which eventually led to them being chosen for the promotion to fleet admiral. Fleet Admiral Volkov was assigned as the leading officer in charge of the defense of the colony worlds during the campaign, while the rest of the fleet admirals, which included Axel, 2nd Fleet, Admiral Cole, 3rd Fleet, Admiral Hood, 7th Fleet, Admiral Alex Ellis, 12th Fleet, and Admiral Harper, 20th Fleet, were leading one of the 5 fleets to invade Covenant space. Above Earth, the fleets had lined up prepared to jump towards Covenant space for the first time during this conflict, while on the surface of every colony world, the citizens of the Yuhi cheered and prayed for all the men and women to return safely and end the war which has plagued them for the past 2 decades. Within his command ship, Axel was sitting on the bridge in his command chair as the fleets waited for his signal to jump. Within each fleet was a Guardian Custode that Axel had learned the location of from his connection to the first Guardian Custode that Catherine and her team had found. Utilizing this knowledge, he managed to activate 10 more Guardian Custode and linked them together with the UNSC fleet. 2 Guardian Custode was assigned to each fleet, while the first one that Axel found remained within the outer colonies, defending it from any Covenant invasion. Already within the outer colonies, the Guardian Custody had established itself and managed to produce hundreds of thousands of weapon ships to patrol the outer colony worlds and sentinels to assist ground force, perform repairs, and maintain the defensive measures. Axel also gave it an additional command directive to scout for Forerunner installations that they couldn't find and search for more Guardian Custodes. Before they departed, Axel gave a short speech to the 5 fleets, their eyes fixed on his image projected on the central screens of every ship. 20 years ago, Axel began, his voice reverberating through the silence, we stood at the precipice of destruction. An enemy unlike any we had seen before had arrived at our doorstep, and they sought to burn everything we held dear. Our homes, our way of life, our people, everything. But did we cower? Did we admit defeat? No. We stood tall, and we fought back with all our might. Today, we stand together again, not on the brink of destruction, but on the brink of victory. Axel's voice echoed through the vast fleet once again. We are more united than ever, more powerful than ever. And we will not be defeated. We carry with us not just our weapons, but the hopes and dreams of every man, woman, and child of the Yuhi. He paused, allowing his words to resonate among the crew. The Covenant believes they are the chosen ones, that they are righteous in their quest. But we know better. We know that no God would sanction the senseless destruction of life, no God would ask for genocide. So let us show them, let us teach them the errors of their ways. We will not be conquerors, we will be liberators. We go into this battle not for revenge, nor for glory, but in defense of our way of life, to safeguard our children's future. Axel stood up from his seat and looked at the massive fleet assembled before him. Remember that when you are out there, remember what we are fighting for. It's not about winning or losing, it's about protecting those who cannot protect themselves. Our time is now, our moment is here, Axel continued, his voice growing louder with each word. The Covenant shall learn what it means to wage war against the united human empire. On my order, we embark on this glorious campaign to restore peace to the corners of the universe. Shouted Axel. Today we write history, said Axel, ending his speech. All ships reporting green. Jump drives are ready, reported a voice over the comms. Understood, Axel nodded. All fleets, on my mark, initiate jump sequence. Execute, commanded Axel. With that command, his fleet shot forward into the stars. The rest of the fleets followed suit, thousands of ships jumping to warp speed. The final stages of the war were beginning. Chapter 104, Chapter 102. Among these Sanghaila was the former arbiter, Kaga Vodami and Ripa Marami. The both of them had come to an understanding through their time in a prison, that the covenant is not as glorious as they thought. They had been shown and even talked to a forerunner AI who showed them the error of their ways. As a result, Ripa Marami, whose faith in the hierarchs was already shaken, had become a fervent believer in humanity being the ones chosen by the forerunners who the covenant considered to be gods. It was the same for Kaga Vodami and the other covenant who were captured by the UNSC. The hierarchs had blinded them to the truth, and they didn't want the rest of their species to continue to be misguided and led down the wrong path. The humans were the true inheritors of the forerunners, and under the leadership of Axel, they had proved their claim by defeating Covenant fleets and capturing high-ranking Covenant military personnel. And after hearing that Axel had revealed the truth to the entire Covenant, they wanted to fight for the right side and rally others to their cause. As a result, Axel made a deal with them. They would be allowed to return to Covenant space, however they would now fight for him and the future of every race within the Covenant Empire. All the Sanghaila present accepted this deal and had sworn an oath of allegiance to Axel. And so, Axel had won the allegiance of some of his former enemies turned allies. The war against the Covenant was almost over, and this was a great victory for the united human empire. Not one fought on the battlefield, but one of hearts and minds. The former arbiter and Ripa Marami pledged themselves to their new cause, promising to fight alongside Axel and his fleet and rally others to their cause. As a safeguard in case any of them were fooling Axel, a small device that would record everything was implanted on the back of their necks. If any of them did anything against the interests of humanity, then they could be killed instantly. Also, Axel made sure their conversion was well documented, recording their sword oaths and transmitting them across all Yuhi colony worlds. The propaganda impact alone was worth its weight, proof that even the fiercest Covenant warriors could see the righteousness of the Yuhi's cause. A few minutes later, Axel was informed that they were about to exit warp speed, so he returned to the bridge and took his seat. Moments later the entire fleet had exited warp, and in front of the fleet was the Covenant capital of High Charity. Already a battle was raging around the capital between two sides, the High Charity Defense Fleet, which was split in two between the Sanghaila-controlled ships and their allies, and the Jiralhani-controlled ships under control of the San Shayuam. The Covenant was in disarray, torn apart by internal strife, and now they had appeared, to capitalize on this confusion. "Sir," said one of his officers nervously, "the Separatists' side have taken significant losses. The Jiralhani's forces are gaining ground," stated the officer as Omni had managed to identify which ships were a part of which side. "Naturally," Axel replied calmly, his fingers moving over the hollow table before him, making minor adjustments to their fleet formation. "Identify all the Jiralhani-controlled ships and wipe them all out," said Axel as he turned to the communications officer. "Send out a broadcast to all Separatists' ships and tell them that we will help them defeat the High Charity Defense Fleet." "Aye, sir," replied the officer. "Sir, targets are now identified, firing all weapons now," reported Miranda as the entire fleet's targeting system was updated with the new targets. Weapon fire lit up the black canvas of space between the Second Fleet and the High Charity Defense Fleet, the ion cannons, autocannons, and Mach cannons raining down concentrated fire on Covenant ships. The Covenant capital of High Charity became a war zone, explosions flaring up across the battlefield as hulls were ripped open and ships were reduced to burning wreckage. Directly across from the Yuhi fleet, Ratasvatam and his fleet of Retribution was shocked by the involvement of human ships in this battle, but was glad as beforehand they were losing the battle. Upon receiving the message, the only logical thing to do was to accept the help. The communication officer turned back to Axel. "The Separatist forces acknowledge our message. They're holding back their forces until we take out most of the enemy ships." Axel nodded, his gaze remaining on the tactical display of the hollow table. "Ensure our fleet continues targeting Jiralhani's ships as priority," he ordered. "Yes, sir," the officer asserted, her hands flying across the console in front of her. At once, Omni adjusted the trajectory of their cannons to focus on the Jiralhani-controlled ships. Meanwhile, Axel used his neural link with the two Guardian Custodes to have them engage the Jiralhani fleet. The Guardian Custode opened fire as the weapon ships surged forward towards the Covenant fleet, swarming them with their numbers. Ritasvedam watched in awe as the humans used what they knew were two holy relics against the defending Jiralhani fleet. Just from their arrival, the battle had turned into one-side massacre as the Jiralhani ships were being destroyed one after another. He was glad that he accepted their offer of help, or else he feared that his own fleet would have been on the receiving end of this tremendous firepower. It didn't take long before the last remaining Jiralhani ship was destroyed, and the second fleet had emerged victorious. Axel had brought forward Kega Vodami and Ripa Marami as he contacted Ritasvedam and the Separatists' fleet. Once the COMM link was established, Axel had introduced himself to all Separatists' vessels. "I am Fleet Admiral Axel Woods of the UNSC and the Lord Protector of the United Human Empire. Today marks the end of the Covenant Empire and the birth of a new empire that will be formed once all planets and races are brought our control. Any fleet that stands in our way will be destroyed, so I urge you to stand down and not intervene in this war," stated Axel as he initiated the invasion of High Charity. "The Lord Protector himself, now this is interesting," began Ritasvedam. "You have no right to claim this holy city, and I will not allow it." Kega Vodami and Ripa Marami had stepped forward, their holographic avatars standing next to Axel. "Ritasvedam, the hierarchs have blinded you for too long. The humans are the inheritors of the Forerunners, and we have been lied to by the hierarchs who wanted to eradicate their species to hide this fact because they were afraid of this very moment right here." Ripa Marami continued boldly, his voice echoing in the silent command room. "We have sworn fealty to the Lord Protector, and we urge you to do the same. The humans have the power to create a better universe for all species, not just for themselves." The silence that followed was heavy and tense, with more than a dozen eyes on the hollow table, waiting for the response from the Sanghaila shipmaster. Finally, after a moment that felt like an eternity, Ritasvedam spoke once again. "I will not surrender High Charity without a fight. This is our holy city and our home," he declared vehemently. But before his transmission ended, another voice interjected. "It is not about surrender or conquest," Kega Vodami stated calmly. "It's about survival and prosperity for all of us regardless of our species." Ritasvedam stayed silent for a few minutes as if weighing his options, but eventually his deep voice echoed through the bridge once again. "Very well," he conceded grudgingly, his tone heavy with resignation. "If this is indeed for the good of all our peoples, then I will stand down." With the official declaration from Ritasvedam and his fleet's compliance, Axel began the process of securing High Charity. His forces advanced, systematically sweeping through the grand halls and towering spires of the capital city, ensuring no remaining Jiralhani or Sanshayuam loyalists were left to pose a threat. The citizens of High Charity, mostly Sanghaili and Ungoi, watched with a mix of fear and curiosity as human soldiers patrolled their streets. The process was lengthy but disciplined. Axel insisted they should not harm anyone unless undoubtedly provoked or attacked first. "This is a show of strength," he'd said to his troops before they'd embarked, "not dominance or brutality. We are not conquerors but liberators." While the solidifying of their position was underway, Axel spent his time in negotiation with Ritasvedam and other high-ranking officials. He schooled himself in their culture and history, aiming to fully understand their perspectives for the New World Order. And all the while, broadcasts streamed out across every corner of Yuhi territory announcing their success in seizing the Covenant capital world. Ritasvedam and the other high-ranking officials had agreed to work with the Axel and bring the rest of the Covenant species under their control. Of course, they were given no other choice as their forces were vastly outnumbered and the humans were no longer weak in terms of physical ability. When they met with Axel face to face, his height had rivaled even that of the Imperial Admiral, and with him were even more soldiers like that. Even if he wanted to, there was nothing that he could do. Meanwhile, the High Prophet of Truth had managed to escape on his dreadnought Anodyne Spirit alongside a few cruisers that remained docked within the Holy City. The High Prophet of Regret was betrayed and left within the Holy City until his capture by UNSC forces. Axel planned to have a public execution of the Hierarch in front of all the Covenant species. Chapter 105, Chapter 103. "This is what I call sweet liberty right here, gentlemen," Johnson shouted. Bodies of Covenant soldiers lay dead across the ground, their purple armor penetrated by the UNSC energy weapons. As the battle came to an end, the Marines had formed a perimeter around their position, their weapons still hot from the battle. "Secure the perimeter, check for survivors," Johnson commanded. The Marines moved swiftly and efficiently, checking each fallen Covenant soldier for signs of life while making sure more Covenant reinforcements didn't arrive. Private Ramirez knelt beside a fallen grunt, confirming the kill with a quick pulse scan. "Sarge, looks like we got 'em good this time," Ramirez remarked. Johnson nodded grimly. "Don't get complacent, Marines. These bastards always have reinforcements on standby. We finish the sweep and regroup at the extraction point. Griffin, you got eyes on our next objective." Griffin, the AI assigned to Sergeant Major Johnson, chimed in through the Marines' comms. "Affirmative, Sergeant Major. There's an access point to a central control room 2 clicks east from your current position. It looks like the Covenant are consolidating their forces there." Johnson turned to his men. "All right, you heard him. Move out, double time." The Marines wasted no time, moving swiftly through the corridors of the Forerunner building. They kept their senses sharp, eyes scanning for any hint of movement or ambush. As they rounded a corner, the faint glow of energy shields ahead indicated the presence of Covenant forces. Johnson held up a closed fist, signaling the Marines to halt. He peered around the corner, assessing the situation. A group of jackals stood guard, their shields in their hands as they chattered in their alien tongue. "Weapons hot," Johnson whispered into the comms. "On my mark." The Marines quietly moved into position, adjusting their grips on their rifles, fingers on the triggers. A few seconds later, once everybody was in position, Johnson's voice cut through the quietness. 3, 2, mark. The Marines unleashed a volley of energy shots. The jackals staggered under the onslaught, their shields flickering and failing as they fell one by one. The sound of gunfire reverberated through the corridors, followed by the sound of the jackals' energy shields being destroyed. "Clear!" Ramirez called out as the last jackal collapsed to the ground. Johnson nodded in approval. "Good work, Marines. Keep moving." They pressed onward, following Griffin's directions towards the access point to the central control room. Meanwhile, battles raged across the entire planet as UNSC forces fought to secure the planet from Covenant control. The Covenant forces were quickly being overrun by the overwhelming number of UNSC Marines, Army, MCUs, fighters, Titans, Spartans, and other combat vehicles on the ground. The same thing was happening in other Covenant worlds across Covenant space. At the same time, a few separatists factions had refused to swear allegiance to the Lord Protector of humanity. As such, Axel ordered them to be either destroyed or captured, while the more high-ranking Covenants such as Imperial Admiral Zidan-Jar Watanri refused to bow his head. In response, Axel took his fleet to capture the Imperial Admiral, as he would be the key to bringing the remnants of the Covenant fleet to his side. He would capture the Imperial Admiral, and then have him go through a little re-education process for a few months that would turn him into a devout follower and teach him the error of his ways. The scientists whom were working with the Sangheili and other Covenant races that were captured had for years studied and conducted tests and experiments trying to understand the Covenant's culture and religion. After some time, they had learned how each race's culture worked, and how their religion had changed over the history of their empire. Using this, they also discovered a weakness in their religion which would allow them to exploit their faith and change it to the correct path. Their faith would change to the correct path as it was intended while also maintaining the Covenant worship for the Forerunners, but without the violent zealotry that had driven them to war against humanity and other species. It was a delicate balance, harnessing the deep-seated beliefs of the Covenant while redirecting their fervor towards peace and cooperation. On board his flagship, Axel was standing over the holotable which showed the positions of both UNSC and Covenant fleets. "What's the status of the search?" Axel asked. A young lieutenant at the tactical station responded promptly. "Admiral, we've pinpointed the Imperial Admiral's flagship. It's holding position above the world Sepon Kal alongside 200 other ships. According to the report, he has summoned other shipmasters to join him in the civil war." Axel nodded. "Omni, we will leave behind 200 ships to maintain control of High Charity, the rest will follow me to Sepon Kal," commanded Axel. Omni relayed his orders as the 200 ships split off from the main fleet and formed a defensive formation around High Charity. Meanwhile, the rest of the Second Fleet had jumped to the Covenant colony world Sepon Kal. Half an hour later, the fleet had arrived within range of Sepon Kal. Orbiting the planet was around 200 Covenant ships alongside the Imperial Admiral's flagship. As the UNSC fleet arrived within firing range of Sepon Kal, the sensors showed the Covenant fleet orbiting the planet alongside Imperial Admiral Zidan-Jar Watinri's flagship. As soon as the fleet was detected, the Covenant ships had moved into a defensive formation to defend the meeting which was happening on the planet's surface. However, as the Covenant communicated between their ships and the surface, Omni had picked up their conversations and translated them. From the conversation he had found out that the Imperial Admiral was having a meeting alongside other Covenant fleet masters. "Admiral, the Imperial Admiral is on the surface of the planet alongside the other fleet masters, we should send troops down before he can manage to escape," suggested Omni. "All right. Have 100 ships form a shield around the transport ships and go around the left side of the Covenant fleet," ordered Axel. Omni relayed his orders to the rest of the fleet as the formation began to shift. 100 ships broke off from the formation and had formed up around the transport fleet accompanied by fighters and the weapon ships from the Guardian Custodes. The transport fleet flew around the left side of the battle while the main fleet continued to engage the defending Covenant fleet. Of course, this massive movement of ships was caught by the Covenant, but they couldn't divert any ships or fighters to stop them without sacrificing their own defenses. As the Covenant ships' fleet began to lose ships, the transport fleet was able to maneuver around the battle. Moments later, the invasion of the surface began while all the high-ranking military members of the Covenant were still on the surface. The UNSC transport fleet, escorted by their protective shield of warships, descended towards the surface of Sepon Kal. Their objective, to intercept Imperial Admiral Zidan-Jar Watinri and the other Covenant fleet masters before they could escape or reinforce their defenses. Axel watched the tactical readouts, monitoring every movement and adjustment made by both UNSC and Covenant forces. On the surface of Sepon Kal, Covenant ground forces were already mobilizing in response to the sudden appearance of the UNSC fleet. Patrols scoured the landscape, and defenses were being reinforced around the location where the meeting of fleet masters was taking place. The Covenant was caught off guard by the sudden invasion. As the dropships descended through the planet's atmosphere, they faced anti-aircraft fire from Covenant defenses. UNSC pilots skillfully evaded the incoming fire, relying on their training and the energy shielding of the transports to protect their descent. The ground assault teams prepared for immediate combat upon landing, ready to engage Covenant forces and secure their objectives. "Brace for impact," Sergeant Major Duval called out over the intercom as the dropships approached the landing zones. All the troops tightened their grips on their weapons, adrenaline pumping as they prepared to disembark right into midst of the battlefield. As the first wave of dropships touched down, infantry squads made up of Marines, Army, Spartans, and MCUs were deployed and had swiftly spread out, securing a perimeter around the landing zone. Plasma bolts flew through the air, met with retaliatory bursts of UNSC energy rifles and pulse grenade explosions. "Push forward! Secure the objective!" Duval voice commanded over the chaos, rallying his troops forward. The battle on the surface of Sepon Kal intensified as more UNSC dropships landed. The Covenant fought fiercely to protect their leaders, but the coordinated assault of the UNSC began to wear down their defenses. Heavy armor rolled in, providing cover fire as the combined forces of the Marines, Army, Spartans, and MCUs advanced under the cover of smoke and explosions. Once the Titans were deployed from their dropships, the Covenant was completely overwhelmed and eventually overrun. The building that the Covenant leadership was in was surrounded as the Spartans were sent in to capture all of them. However, they were about to find out why Zydenjar Watinri is the only Imperial Admiral within the entire Covenant. Chapter 106, Chapter 104. Overwatch here, Blue Leader, Axel's voice sounded on the comms. Orbital sensors indicate the Admiral's likely position deep within the central chamber, guarded by elite Sanghyla forces. It should be showing up now on your HUD. Exercise caution. On his HUD, a minimap of the structural layout of the base which was revealed from their initial scans showed every squad in blue team that was inside the base, the location of where the Imperial Admiral was at. Acknowledging the warning, John signaled the team to halt as they approached a large blast door. With a swift nod to Linda, he motioned for her to take position. She disappeared into the darkness, her movements barely perceptible even to John's enhanced vision. Moments later, Linda's voice came over the comms. 2 guards stationed outside. I have a clear shot. Take them out, John ordered quietly. A pair of muffled shots rang out, followed by the thud of bodies hitting the ground. John gestured for the team to move forward, as they prepared to open the blast door. The team assembled around the blast door ready for whatever was on the other side. Fred approached the controls and started inputting a sequence of commands to bypass the locking mechanisms. Moments later, the door began to slide open, revealing a vast, dimly lit chamber. The room was filled with Covenant chatter, alerting them to the presence of more enemies within. Advance slowly, John ordered. As quietly moved into the chamber, they could see groups of Sanghyla zealots scattered all around. Their unique armor had helped the Spartans identify them. John motioned for the team to split up. Each Spartan moved to a strategic spot to get a good shot on the zealots. Kelly and Fred took the left flank, silently eliminating a pair of zealots with synchronized melee strikes that killed their targets before they could raise an alarm. Linda positioned herself on a raised platform, her sniper rifle trained on a trio of patrolling guards who walked beneath her vantage point. With 3 rapid shots, she eliminated them, their bodies falling to the ground. However, another group of zealots had entered the chamber from another room and spotted their fallen comrades. And they were not alone. Suddenly, a larger, more formidable figure emerged from the shadows of the chamber. It was Zydenjar Watinri, flanked by his personal guard. The Imperial Admiral was an imposing figure even amongst the Sanghyla, standing much taller and broader than his elite guards. His ornate armor shone with a menacing luster in the low light and his eyes burned with an intense fervor that spoke volumes of his dedication to his cause. Engage! John commanded before the zealots could react. Immediately Blue Team opened fire on the Covenant zealots. The zealots that had energy swords had charged in for close quarters combat. Frederick, alongside 3 other Spartans, took out their own energy swords to counter the incoming zealots. Meanwhile John, Samuel, and Williams focused on Zydenjar Watinri, who was already charging at them alongside 4 other zealots. John faced Zydenjar Watinri while Samuel and Williams split off to engage the zealots who were of no threat to them. As John stood face to face with Zydenjar Watinri, the 2 of them were almost the same height while John was slightly shorter than the Imperial Admiral. As the 2 of them began exchanging blows, the Imperial Admiral showed his skills as a veteran warrior, his movements fluid and filled with intent. Each swing of his energy sword would be a death sentence for a normal soldier, but John was no normal soldier, he was a Spartan, enhanced with the greatest enhancements that his body could take, pushing him to another level when it came to war. Grabbing his own energy sword from his back, he blocked the incoming strike from the Imperial Admiral, who was surprised at the weapon that the demon in front of him was using. "It seems you humans aren't as weak and insignificant as I thought," said Zidanjar Watinri as he took a step back. John didn't respond to his statement as he wasn't much of a talker when it came to fighting. It's better to just get it over with than waste time exchanging words. Charging forward, John had raised his sword high. Zidanjar Watinri parried attack, the clash of their energy swords resonating through the chamber. Each strike filled with the weight of their respective convictions, the Admiral's loyalty to his own cause of reuniting the Covenant and John's unwavering determination to protect humanity and complete his mission. Their duel intensified, a dance of calculated moves and lightning-fast reactions. John's reflexes allowed him to match Zidanjar Watinri blow for blow, their energy swords sparking as they clashed again and again. The Admiral's years of combat experience were evident, but John's enhanced speed and strength kept the balance. But this didn't stop Zidanjar Watinri from landing a hit with his fist on John's helmet, causing a small crack to appear in his visor. Meanwhile, Samuel and Williams engaged the Zealots. Their energy swords cut through the air, each swing a testament to their training and enhancements. The Zealots fought with honor and skill, but they were outmatched by the Spartans' superior tactics and physical abilities. Samuel's strikes were precise and fast, while Williams utilized his agility to outmaneuver his opponents, striking whenever he caught them out of position. Under these circumstances, the Zealots didn't last long. Back in the heart of the chamber, John and Zidanjar Watinri fought on as the Imperial Admiral's moves became more aggressive, his attacks aiming to overwhelm John's defenses. But John remained focused, his mind clear and his movements precise. Eventually he had managed to land another hit in John's side with his energy sword. But what he expected to happen didn't happen, as his energy sword was stopped by John's energy shield, preventing it from penetrating his armor. This was thanks to the new Type 4 energy shield, which was currently only used by the Spartans as it was still in experimental stages. In short, it was a counter to the Covenant's energy sword, preventing it from penetrating the Spartans' armor so that ambushes and assassinations conducted against Spartans would be unsuccessful. The shield could still be overwhelmed if the Spartan can no longer move. How it works is, the shield would stop the energy sword from penetrating the armor no matter how hard the energy sword is swung, but if the energy sword is concentrated on a single point in the armor for an extended time, then the shields will be overrun and will no longer be able to stop the energy sword from breaching the armor. Surprised by this turn of events, the Imperial Admiral was stunned for a moment, seeing that his weapon didn't penetrate John's armor. Using this chance, John had kicked him in the side, sending him flying into the nearby wall. Zidanjar Watinri quickly recovered and was in the process of standing up while John was already in striking distance and gave the Imperial Admiral an uppercut, causing his body to leave the ground for a few seconds before he fell on the floor coughing up blood. Zidanjar Watinri shouted in disbelief, "Impossible! Me, defeated by a mere human? I won't allow it." He struggled to stand up, but John delivered another blow that knocked him back down onto the ground. "This fight is over, Imperial Admiral, you have lost, and soon enough your forces on the planet will suffer the same fate," said John as the rest of Blue Team had came over and secured the Imperial Admiral. The other Zealots lay dead around the chamber as their fight took much less time than John's. Within the rest of the facility, the other Spartan teams had managed to capture the fleet masters, who were in a separate location than the Imperial Admiral. As Blue Team left the Covenant base with the Imperial Admiral tied up, cheers had erupted from within ranks as John escorted the Imperial Admiral to a transport. Once on the transport, Zidanjar Watinri was transported to Axel's ship for a face-to-face meeting with the Imperial Admiral. Meanwhile, somewhere in the uncharted region of space, Catherine was on board her research ship within the UNSC exploration fleet. They had just come across a shield world that looked to be completely covered with an outer layer. As the fleet got closer to investigate, a part of the planet's outer layer had opened and forcibly pulled the fleet inside. Captain James G. Cutter was on his flagship as the alarms started blaring. "Cortana, what's going on?" Cortana replied, "We're being pulled into the planet's atmosphere, Captain. Defying the gravitational pull is impossible at the moment." Captain Cutter gritted his teeth. The last thing he needed was for something like this to happen. Cortana, send a distress signal, said Captain Cutter as he pressed a button on his command chair. Prepare for impact, he shouted, his voice sounding over the ship's PA system. As the fleet was forced inside, they found themselves in a vast artificial landscape. Huge spires of metal and stone rose up from the surface, stretching up to the top of the shield world. On board Catherine's research ship, her eyes widened at the sight before her. This is Forerunner architecture, she murmured. Cortana, is this what I think it is? Asked Catherine. Yes, Dr. Halsey, my scans show that this place is identical to the information that we have about the Forerunner shield world. Requiem, replied Cortana. This is a major discovery, said Catherine as she forgot about how they entered the planet and instead opted to go and investigate the surface of the planet. Their arrival, however, didn't go unnoticed. The Urdidact, who was imprisoned and in a hibernating state, was still in partial control of Requiem's systems. He had used this arrival of those whom he knew were humans to bring about his reawakening. He first started to block the human AI from being able to detect some of the things that he was going to do, while also manipulating the exploration fleet's signal to lead them to Requiem's core to release him. Chapter 107, Chapter 105. Good, responded Axel as he stood up from his command chair and walked towards the elevator. Once inside, the two of them proceeded to the holding section of the base. As the elevator moved between the floors on the ship, Axel and Taylor chatted about their personal lives. Taylor, how is your wife? Asked Axel. She's doing good, she just had our second child the month before we set out, so now I am a proud father of 2 sons, said Taylor as a big smile appeared on his face. He was very happy with his current life and was glad that he was given this opportunity. What about you, Axel? Besides Miranda, of course. How are the twins? Asked Taylor. When it was just the two of them, he would use Axel's name rather than saying sir, as the two of them have spent almost 30 years together. They're an amazing pair, unbeatable when they team up. Always cooking up some scheme, remarked Axel. Taylor's smile widened as the two continued to share stories from their personal lives. As Axel and Taylor approached the holding section of the flagship, their conversation drifted back to their duties and the upcoming meeting with the captured Imperial Admiral. The elevator slowed to a halt and the doors slid open, revealing a corridor filled with a few members of the ship's crew. Sir, Taylor began as they walked down the corridor, what do you think the Admiral will have to say? How cooperative do you expect him to be? Axel considered Taylor's question as they navigated through the corridors leading to the holding room. It's hard to say, Taylor. The Imperial Admiral is fiercely loyal to his cause. Capturing him alive is a major influential factor to getting more Covenant to join our side. He could also be used as an example showing that even the most powerful Covenant leadership can't resist us. Taylor nodded thoughtfully as another question popped into his head. Do you think they'll attempt a rescue? They don't have the means to attempt a rescue, so we shouldn't have to worry about that, and if they do, they will have to get through hundreds of ships before they can even rescue him, stated Axel. A few moments later, they arrived at the holding room door, which slid open automatically upon their approach. Inside, the Imperial Admiral stood tall and imposing, his mandibles twitching nervously as he eyed Axel and Taylor with a mix of defiance and resignation. A/N, mandibles is what the Sanghaila mouth is called for those that didn't know. Imperial Admiral Zaitan Jarwatin greeted Axel as he stepped into the room. It's a pleasure to finally meet someone such as you who has such a well-rounded reputation. I hope that you have been treated well since you got here. The Admiral hesitated for a moment, then responded, as well as can be expected, human. Axel approached him slowly. This conflict between the Covenant and the humans needs to stop. I'm sure you saw the evidence that we are the inheritors of the Forerunner Empire whom you regard as gods, right? Almost everybody within the Covenant have seen the evidence, though not many believe it, responded Zaitan Jarwatin. Including you, right? Questioned Axel. In response he only got silence, which answered his question. I'll get straight to the point. The entirety of the Covenant will be liberated by me and be showed the correct path that won't misguide them like the hierarchs did. We will not follow the path of extermination, as that would put us on the same level as hierarchs. Instead, I will create a united government that will represent all the races in the galaxy, bring about peace and uniting the galaxy as one massive empire. With your help, I could end the war quickly, explained Axel. Whether or not the Imperial Admiral agreed did not have a major impact on anything. Already the other 4 fleets were making great progress in other areas of Covenant space. And unlike in the normal Halo timeline, the truth about the extermination of the humans was already known by the Covenant, which would make it easier to influence the Imperial Admiral. My hesitation to join is not because I don't believe that you are the inheritor, it is because I have navigated the political structure of the Covenant and made it to the position that I am today. By joining you I will lose this position, which would bring shame upon me and my Sanghyla brothers, as I would have accomplished nothing as the first and only Imperial Admiral, said Zitanjar Watanri, explaining his reasoning. I see, began Axel, but that is not a problem. If you agree and swear upon your honor to uphold our agreement, once the war is over I will put you in charge of the entirety of the remaining Covenant fleet, granting you more power than the hierarchs gave you and a considerable amount of political influence within the new government once it is established, offered Axel. Imperial Admiral Zitanjar Watanri was silent for a moment, considering the agreement. He didn't have any true hate for the humans besides the fact that the hierarchs regarded them as heretics, but now that there was evidence that the hierarchs tricked him, he had no true hatred for the humans. And when he was defeated, the humans displayed a sense of honor in not outright killing him while he was defenseless. After long silence, Zitanjar Watanri finally responded, I accept, Lord Protector. I will join you and assist you, as long as you honor our agreement. Good, and don't worry, I will honor our agreement as long as you do the same. If I see any sign that you're about to betray me, then I will kill you myself. Axel's face turned dark for a moment, which caused even Zitanjar Watanri to experience a sense of fear for the first time in his life. With that out of the way, Axel had left 100 ships above the planet, while taking the rest back to High Charity. Once he arrived at High Charity, he didn't waste time and started to use Zitanjar Watanri's influence to bring in more Covenant to join him. Getting Zitanjar Watanri to join him was a major accomplishment, and he was glad that he didn't have to send him to get re-educated. A/N, yes, the end of the war is near, but that doesn't mean the end of the story. Axel will travel to another galaxy. How will he do it? You will have to find out when that chapter comes. Now on to the vote. Below are the potential names that will represent the new government that will represent all the races within the galaxy. These are the names that I think will represent all races while not leaning towards a particular race. Also, I'm not going for a crazy name, just trying to keep things simple. The Imperial Ascendancy. Galactic Imperium. Orion Empire. Chapter 108, Chapter 106. In response, the UNSC exploration fleet retaliated against the Prometheans and began searching for a way to leave the planet. Catherine, who was aboard her research ship, had picked up a signal that would lead her to the core of the world. However, as the transport ship landed, she had a strange feeling in her gut that kept telling her that something was wrong. As she exited the transport, she was taken into the large Forerunner structure in front of her. Inside was an enormous Forerunner artifact, that looked like a giant black sphere with glowing orange lights. The structure seemed intact, but it was eerily silent, almost as if it was waiting. Cortana, Catherine began, what are we looking at? I don't know, Dr. Halsey, but ever since we entered the planet, I have detected that I am being blocked from scanning certain parts of the planet. I believe that we were led here on purpose, suggested Cortana. Catherine looked back at the sphere-shaped artifact as she thought about what to do. As many times as she explored Forerunner shield worlds and facilities, she has never been led directly to the main controls of said shield world or facility. She and her team always have to perform a deep scan of the area while they are exploring to find the location of the main control room. But here, she was basically led to the main control room, which was probably why her intuition was telling her that something was off. I agree, Cortana, let's not find out what exactly is drawing us here, said Catherine as she turned around to leave the room. Despite her choice, she couldn't help but want to find out what was hiding within that sphere, but she also knew that some things were better left shrouded in mystery. Also, Dr. Halsey, I have located the structure that is keeping the fleet within the planet. I have already relayed the information to Captain Cutter and an operation is underway to destroy the structure, reported Cortana. What type of structure is it? Catherine asked in response as they boarded the transport. Cortana clarified, the gravity well generator is what's keeping the fleet trapped on this planet. If we destroy it, we can escape. Understood, Cortana. Let's focus our efforts on aiding that operation, Catherine suggested as the transport ship started to ascend. The sight of the artificial landscape shrinking beneath her was breathtaking, but Catherine knew there was no time for awe. They were in a race against time, and potentially against the hidden forces that tried to manipulate their every move. Dr. Halsey, I have just received word from Captain Cutter. The operation has begun, and they are encountering heavy resistance. Cortana's voice resonated within the ship. However, they have managed to make some progress. Catherine sighed, gripping the edge of her console tighter. It wasn't their first rodeo with Forerunner technology or its guardians, but it didn't make it any easier. How are our troops holding up? Given the circumstances, surprisingly well, Cortana reported. The Promethean forces seem scattered and uncoordinated. That was another strange factor, Forerunners or not, their enemies should have been better prepared and more organized. But they were acting almost as if they were being manipulated. Within his cryptum, the Ur-Didact was angry that his plan didn't work out. He underestimated the human AI, which costs him his chance to become free. Hours turned into days, with the fleet battling both Prometheans and the deadly environment of Requiem. A sense of exhaustion settled in as they fought tirelessly to destroy the gravity well generator, while also searching for a way to neutralize the Promethean forces. Finally, in the early hours of the fourth day, an explosion rocked through the artificial world. The communications from Captain Cutter's ship confirmed what Catherine had hoped for, the gravity well generator was destroyed. Cortana, what is our current situation? Catherine asked as she steadied herself after the impact of the explosion. There's been a significant alteration in Requiem's gravitational field, Cortana reported, her voice conveying a hint of relief. Our ships should be able to break free now. Good, responded Catherine as she connected to the bridge of Captain Cutter's flagship. Captain, we should now be able to leave the planet. I suggest we do so in a hurry before we sustain any more damage, Catherine suggested. Copy the drive, responded Captain Cutter as he connected to all available ships. All hands, prepare for immediate evacuation. Cortana, plot a course to the nearest UNSC-controlled system. Yes, Captain, acknowledged Cortana. As the ships started to free themselves from Requiem's gravitational field, they were once again attacked by the remaining Promethean forces. However, this time their attacks were uncoordinated and almost desperate. They seemed more interested in stopping their escape than protecting the planet itself. Inside the cryptum, the Ur-Didact roared in anger as his only chance of freedom slipped away with the humans. He could only watch helplessly as their fleet managed to slip out from his grasp and disappear into space. While aboard her ship, Catherine looked on at the receding image of Requiem while she felt her body become lighter as they escaped its gravity. Dr. Halsey. Cortana's voice called her back to reality. Yes, Cortana. Catherine replied, her voice barely above a whisper. I was just going to say, we did it. Catherine turned her gaze towards Cortana's avatar before responding. Yes, we did. Meanwhile, on the Covenant war front, the combined UNSC fleet alongside the Covenant who joined them were making great progress throughout Covenant space. With the addition of the Imperial Admiral, more Covenant ships had joined the UNSC, and more Covenant were finally starting to see and believe in the vision that Axel had for a united galaxy. As a result of this, Thal Vadam of the House of Vadam had sworn his allegiance to Axel. Thelvadam was in the process of uniting all the Sanghila clans on Sanghelios to form an alliance which would be the new governing body for Sanghelios. Axel had always envisioned this form of interspecies cooperation, where former enemies could stand side by side, fighting not from a place of hatred but from shared respect and survival. As he watched the Covenant fleet joining them in formation, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. The transformation hadn't been easy, and even now there were many who doubted the wisdom of this alliance. But for Axel, it was all worth it to see his vision coming to life. Meanwhile, back on Sanghelios, Thelvadam was uniting his own people under a single banner. As he stood overlooking the assembly gathered to hear him speak, he couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. These once divided Sanghila clans were now united under the swords of Sanghelios. As he began to speak, his voice echoed through the halls, reaching every listening ear. "Brothers," he began, "it is time we put aside our differences and rise above our past grievances. The enemy does not distinguish between clans, they only see us as prey. We must stand together if we are to survive." He paused and swept his gaze over the assembled crowd. "We have formed an alliance with the humans," he continued amidst murmurs of both agreement and dissent, "and I know this decision may not sit well with everyone. But remember, they were the ones who stood by our side when we faced our darkest hour. They have proven themselves to be worthy allies, and I believe it is time for us to do the same." Thelvadam's speech resonated with many in the crowd, but there was a faction that contested his words. They were the traditionalists, the ones who held on to old grudges despite the changing times. "Is it not they who caused our downfall?" One Sanghili elder shouted from the crowd, his deep voice echoing in the vast hall. "Have you forgotten how many of our kin died at their hands?" Thelvadam nodded solemnly. "I have not forgotten," he replied quietly. "But neither can we forget how many of their kind died at ours." His response was met with silence as he continued, "We are not without sins ourselves. We must remember what brought us here today, a common enemy who seeks to destroy our species. As long as we hold on to past grudges, we give our enemy the advantage. It is time to look into the future, a future where Sanghelios stands strong and united," Thelvadam declared, his voice resonating with conviction. "We will stand by our allies, as they have stood by us. Together, we will defeat the ones who threaten our existence." One by one, the Sanghili elders gave their assent to his impassioned speech. They understood that old feuds had to be set aside for their world. Back aboard the UNSC ship, Axel smiled as he received the transmission from Thelvadam informing him of the successful assembly. Every month that passed, they grew closer to total victory. Chapter 109, Chapter 107. The war had entered its final days as the Covenant was the UNSC fleets had subjugated majority of the Covenant colonies. The Loyalists under the command of the Prophet of Truth were quickly defeated after the Prophet's flagship was boarded by the Master Chief and Blue Team and killed. Following his death, Blue Team continued to kill all Jiralhani in their path until they ran out of ammo. And even then, they didn't stop. They picked up the weapons of their fallen foes and continued to fight until the final enemy fell before them. Once the news had spread that the ones they regarded as demons had killed everybody on board the Prophet's flagship including the Prophet and the Jiralhani chieftain, had completely demoralized the remaining fleets that were loyal to the Prophet of Truth. All these events happening at once, including the fall of their home world, Doisak had forced the Jiralhani to recognize that they were defeated. However, this didn't apply to everybody. The ones who didn't stop fighting, had rallied under the banner of Atriox, refusing to give up to the humans. A few of the other remnants had also joined this group of pirates and raiding clans, creating a new multi-species confederation called the Banished. But this new confederation was about to be short-lived as Atriox, his warchiefs, and his fleet of 400 ships had gathered on Maluruk to consolidate their power and establish a stronghold to start raiding nearby systems. Their plan was to use the planet to hide their presence as it was an inhospitable world containing a number of barren atolls. Beneath the surface, however, are labyrinthine cities and elaborate halls that housed millions in comfort. Large urban areas and keeps also exist on the surface but were quickly taken over by Atriox and his forces, creating his main fortress on the surface of the planet. He didn't bother with the millions living beneath the surface and had made a deal with the local leaders and Yanm hive queens to not interfere with each other. On the surface, the Banished had begun setting up bases and gathering their forces, unaware of the impending UNSC attack. Maluric was on the fringes of Covenant space, so they didn't think that the UNSC would track them all the way out there. If only they knew how wrong they were, then they might have lasted for a little while longer. As Atriox and his chieftains were on the surface, in orbit the Banished fleet was on standby, watching for any enemy ships and welcoming any more ships that had decided to join them. But what appeared before them wasn't a friendly fleet seeking assistance, but the entirety of the Second Fleet alongside Imperial Admiral Zaitan Jar-Watinri combined Covenant fleet of 500 ships. On board his flagship, Axel was standing over the hollow table, looking at the formation of the enemy fleet. "Miscalculation on their part," he said. His voice reverberated through the control deck as the crew paused their activities momentarily to listen. "The Banished believe they are safe here in this god-forsaken corner of the galaxy. They believe we're too preoccupied with our victory over the other Covenant factions to notice their little gathering." Next to him, Imperial Admiral Zaitan Jar-Watinri holographic avatar nodded in agreement. His own eyes focused on the enemy's formation. The alliance between Yuhi and the remaining Loyalist Covenant was still fresh but concrete. The Imperial Admiral ensured that everybody knew who was in charge, upholding his deal with Axel, who has so far upheld his deal. "Orders, sir." Omni, breaking the silence that had enshrouded them. Axel glanced at Omni. "Full frontal attack," he commanded. "Send in the first wave of transport ships to the surface escorted by 100 ships. Have Zaitan's fleet flank from starboard." Omni and the crew members sprang into action, as his orders were relayed across the combined fleet at once. As the fleet sprung forward, a sense of anticipation spread through every ship. On the hollow table, the enemy fleet's formation shifted as they caught sight of the combined Yuhi Covenant force. Their large cluster of ships began to disperse, spreading out in an attempt to react and adapt to this surprise attack. Axel watched their movements closely, spotting a weakness almost instantly. "They are panicked," he observed. "Let us use that. Zaitan, hold your formation until I give the signal." The Imperial Admiral's holographic avatar acknowledged. "Understood, Lord Protector." Meanwhile, similar to the strategy he had used countless times before, the transport ships had moved from their position behind the fleet as 100 ships broke off into a staggered formation to protect them from being targeted. As they advanced, the enemy fleet seemed to be filled with uncertainty, their initial formation fracturing as disparate parts of the Banished fleet sought to respond to the dual threats. Axel smiled. Yes, they had anticipated a conflict, but not one of this scale or so swiftly. The panic was evident in their disarray. He turned his attention back to the hollow table, studying the rapidly shifting scenario. His fingers moved across the interface, marking the vulnerable spots on the enemy line and projecting potential movement patterns. "Change course," he ordered, his voice calm even as tension hummed in the air. "Divert half of our forces toward their left flank." Omni acknowledged, relaying his orders immediately. Within moments, half of their fleet was cutting through the void of space with terrifying speed, angling toward the weaker side of their enemy's formation. The Banished fleet's reaction was immediate. Part of their force moved to intercept the incoming ships, stretching their already tenuous defensive line. Satisfied by their response, Axel gave Zaitan the order to move in. "Now," he said. Without a word, Zaitan gave the signal to his fleet. The remaining Covenant ships peeled away from the main body of their combined force and tore through space toward the Banished fleet's exposed right flank. The sounds of alarms rang out among the Banished as they scrambled to counter, their fleet's formation now hopelessly fractured. Atriox and his chieftains on the surface could only watch helplessly as their orbiting fleet was picked off systematically by combined human fleet. Through his neural link, he directed the two guardian custodes to concentrate their attack on the center of the banished fleet. This proved to be the final blow, causing the center to collapse within minutes and leaving the flanks vulnerable to attack. Meanwhile on the surface, the combined UNSC and Covenant ground troops had landed on the surface of the planet and was met with resistance from the defending banished soldiers. Atriox sent out all of his chieftains to defend against this invasion while he himself also joined the battle. This was the final major battle for the war, causing all the soldiers to be filled with determination to finally end this conflict. From his vantage point in orbit, Axel monitored the ground troops, his eyes tracking the blips representing each of his soldiers. "Divide and conquer," he murmured to himself, his fingers tapping out commands on the hollow table. He split the landed forces into 3 groups, one to face Atriox head-on, one to flank him from the east, and a third for sweeping the westward approach. The simultaneous attack would split the banished defenses further, offering an opening for a decisive blow. Zaiden's voice was heard over the COMM channel. "The banished fleet is crippled," he reported. The admiral's normally impassive tone was filled with satisfaction. After all his losses in the war, he was now gaining countless victories. "Good," said Axel. He switched channels and tapped into the radio frequency of his ground units. "Commander," he called out to General Kaiden, who'd been entrusted with leading one part of the split forces on the surface. "Proceed as planned. I'll be down shortly." Leaving the bridge, Axel proceeded to a hangar, where he boarded a transport ship which was already prepared for his departure to the surface. With him on another transport ship was Hammer, who was promoted from commander of the 1st Robotic Battalion to the Supreme Commander of the MCUs, a rank equal to that of a lieutenant general. As the transport exited the hangar, it made its way towards the planet, passing the wreckage of the banished ships and fighters. After a few minutes, his transport ship had landed amidst the battle as Atriox's forces were attacking the front line. Exiting the transport, General Kaiden greeted Axel. "Sir, we are holding them off, but Atriox and his elite troops trying to make a push." Axel nodded. "Keep the pressure up, I'll deal with Atriox and end this battle." "Aye, sir," responded General Kaiden as he continues to command his forces. Meanwhile Axel headed to the front lines with Hammer and a battalion of MCUs following behind him. Chapter 110, Chapter 108. While Atriox's body was bigger than Axel's as he was Jiralhani, underneath his armor, Axel had a body that was augmented and enhanced, making even Atriox's strength pale in comparison. In Atriox's mind, he knew exactly who the person standing in front of him was, as the armor that he wore was well known to every member of the Banished. "The Lord Protector himself, I didn't think you would find us this fast," stated Atriox, his tone carrying a small trace of surprise. "A simple misunderstanding, Atriox. I've been tracking your movement ever since news of the formation of the Banished reached us," responded Axel. "I see, I should have known that I couldn't hide from you." Atriox was aware that the Banished were outnumbered in every possible way and their only hope for survival was to lay down their weapons and surrender. But Atriox was not one to go down without a fight. "Let's get straight to the point, Atriox. You are a powerful and influential Jiralhani and have proven your abilities in numerous battles. So, I will only ask this once, lay down your weapon and you will be granted mercy." In response to this, Atriox had swung his gravity hammer at Axel, who effortlessly caught it mid-swing, his augmented strength countering Atriox's brute force. Atriox struggled against Axel's grip, his muscles bulging out as he attempted to yank his weapon back. "You forget, Atriox," Axel said, still holding the gravity hammer in place, "that I am not a normal man." His helmet had become translucent for a moment, revealing his face as his eyes stared into Atriox's eyes, and for the first time ever, Atriox felt a threat of fear. In a sudden move, Axel twisted the hammer out of Atriox's grasp, sending it falling onto the ground near his feet. "I gave you a chance to surrender without getting beat up, Atriox," Axel continued. "But you decided to reject it." He released the hammer and took a step back, distancing himself from his opponent. Atriox roared in anger and lunged forward to retrieve his weapon but was met by an uppercut, sending him 4 feet into the air before face planting into the ground. "I won't ask again," Axel warned, standing over Atriox. "Surrender now or experience a near-death experience." Atriox growled low in his throat, pain and humiliation mixing with the anger boiling within him. He pushed himself up from the ground, swaying slightly as he steadied his stance. Seeing this, Axel picked up his gravity hammer and gave it back to him, a gesture both acknowledging the Jiralhani leader's determination and further asserting his own dominance. "Once more then," Axel offered. Atriox received his hammer, his hands clenched tightly around the worn handle. A flicker of respect passed over Atriox's eyes as he regarded the human. This respect, however, was short-lived as his anger and pride took over. He raised his hammer high above his head, shouting a fierce battle cry that resonated throughout the battlefield. This time, Axel dodged the first swing from his gravity hammer, delivering another blow to Atriox's side. He couldn't help but notice that the human hits were stronger than any he had ever received from his own kind. Atriox grunted in pain, the impact of the hit resonating through his frame. He stepped back, attempting to regain his footing and balance. Axel didn't give him the chance. Kicking Atriox in the chest, he sent the Jiralhani leader sprawling on the ground. The hammer slipped from Atriox's grip, skidding a few feet away. "You fight valiantly, but with anger clouding your judgment," Axel said. "How will you lead your people if you let anger rule you?" Axel's words had stung more than his physical blows. He was right. Atriox had allowed his anger and frustration to take control, he had allowed himself to be overwhelmed by it. Grinding his teeth, Atriox pushed himself up from the ground once more, refusing to allow himself to stay down. His side throbbed with pain from Axel's powerful blows, but he ignored it as best he could. He staggered back towards his weapon, retrieving it once more from where it lay on the battlefield. "You are not wrong," Atriox admitted begrudgingly, his voice carrying certainty despite his weakened state. "But I will not surrender." He charged at Axel again, baring his teeth as he swung his hammer with a primal rage. But regardless of his determination, exhaustion and pain were beginning to take their toll. His once powerful swings were now slow and predictable. Axel effortlessly sidestepped the blow, sweeping out a leg and sending Atriox sprawling to the ground. Axel stepped forward, placing a boot on Atriox's hammer to stop him from retrieving it once more. "Your resolve is commendable, but this battle is over." Atriox writhed beneath his foot, attempting to push himself up just to be held down by the weight of Axel's augmented strength. He growled, straining against the human's hold, his claws digging into the scorched earth beneath him. To end it, Axel grabbed Atriox by his neck and held him up in the air. He continued to squeeze, watching as Atriox struggled to fight back against his grip. Axel continued to hold onto his neck and squeeze until he could see Atriox fall unconscious. The last thing that Atriox saw was a bright light before his consciousness faded away. It was as if he had a near-death experience. With his death, the battle was won and his forces were thoroughly defeated. After a few hours, the other battles across the planet had also ended, with the UNSC claiming victory and the last banished resistance collapsing. The final battle of the Long War was now over, and now it was time for Axel to deliver the news to everybody. Chapter 111, Chapter 109. February 10, 2547. After months of fighting, Axel had finally returned to human space. Nobody knew whether they emerged victorious or not, though majority guessed that they did, since they trusted that the Lord Protector would get the job done. Upon returning to Earth, a galaxy-wide announcement from Axel was scheduled to happen a few hours after he got back. So, to pass the time, he spent time with his twin sons, Arthur and Andrew, in the meantime. Shortly after, Catherine and Miranda had joined them, reuniting the entire family. The 5 of them spent next few hours together before Axel had to leave for his massive announcement to the galaxy. As the hour of the announcement drew near, Axel's demeanor changed from that of a doting father to that of the Lord Protector of humanity. Dressed in his white uniform adorned with the insignia of the Yuhi, he took one last look at his family before heading out. His sons, Arthur and Andrew, clutching their mother's hands, waved fatherly goodbyes. Axel ascended the stairs towards the large podium. He looked out at the sea of faces and holographic screens broadcasting his face across billions of devices. Clearing his throat, he began, "Today, I stand before you to announce that the war is officially over." The roar of the crowd that followed his declaration was deafening. Cheers and applause filled the air, relief and joy washing over every person present and those watching all around the galaxy. The war that had robbed so much of them was finally over, and Axel, their savior, stood strong and victorious amongst them. He raised his hands to silence the crowd, waiting patiently until all eyes were on him again. The hierarchs, who were responsible for the Covenant Empire's destruction and our extermination, are no longer in power. With their demise, peace has finally returned to our galaxy. The species of the Covenant Empire are now free from their oppressive regime and the truth about their beliefs has been exposed. It is now time to start rebuilding our galaxy. Axel's voice echoed throughout the vast sea of faces and through the broadcast. The Forerunners have entrusted the galaxy to us, and as its inheritors we have a higher duty to uphold. We cannot and will not take the same route as the hierarchs and try to commit genocide because of what they were told to do. Instead, the species of the Covenant and humanity will be united as we were always meant to be. Continued Axel. He paused, letting his words sink in, then continued, "In the years to come, we will focus on mutual growth, healing, and development. It is a new era for us all, and the Yuhi will work collaboratively with the former Covenant species to advance science, progress, and peace throughout the galaxy." A tense silence followed before a few people started to shout, "Together as one." Slowly the crowd started to follow until a single voice became a thundering chant, reverberating through the massive square. "Together as one! Together as one!" Even those watching from their devices at home joined in, their solitary voices melding into a symphony of unity and resolve. Axel raised his hand once more, waiting for everybody to quiet down. "That's why today I will announce the formation of a new government to represent all species within the galaxy. For the first time in history, the United Human Empire, which was formed over a decade ago, will be reformed into the First Imperial Ascendancy, bringing peace, freedom, and security to the galaxy. We will follow in the steps of the Forerunners and bring all species together as one." The crowd erupted in deafening applause once again. "Together as one." Their voices were firm and resolute, echoing Axel's vision for the future. His declaration gave them hope for a brighter tomorrow where unity and peace reign supreme. Tears trickled down the cheeks of many watching from their homes. After years of relentless battles, lost loved ones and dire uncertainty, finally, there was a promise of lasting peace and solidarity under the leadership of Axel. As the emblem of the newly formed Imperial Ascendancy replaced that of the United Human Empire on screens across the galaxy, silence fell over the crowd in reverence of the momentous occasion. Axel continued confidently, "The Imperial Ascendancy will be an inclusive representative body consisting of members from every species within our galaxy. It will be through this united front that we will move forward to rebuild our worlds. Imperial Ascendancy flag. The collaboration between us will not only end the prejudice, but also lead to knowledge exchange and mutual evolution. We will grow together, learn from each other, and continue to thrive as a collective entity," he said solemnly. The crowd listened intently, deeply moved by his words. Axel paused for a moment before moving on to his final remarks. "This marks a new beginning for all species. Our victory today is not just against an oppressive empire, it's also a triumph over division and hatred that had plagued our societies for so long. It's a victory for unity, for understanding, and for the shared destiny we all possess as inhabitants of this galaxy." His words echoed through the silence, each sentence seeming to hang in the air like a sacred vow. He concluded his heartfelt speech by saying, "Let us remember this day as a beacon of hope and look forward to a future where we are no longer defined by our differences but by the unity we share. Together as one." As he descended the stairs of the podium, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause once more. Their voices blended into a single chant that resonated across the planet, that reflected their collective will for unity and peace. Holographic screens all over the galaxy displayed this historic moment in vivid colors, their beams lighting up the darkness of space and reaching out to every corner. Even in distant colonies on far-flung planets, beings of all species stood transfixed before their screens. The fight was over. The era of division had ended. An era of unity and interspecies harmony had begun, led valiantly by their new emperor, Axel. Chapter 112, Chapter 110. With the announcement done, Axel was now busy with the long process of reorganizing the new imperial ascendancy into a proper working government to replace the old united human empire. But first he had to meet with one of the species that were part of the former Covenant Empire that didn't have much participation in the war. The species was called Yanmi. The Yanmi are a race of sentient, carnivorous, flight-capable insectoids. Upon landing on Palamuk, the Yanmi homeworld, Axel met with a group of Yanmi hive queens. After some time had passed and Axel had spoken with the hive queens, they had come to an agreement. The Yanmi would join them and have the same benefits as every other race. In exchange, the Yanmi would serve as mechanics and soldiers within the imperial military. One of the hive queens would be chosen to represent the entire Yanmi species within the imperial ascendancy. Once that was done, Axel returned to organizing the rest of the new government. The process was a long and laborious one, full of delicate negotiations and diplomatic meetings. As emperor, Axel had to navigate through the intricacies of interspecies politics, balance power structures and ensure that each species felt valued and represented. This undertaking required every bit of his prodigious intellect. The official Imperial Ascendancy Council chamber was constructed on the Ark where delegates from each species could convene. The chamber was a marvel of architectural brilliance, designed to accommodate the various needs of every species. Axel also championed the development of new diplomatic procedures and protocols which were to be used in this new joint government. The procedures were carefully crafted to provide a fair platform to everyone while preventing any form of verbal or physical violence from occurring at these interspecies meetings. Slowly but surely, representatives were chosen and sent from each species. For the Sanghaili, Imperial Admiral Zaidan Jar Watanri was chosen with Thal Vadam coming as a close second. Decimus, a former Warkif, was chosen to represent the Jiralhani. Within the Sanshayuam Arbzawa was chosen to represent them within the council. For the Ungoi, their culture and society had been indoctrinated by the Covenant, making them their species heavily reliant on the Covenant. So, for now their species spot on the council was left vacant until things among their species develop. The Lekolo/Mgalekolo were a much smaller species, so they weren't given a position on the council but would still be represented equally within the imperial ascendancy. The Kigyar were given the same treatment. The Huragok, which was the final species, only wanted food and work and desired nothing more. Axel granted them that plus representation within the government to ensure that their needs alongside all other species' needs were met and respected. New ministries were created to oversee the various areas of the new government. The Ministry of Defense, overseen by Axel himself, was established to manage the military affairs of the Ascendancy. The Ministries of Trade and Interplanetary Affairs were created to handle commerce and foreign relations respectively. For the social welfare of the species within the Ascendancy, the Ministries of Health and Education were set up, and a Council Ethics Committee was organized to ensure fairness and justice in all interspecies dealings. He held regular meetings with representatives from each species, spending long hours discussing policies, listening to their perspectives and addressing their concerns. He also ensured that each species witnessed the benefits of this unity firsthand, with solid improvements in living conditions, safety, economic growth, and increased interspecies understanding. Some species, such as the Jiralhani and the Sanghaili, had old hostilities dating back centuries. Axel had to personally intervene in several disputes to ensure that these deep-rooted hatreds did not ignite a civil war within the Ascendancy. It was a delicate balancing act, but he managed to maintain peace and unity. Despite all this, there were still many challenges ahead. There were factions within each species that opposed this new alliance. They saw it as a betrayal of their own kind or an act of subjugation under human rule. Axel had to deal with these factions carefully, always promoting dialogue and understanding above all else. He consistently reinforced the idea that this was not a human empire, but an imperial ascendancy where all species were equals. Another major challenge that Axel faced was integrating different technologies from each species to form a unified technological base for the ascendancy. Each species had its own unique technology, developed over centuries of independent evolution. To bring about a unified technological platform was a Herculean task. To address this situation, Axel established the Ministry of Technological Integration, comprised of the best scientists and engineers from each species. They were tasked with the study and amalgamation of the various technologies to create unified systems that could be universally operated and maintained across the ascendancy. His vision was for a shared technological advancement, where every species could contribute and benefit from unified progress. In addition to the political restructuring, Axel also spearheaded an initiative to revitalize the economy of the ascendancy. The wars with the Covenant had left many worlds ravaged. Reconstruction efforts were set into motion with economic policies that encouraged trade and cooperation among species. Tax incentives were offered for interspecies partnerships and businesses, a move that saw booming growth in various sectors. The UNSC was integrated into the Ministry of Defense alongside all the other species' military forces, forming a powerful combined fleet. Years of war had led to a sizable military-industrial complex within the ascendancy. Factories that once churned out weapons and war machines were now repurposed for peaceful endeavors. They manufactured infrastructure, ships for exploration, and tools for terraforming. Axel also saw the need for ongoing training and education among the ascendancy's military forces. The Ministry of Defense established new training facilities staffed by instructors from different species. In these academies, recruits were not only trained in combat but also educated about the cultures and values of other species. This innovative approach fostered mutual respect and understanding among the soldiers. The crowning jewel of Axel's efforts was the creation of an interspecies cultural exchange program overseen by the Ministry of Education. The program encouraged individuals from different species to spend time living and working among other species to promote understanding and harmony. It was a popular initiative that saw many sign up enthusiastically. A Senate to represent every world within the ascendancy was also established, complete with representatives elected by the inhabitants of each planet. This ensured that every voice, no matter how small or remote, would be heard within the ascendancy. To manage and coordinate this vast tapestry of cultures, economies, and militaries, Axel established a central administrative hub on the Ark. The capital city was an impressive display of architecture and technology, featuring structures built to accommodate every species' unique needs and preferences. Embassies for each species were established to represent their place in this grand empire. On Earth, a Grand Hall of Heroes was created to honor the millions of lives lost during the war. It was a massive structure that had quickly become the biggest tourist attraction on Earth within the first few months following its construction. Axel was not one to rest on his laurels, however, for he recognized that all these monumental changes required continuous oversight and careful management. He became a constant presence at meetings, conferences, military drills, and diplomatic missions. While he could have easily assigned these duties to appointed officials, Axel maintained a personal involvement in the day-to-day running of the ascendancy. He made sure to balance his work life with his family life to raise his sons and spend time with Catherine, whom he finally married now that the galaxy was at peace. Of course, Catherine hated the idea of becoming empress, but she still did it for the sake of Axel, their twin sons, and Miranda. Miranda had continued to climb the ranks of the new ascendancy military despite her new title as princess. She became the second in command on board one of the many exploration fleets that the ascendancy had sent out to explore uncharted space and reclaim Forerunner shield worlds. As for the Forerunner technology, the ascendancy had seen various Forerunner technology used on every world that they touched. Entire worlds were turned into assembly forges to build the massive megastructures that Axel had planned. Orbital rings and slip space gates were created to enable rapid transportation between systems, as well as the construction of expansive habitats in space to house the growing populations of the Ascendancy. Vast signature megastructures like the Dyson spheres and ring worlds were also initiated, harvesting energy from stars and providing ample living space. Orbital rings. Cities on every world was undergoing reconstruction with new technology and methods of traveling being introduced. The galaxy was being transformed thanks to the peace that had been established after the end of the war. New cities' appearance on Earth. Every species flourished and eventually got along with each other after the first 5 years of the Imperial Ascendancy's reign. A new religion which replaced the Old Covenant religion was created to promote the truth of humanity being the inheritors, but to not as a form of subjugation but to promote mutual understanding and provide guidance to all species. In this time span, the librarian's imprint was discovered on Requiem, where Axel had taken a small force to learn the secrets of the Shield world. It was here that the librarian had managed to speak to Axel, and she was very intrigued at the progress that humanity had made so far. Once she learned that the galaxy was united, she was quite surprised, but she also knew that once she discovered Axel for the first time, she knew he would have important for humanity to have. After a brief talk, the librarian had used an armiger body to implant her personality, basically allowing her to walk amongst the living once again. Her return brought with her a lot of knowledge as she was an actual forerunner. In her return she also started her plan to turn the Urdidact on their side and change his views on humanity. She slowly started to heal his mind, which was damaged by the grave mind, and show him humanity's achievements. It was a slow process, but he started to show signs of improvement. In addition to this, Axel had learned how to utilize constraint fields, which was a form of energy field used by the Forerunners to restrain individuals. Once he manages to control these fields, he would be able to use them in a manner similar to telekinesis, allowing him to immobilize and move his opponents from a distance. Ancient Forerunner ships were discovered, and the knowledge from the librarian boosted their technological process. After 10 years had passed, everything had stabilized, and the Ascendancy was flourishing as a dominant power in the galaxy. There was an atmosphere of peace, prosperity, and mutual respect that reached every corner of the Ascendancy. It had become the beacon of hope and unity it was intended to be. And now that things were peaceful, Axel was about to embark on another journey. Cortana, Omni, the librarian, and several other Forerunner AI had been working on a slip space gate that would connect to another galaxy. Just the idea of traveling to another galaxy was exciting and would allow the discovery of new species. While the slip space gate was under development, a fleet of 10,000 ships carrying 50 million was being built. The main ship of this massive fleet was the UNSC Infinity, which was created for exploration purposes but did not lack defensive or offensive capabilities. Slip space gate. UNSC Infinity. Volunteers from each species were selected and would be put on board massive colony ships that would make the long journey across intergalactic voids. Somewhere out there, there was a brand new galaxy to explore, and Axel was interested in the various species that he would encounter. Colony ships. Chapter 113, Chapter 111. The year was now 2562, 15 years after the war had ended and the galaxy was united under the Imperial Ascendancy. Life was as peaceful as it once was before the war started, except now they have countless more benefits and improvements in their lives. The average lifespan of a human was estimated to be able to reach 300 years of age thanks to the enhancements that were available to the humans across the galaxy. Some humans didn't take them, out of fear or because of their religious beliefs, but the majority who did saw a massive improvement in their health. Normally the age of 70 and up was considered the age for retirement and when people were old, but with the advancements in science and technology, things were different now. The elderly at this age were as vigorous as individuals in their prime. People would remain young until the age of 150 when they will start to have the appearance of a middle-aged human and look elderly by the age of 260. Those who were between the ages of 50 to 90 saw massive improvements in their bodies and minds. They were stronger, their minds sharper, their senses heightened and their bodies more resilient. Despite being in the early years of the extended lifespan, they performed tasks with an efficiency that matched, if not surpassed, those of their younger selves. Of course, how people would look once they reached the age of 150 and up was all just speculation, as no human has reached that age yet. With this increase in lifespan also came with an increase in the number of people that can work. Now that the average age was estimated to be 300, millions of humans were able to work again. The entire dynamic of society had changed with the introduction of these enhancements. The paradigm of traditional employment had shifted, people in their hundreds still fervently engaged in their professions. Science and innovation were on an exponential curve, progressing at a pace that seemed almost supernatural. The elderly, equipped with a lifetime of knowledge and wisdom, stood side by side with the young, their minds untamed and brimming with fresh ideas. Axel was at the age of 72 now, but his enhancements and augmentations made him look like he was in his late 20s. Catherine was 2 years younger than Axel, making her 70 years old, but with the enhancements and augmentations she looked in her late 20s as well. Miranda had reached the age of 36 and was now a vice admiral within the Imperial Navy. She hadn't married anyone, as nobody even came close to her standards, which were very high. Many people tried but ultimately failed. They were no match for the person they were being compared to, which was the Emperor, Axel himself. Arthur and Andrew had reached the age of 23 and had both went to university and already graduated with degrees in their respective sciences. Arthur had chosen to specialize in computational physics, while Andrew had pursued neurobiology. The twins were remarkably intelligent like Axel. They had graduated at 16 and entered college immediately after. They both spent 6 years in college before they were sent to a research station to study Forerunner artifacts and technology. Unlike their sister, the two of them already had girlfriends and such, living a more conventional life despite their extraordinary talents and the limitless possibilities that the current age presented. The other species within the Ascendancy weren't granted these augmentations as of yet, since Axel required them to earn the right to get the augmentations. This was different for the Ascendancy military, which were granted the right to have augmentations, in exchange for a lifetime of service. Most of the species within the Imperial military didn't take the augmentations as they considered themselves strong already. The few that did, however, saw a massive improvement in their combat capabilities. Alongside all of this, Axel had started a research project on creating a new Spartan 4 program which would be available for all species of the Imperial Ascendancy. A substantial amount of research was needed first before they started recruiting candidates, and it was expected to be done by 2567. In the meantime, the exploration fleet had assembled in front of the dimensional slip space gate, which would allow them to travel to another galaxy. A massive fleet of 10,000 ships carrying 50 million volunteers from every race had lined up in front of the massive gate. Within the fleet was a colony ship which was made to accommodate every race within the Ascendancy. The Grunts and Yanmi were the main engineers and mechanists on board each ship because of their natural talent, which made them the most efficient. Every race served a multitude of roles within the fleet to ensure its safe operation in another galaxy far, far away. In addition, each colony ship was equipped with a few medium and small assemblers to maintain production of important equipment and vehicles until they built another dimensional slip space gate in the other galaxy, connecting their galaxy and the new galaxy. The trip would take 6 months utilizing the dimensional slip space gate, while normal slip space drives was estimated to take more than 600 years to reach the new galaxy. So, once they arrive, they would have to find a suitable location to start building the second dimensional slip space gate. The resources needed to build it were already being carried on board one of the massive cargo ships within the fleet, alongside enough resources to sustain everybody within the fleet for 5 years before they ran out. As the fleet prepared to go through the gate, everybody on board each ship had prepared for the long trip. They were about to embark on a journey of discovery, the likes of which had never been undertaken before. Joining him were Catherine, Miranda, Omni, Cortana, Thelvadim, Atriox, who had come to realize the error of his ways and was now a devout follower. There were more high-ranking people from each species who were chosen as leaders to join Axel on this adventure. Once everything was ready, the fleet had gone through the dimensional slip space gate where they would spend the next 6 months. Chapter 114, Chapter 112. The exploration fleet had exited slip space, arriving inside of the new galaxy. On board the Infinity, Axel was within his command center talking to Omni, who was in the process of performing a long-range scan of the new galaxy. "Find anything interesting?" Axel asked, leaning against the console as he looked at the data being displayed on the screens. "Currently, only a few high-density planets and numerous celestial bodies have been identified, sir. The detailed analysis is still being carried out," responded Omni. "Inhabitable planets." Catherine's voice was heard from behind him, and Axel turned to see her walk in with a data pad in her hand. "Awaiting confirmation, ma'am," Omni replied. The group spent the next several hours poring over maps and data, using the ship's advanced long-range scanner to identify potential colonization areas. As they delved deeper into the data, they identified 2 habitable planets close to where they had arrived. Both planets were in the opposite direction of each other, so the plan was to split off a small fleet carrying 10 million people to colonize the planet which referred to as Planet Alpha, while Axel takes the remaining fleet to the planet referred to as Planet Bravo. Thelvadam was chosen to lead a small fleet of 2,000 ships and 10 million people to colonize Planet Alpha. The location of the planet wasn't that far away, so it would only take a few minutes to arrive utilizing their warp drives. Meanwhile, Axel took the rest of the fleet to Planet Bravo. A few minutes later, the fleet had arrived above Planet Bravo, which is a tropical world covered by a verdant carpet of mosses, algae, and lichen, and possesses a thick oxygenated atmosphere. From their scans, the air was considered toxic to non-native life, but it wasn't a problem as they could use their terraforming technology to make the planet's atmosphere habitable to any species, while preventing the loss of native life. Within the hangar of the Infinity, Axel had boarded his transport ship as the colonization process was about to commence. With him was Catherine and the honor guards, who were similar to royal guards in the sense that they protected Axel and other high-ranking members of the Ascendancy from any dangers. Any race could be a member of the honor guard, as long as they passed the difficult test that was required for them to become a member. The honor guards were a testament to unity, with their ranks filled by members of every species within the Ascendancy. He had personally bestowed the title of Honor Guard upon each member, as it was a great honor to be named as an Honor Guard, and it was a life commitment. As they eclipsed the atmospheric layer of Planet Bravo, the lush, green landscape stretched out beneath them. "We are stepping into a new world," Catherine said softly from beside him. The transport ship descended smoothly onto the surface, landing on the brand new world. The moment they stepped out of the aircraft, Axel had seen one of the colony ships which was hovering above the surface of the planet as a bright light descended to the surface of the planet. This was the terraforming process that all of the colony ships were equipped with. The light scattered across the entire surface, reaching out to each corner of the planet. Nature was being reshaped before their eyes, to create a breathable atmosphere for any species that came to the planet. It was a perfectly controlled fusion of technology and nature. Back on the Infinity, Omni was overseeing the terraforming process. "All readings are within normal parameters," he reported. "Thanks for the report, Omni. Start the deployment of the assemblers so we can start building a city," commanded Axel. Within minutes, the assemblers began the process of constructing buildings, farms, and communication towers, the initial foundation of what was to become the new capital city, which he decided to name Arcadis. The planet was given the name Nova. The Grunts and Yanmi had showed extreme skill and dedication to the task they were given. They monitored the assemblers and transported the necessary resources that the assemblers needed to construct the city. Meanwhile, Thelvadam reported from Planet Alpha that it was a promising site as well. One side of the world always faces the sun, resulting in a scorching day side and a frozen night side for the other side of the world. The colonization and terraforming process had already begun, which would make the planet habitable to all species similar to Nova. As this was going on, a ship which had just entered the system through a mass relay and was beginning its mission of exploring the uncharted systems of space. As they entered the system, they were detected by an Ascendancy patrol fleet that was patrolling the system and surveying other planets within the system. The Ascendancy patrol fleet had turned its attention towards the newly arrived ship and prepared to initiate the first contact protocol. The ship that had just entered through the mass relay had also detected the Ascendancy ships and had attempted to reach out to them. This is Commander Zares M. Kyla of the Asari Republics, broadcasting on all frequencies, the voice transmitted in High Thestion through the communication channel. We come in peace and seek to establish diplomatic relations with any spacefaring species within this system. Captain Telos, in charge of the Ascendancy patrol fleet, blinked at the transmission. He was not aware of what language the aliens were speaking, nor did he understand what they were saying. He turned to his onboard AI, Phoenix. Can you decipher their language? Already done, Captain, replied Phoenix as he had already begun the translation process. The AI's ability to rapidly process and learn new languages was a highly sophisticated function that was learned from studying Forerunner technology. The message translates to, "We come in peace and seek to establish diplomatic relations." Telos nodded. Is the main fleet already aware? He asked. Yes, Captain, the Emperor is aware and has given us permission to continue with the first contact protocol. All right then, send a respond to the alien vessel, he instructed. Tell them we received their message and are open to diplomacy. Back on the Asari Republic's ship, Commander Zares M. Kyla received the response from the Ascendancy patrol fleet and immediately set course to meet with them. She was surprised that the respond came back in her own language, as she didn't expect them to know, but she decided to save her questions for later when she met with the aliens. Chapter 115, Chapter 113. Every ship within the Ascendancy was equipped with sentinels controlled by the ship's onboard AI to perform a variety of roles, from patrolling outside the craft to performing maintenance on the ship. Once inside the hangar, she was greeted by Captain Telos himself, who was accompanied by a group of security guards. He was a surprising sight to the Asari, considering his height was far taller than theirs. Welcome aboard, Commander M. Kyla, he greeted her as his voice was translated into High Thestion. She was slightly taken aback at the flawless pronunciation and comprehension of her language, but she hid it well behind a polite smile and nod. Thank you for receiving us, Captain Telos, she said graciously. Your ships are impressive and have a unique look to them. A testament to the Imperial Ascendancy's dedication to unity and exploration, he replied. Guiding her to their conference room, he added, if you please. As they walked through the corridors of the ship filled with diverse species working harmoniously, another surprise for Commander M. Kyla as Telos initiated small talk about mundane space travel topics. Their conversation continued as they entered the conference room, where a large table was sitting in the center of the room. Seating himself at one end, Telos invited M. Kyla to take the seat opposite to him. I must admit, she began, her eyes still taking in the advanced technology that surrounded her, I did not expect to encounter such an advanced civilization out here. Telos was silent for a moment before answering, it is the vision of our Emperor and the people to find unity through our diversity, that is how we have found our strength and learned to work as one. As he spoke, Phoenix projected a hologram of a few of the Ascendancy's cities back in their galaxy, as well as various technology, races, and ships. Naturally, I cannot say much about how big or small our empire is, as we have just met, but I do hope that we can establish diplomatic relations with each other and in the future become closer as allies. Telos paused, his gaze steady on M. Kyla. We are always open to establishing peaceful relations with other civilizations. I agree, Captain Telos, she said finally after a moment of silence. The Asari Republics are also striving for unity and peace among all races in the universe. I believe our civilizations share common goals and values. She glanced at Telos before adding, I will bring this news back to the Citadel, which is where the Citadel Council resides. I'm sure that they will send a proper delegation to invite the Ascendancy to join the Citadel alongside the other races. Hearing this, Telos was interested in what this Citadel Council was and what role they played within the galaxy. If you don't mind me asking, Commander, who are the Citadel Council? The Citadel Council, began Kyla, her voice taking on a more formal tone, is the governing body of the Citadel space and beyond. It is an executive committee composed of representatives from the Asari Republics, the Turian hierarchy and the Solarian Union. They are responsible for maintaining law and order throughout the galaxy, promoting peaceful cooperation among races, and ensuring stability among the galactic community. As she spoke, Phoenix was processing this new information and cross-referencing it with its existing knowledge base and information collected from the Asari ship. Within milliseconds, it had gathered enough data to present a rough outline of the Citadel Council's structure and functions to Captain Telos. "Interesting," murmured Telos. "Well, Commander, this meeting has been beneficial to both our governments, and I will relay this information to the Emperor and await the Citadel Council's delegation." Commander Kyla nodded in agreement. "I am glad to hear this, Captain Telos. Our civilizations have much to offer each other, and I am excited to see the benefits of this union." With that, their meeting concluded. As they exited the conference room and strolled down the corridors leading to the hangar bay, Commander Kyla couldn't help but stare at the various species that she had seen and how different they looked. Captain Telos led her back to her shuttle, shaking hands and exchanging final pleasantries before she returned to her ship. As her ship left the patrol fleet's position, they departed the system. Captain Telos had sent Axel a finalized report on the meeting and its outcome while continuing his mission of patrolling the system. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the galaxy on a planet named Shangzi, an invasion was going on between two sides. The Turian hierarchy on one side was the invading force which had discovered the system's alliance reactivating an inactive relay which was forbidden under the Citadel regulations after the Rachni Wars. Instead of negotiating with them, the Turians had instead opened fire. At the end of the conflict, one ship had managed to escape and warn the alliance about the attack. After finding out about the attack, the system's alliance sent a fleet and retaliated against the Turian vessels, turning the situation into a war. Now the Turians had managed to take Shangzi after they defeated several scouts and patrol fleets. Now they had settled in for a protracted orbital siege of the planet. The situation on Shangzi was dire. The system's alliance had been forced to pull back their defenses, leaving the planet largely unprotected as the Turian fleet established a siege perimeter, effectively cutting off all supply lines and communication channels. As the orbital bombardment continued, Governor Yin Li looked out at his ravaged city from his makeshift command center in what was once Shangzi's government building. He could barely recognize the once lively streets, now reduced to rubble and ash. All over the planet, the Alliance soldiers continued to fight off the invading forces, despite being in a weak position. The Turians had a fleet above the planet which they could use to kill any Alliance soldiers from above. Because of this, the Shangzi defenders began to starve, unable to get food or supplies without risking civilian lives. Back on Nova, Axel had started to send out scout ships to survey the surrounding systems and search for a place to start building the dimensional slip space gate. They would need a place that they can restrict access to, as he didn't want the rest of the galaxy to know about them being from another galaxy just yet. Chapter 116, Chapter 114. The diplomatic envoy's mission was to establish a peaceful relationship with the new empire and offer them an embassy on the Citadel to allow for interspecies exchange with the other races and empires of the galaxy. When the envoy arrived, they had met with Miranda, who was given the position as the head of diplomatic affairs, which gave her the authority to negotiate with the empires of this new galaxy and make important diplomatic decisions. Assisting her was a representative from each race within the Ascendancy. The Citadel Council's envoy consisted of 3 members. A female Asari named Solara Tvir, a Turian by the name of Caius Vitas, and a Solarian known as Nors Arthsaben. They met on board one of the Ascendancy's diplomatic vessels and were escorted to the meeting room where both sides took their seats. "I am Solara Tvir," the Asari began, speaking on behalf of her colleagues. "We bring greetings from the Citadel Council and extend our hand in friendship." Miranda nodded, making sure to show the proper diplomatic formalities that was established when negotiating with new species. As do we, she replied, on behalf of the Ascendancy. The meeting was long and filled with negotiations and explanations of how the Citadel Council works. After a few hours, terms were agreed upon for cooperation. The Ascendancy had agreed to set up an embassy on the Citadel for interspecies exchange and further cooperation with other species. The Ascendancy would become an associate member of the Citadel and be bound by the accords of the Citadel Conventions. Associate members may bring issues to the attention of the Council, though they have no input on the decision. Despite the small number of benefits of becoming an associate member, Miranda saw it as a chance for them to gather intelligence from the other species and use that information to shape the Ascendancy's strategy in navigating this new galaxy. Moreover, it was also a chance for them to broadcast their principles and gain potential allies. The envoys left having accomplished their mission, with Miranda following them towards the mass relay where she would go to the Citadel to finish establishing the Ascendancy's embassy. They had just arrived within the galaxy, so they didn't have the information of where various places are at, so they would use the mass relay instead of their warp drives. Once they arrived within range of the mass relay, Nors Arthseben, the Solarian envoy, explained how the mass relays were used. Before a vessel can travel, the relay must be given the amount of mass to transit by the ship's pilot. Once that was done, the ship approached the relay and would be propelled to the corresponding relay. Miranda relayed this information to Axel, who would send a science team to investigate the relay and potentially learn how it was created and who by. Meanwhile on Shangzi, Governor Yin Li was not faring well. The Turians had tightened their siege and were making relentless advances towards the city center. It felt like only a matter of time before they captured the entire planet. The situation grew steadily worse, day by day. General Williams, who was in charge of the defense, was trying his best to resist the Turian army, but without reinforcements or supplies it proved to be extremely difficult to mount a proper defense, especially when the enemy had aerial superiority. Despite this, the Alliance soldiers continued to fight valiantly. They developed hit-and-run tactics, launching quick counterattacks only to disappear back into the ruined cityscape. But it was a losing battle without reinforcements or supplies. Above the planet, a cloaked scout ship from the Ascendancy was monitoring the battle from a safe distance. The scout ship was performing its routine scan of the system when it came across an ongoing invasion of a world. Axel, who was informed of this, ordered the scout ship to monitor the situation and watch its development. He wanted to know about the reasoning behind this invasion and why it was going on. There was no information on what two species were engaged in that battle, as the scout ship had to limit the use of its systems to not get detected by the invading fleet. A single Guardian Custode was placed on standby in case Axel decided to intervene in the conflict. Meanwhile, as this was going on, Nova had continued developing what would be the capital planet for the Ascendancy in this new galaxy. An orbital station was already being constructed, which would be the main hub for ships coming to visit the world and serve as the launching point for expeditions. The station would also provide critical repairs and maintenance for vessels. Once the station was done, an orbital ring was planned to be constructed around the planet. On the moon orbiting Nova, it was beginning to be terraformed to become a place for the Yanmi hive queens to establish their hive colonies and start growing their species. A suitable location to start building the dimensional slip space gate was found within a nearby nebula, which would block sensors from detecting the megastructure. A few assemblers were moved into position within the nebula and started the construction of the gate to connect the two galaxies to each other. A month later, the Ascendancy had established its embassy on the Citadel and started to interact with the other species within the galaxy. It was a surprise to the other species within the galaxy to discover a multi-species empire that existed within the galaxy, and adding to the average height across the races within the Ascendancy, they had shown their physical superiority as well. The Ascendancy representatives were towering figures that moved with a graceful power that drew the attention of anyone nearby. Miranda was pleased with the progress they had made on the Citadel. She had managed to arrange several diplomatic meetings with representatives from other races, aiming to foster further cooperation and obtain valuable information about the political climate of their new galaxy. The study of these alien cultures was indeed fascinating, providing invaluable data to help shape their future strategies. Above Shaanxi, the scout ship had conducted weeks of information gathering and had discovered a surprising discovery. Using the information that they gathered from their Citadel embassy, they learned that the attacking force was the Turian hierarchy, and the defending force was a colony of what appeared to be humans. This was a shocking discovery for Axel, as the discovery of humans within this galaxy raised a lot of questions. Among the string of questions, the most important one was whether this human race was exactly like their own. Axel planned to find the answers to these questions, so he dispatched the Guardian Custode to go and intervene in the invasion. He also ordered Miranda to bring this situation up to the Council. Chapter 117, Chapter 115. Morale was dropping because of the low number of supplies available to the Alliance soldiers. As a result, General Williams had made a difficult choice. To spare the lives of the rest of the Alliance soldiers under his command and the colonists' lives, he surrendered to the Turian military forces. On the ground within the last Alliance stronghold, the Alliance soldiers had surrendered to the Turian troops alongside General Williams, who was taken prisoner by General Venerix, a Turian with a scar running across his mandible. Smiling venomously, he addressed the Alliance soldiers as his words were translated so they could understand. "You fought well, humans," he mocked. Condescension could be heard from his words. "But war is an art that your kind has yet to master." The Turian soldiers around him snickered, their cocky grins visible as they began leading the prisoners away. Just as the Alliance soldiers were being marched off, above the planet, a fleet of more than 100 ships had appeared in front of them. Upon arriving, Vice Admiral That Kong Amy had the Guardian Custode take the lead position and launch the massive swarm of weapon ships. As the weapon ships were launched, Vice Admiral That Kong Amy had sent out a transmission towards the Turian fleet. The message was simple and clear: "This is the Imperial Ascendancy, cease your hostilities immediately and withdraw from this planet. This is your only warning." The Turian fleet commander responded with an arrogant scoff. "We do not comply with requests from unidentified forces. So how about you stand down or suffer the consequences?" Vice Admiral That Kong Amy has been commanded by Axel to stop the invasion at all costs, even if they must use force to achieve that objective. "Very well," replied Vice Admiral That Kong Amy, his voice echoing with a cold determination. "Proceed with full force." The weapon ships roared to life and started to swarm the defending Turian fleet. Ascendancy transport ships which were equipped with slipspace drives had initiated a short-range slipspace jump to appear on the surface of the planet. In a matter of a few minutes, thousands of Ascendancy soldiers started to attack the Turian occupation forces and liberate the planet from their control. In orbit, the Turian fleet was quickly destroyed. Their kinetic barriers didn't offer much resistance in the face of the Ascendancy's weapons. Meanwhile on the Citadel, Miranda was in a meeting with the Council, finishing up the last few things that the Ascendancy needed to do before they officially became an associate member. And to bring up the topic of the Turian invasion, which she is continuously receiving live updates of. However, the rules and regulations that the Citadel had were something that she could not comply with. The first thing was the ban on AI, which is something that plays a major role in their society, military, and overall empire. Then adding on the restriction to the number of Dreadnought-class ships that they could have at once would weaken the Ascendancy fleet. "I am afraid we cannot comply with such regulations, councillors. Our ACE are an integral part of our society and pose no threat to others. We have ensured that they exist in harmony with organics," Miranda stated firmly. "As for the Dreadnought limitation, that is also something that we cannot abide by. And councillors, I must inform you about the Turian hierarchy's actions against another spacefaring species," informed Miranda. "We have recently discovered that the Turian hierarchy has unilaterally launched an invasion on an unknown species planet. The defending species has put up a good fight against the Turian ground troops, while many innocent lives die due to lack of supplies on the defending party's side. As a result, they are unable to mount a successful resistance against the Turians' offensive." Upon hearing this news, the councillors' faces registered shock, concern, and a hint of skepticism. Are you certain of this? Asari Counselor Valise asked, her tone grave. Turians have always been very disciplined about maintaining peace in their territories, she said as she turned to Cadius, the Turian counselor. Miranda nodded. Our scout ship has been monitoring the situation from a safe distance for weeks now. The evidence is unquestionable. Cadius, the Turian counselor, straightened in his chair. He was a solid figure, gruff exterior carved by decades of military experience. His sharp, bird-like eyes stared into Miranda's eyes for a tense moment before he spoke. I find this accusation hard to digest, he declared. The Turian hierarchy has always operated under strict protocol. If there is any semblance of truth to your claim, we shall investigate it at once. Miranda met his gaze. The Imperial Ascendancy has already intervened. We have dispatched forces to halt the Turian invasion and liberate the planet. Cadius's mandibles twitched with irritation. He sneered, You've deployed your forces without consultation and now you expect our approval? I trust you understand that this could be perceived as an act of war. Miranda scoffed at his statement. If that is what the Turian counselor wants to perceive it as, then by all means do so. But let it be known that the Imperial Ascendancy will not stand by and watch innocent lives being taken. We will not wait for you to take your time investigating while people suffer and die. Her words echoed through the chamber, silencing the murmurs of the other counselors. The Solarian counselor, Tivus, finally broke the tense silence. Regardless of your intentions, he said, his voice calm but forceful. Your actions might stir up conflict within the Citadel's fragile peace. We advise that you withdraw your forces immediately. Miranda shook her head, too late for that. Our forces have already engaged with the Turians on Shangzi. A hushed shock fell over the council at Miranda's disclosure. The atmosphere was thick with tension as they absorbed the unexpected news. This is unprecedented. Valise finally whispered, as she looked at her CO counselors. Cadius was visibly seething, his mandibles clenched tightly. His voice was icy as he addressed Miranda, We will not forget this transgression, Ascendancy. Your actions could spark a galactic war. Miranda remained unshaken, her demeanor was strong as she returned his stares. And we will not forget the Turian hierarchy's blatant aggression against an innocent species, she retorted. As the meeting with the council ended in quiet tension, Miranda was left with a bitter taste in her mouth. She had hoped for their understanding and support, but instead found only resistance. But at least the Ascendancy had made its position clear, they would not stand by while injustice was committed. Chapter 118, Chapter 116. One moment they were patrolling the surface of the planet, while in the next moment, the world erupted into chaos and gunfire. The sky was filled with strange ships which they had never seen before, and they were attacked by strange troops which they had never seen before. Their kinetic barriers proved to be ineffective against the incoming fire from the attacking troops' aliens. Among the Turian soldiers on the surface was Thrasias. He had fought through countless battles, but he had never seen such a display of force. His breath hitched as another round of weapon ships descended from the sky. Stay in formation. The order came from his superior. The Turian soldiers complied, digging in and forming a perimeter around their current position against the onslaught of alien forces. Thrasias squeezed his trigger, firing at one of the alien soldiers. He knew they were outnumbered and outmatched, yet he refused to surrender. Back on his command ship, Vice Admiral That Kong Amy watched the battle unfold. The updates from Miranda were nothing short of a surprise. It seemed like the Citadel Council was more interested in preserving decorum than doing what was right. Despite this, Vice Admiral That Kong Amy continued his invasion while liberating the planet from the Turian occupation. Back on the ground, Turian General Venerix was engaged by a battalion of brute soldiers. He clutched his rifle as he led his unit against the alien behemoths. He fired a barrage of rounds into their ranks, but it was like throwing pebbles at a mountain. I need fire support. Venerix barked into his comms, but the only reply he received was static. He glanced around and saw his men falling one by one against the approaching alien forces. At the heart of the storm was Thrasias, who clung to life amid the wreckage of his platoon. He saw General Venerix fighting tooth and claw against the alien invaders. A wave of determination washed over him, pushing through the fatigue and pain. He rallied the remaining soldiers with a war cry that echoed across the battlefield. Turians! We fight for honor! His voice was a beacon, calling to every Turian in earshot, and they responded, reigniting their struggle with new vigor. If they were to fall, they would fall fighting. In the chaos of the battle, Thrasias spotted one of the aliens' commanders. A monstrous creature, larger than any Turian he'd ever seen, leading the alien forces against their lines. With no backup in sight and death staring him down, Thrasias made a decision. Drawing upon every ounce of his strength and anger, he charged through enemy lines towards the commander. His eyes were focused solely on the figure ahead of him as he fired round after round into the host of aliens surrounding the commander. However, his fight was futile. As he got close, one of the brutes had grabbed Thrasias by the shoulder, lifting him off the ground with a horrifying strength. The world spun around him as he was thrown clear across the battlefield, his weapon slipping from his grasp. He felt his armor crack and break against rock and dirt. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he pushed himself to his feet and reached for his sidearm. The brute commander, seeing the lone Turian soldier still standing, had rushed towards him. Thrasias fired his sidearm as the commander charged towards him. His rounds hit the brute's commander's shield but did little damage. Thrasias tried to dodge aside as the brute command swung his massive armored first at him, but he was too slow, and the brute commander landed a direct hit against him. In his final moments, Thrasias looked at the face of his enemy, as his conscience began to fade. The rest of the battle played out in a similar way as the Turian forces were overwhelmed by the brute soldiers. However, against all odds, General Venerix still lived. His armor was broken and scorched, blood seeped from his wounds. Still standing amongst his fallen soldiers like an indomitable monument of defiance and courage. Retreat? No, he addressed the remaining Turians through his COMM link as he sneered at death itself. We stand our ground. For every step they take, they will remember the price paid in Turian blood. His rallying cry was met with weak cheers from the few who remained. With one last glance at the desolate battlefield littered with the bodies of his comrades, he charged towards the alien forces one last time. Venerix met his enemy in a brutal melee. His finely honed combat skills, honed through years of rigorous training and countless battles, gave him an edge. He brought down several grunts before he was eventually surrounded. The last resistance of the Turian soldiers had ended with the death of General Venerix. As the war was over, the Ascendancy forces had begun to provide food and supplies to the colonists of Shangzi and free the captured Alliance soldiers. Meanwhile, back on the Citadel, a few hours had passed since the meeting between Miranda and the other councillors. The news of the Turian patrol fleet that was destroyed above Shangzi had reached the ears of the councillors, as well as the news that the Turians were preparing for a full-blown war in response. But the council had intervened before that happened and called an emergency meeting. They could not ignore the severity of the situation any longer, and as much as it pained many of them to admit, Miranda's actions had been right. War is not something we should rush into, Valise began, standing and addressing the rest of the councillors. But neither can we stand aside when injustice is committed. Her gaze rested upon Cadius momentarily. Diplomacy has always been our strength. We must exhaust all peaceful avenues before resorting to violence. Cadius held Valise's gaze steadily. He was the youngest among the council. We have always sought peace, he conceded grimly. But we must also protect ourselves and the innocent. Shangzi, we owe them that much. Everyone present agreed and had invited the Turians, Ascendancy, and the Systems Alliance to the negotiating table to establish peace between the three. Above Shangzi, an Alliance fleet had jumped into the system through the mass relay. Luckily, Vice Admiral N. that Kong Amy was able to defuse the situation and explain what was going on. Admiral Castany Drescher of the Alliance Second Fleet had contacted their government and negotiations were scheduled to take place at a neutral location on board an Asari ship. Chapter 119, Chapter 117. The Asari envoy, Maze Ray, stood aboard her ship, the Serenity, as she worked with the Solarian, Turian, Systems Alliance, and Imperial Ascendancy envoys to negotiate a peace deal. "We must remember," she began, addressing each of them. "The real enemy here isn't Turian or human or even the Ascendancy forces. It's war itself. We are here to end it, not fuel it." Each word she spoke was deliberate, carefully chosen. She let them resonate in the silence that blanketed the room after her statement. The Turian representative, an old scar-faced veteran by the name of Korix, shuffled uncomfortably in his seat. He had lived through too many conflicts and had seen too much death. His gaze bore into Maze Ray, full of skepticism and mistrust. "You speak of peace," he began, his voice raspy from years of orders yelled over the battlefield, "but can you guarantee it?" Miranda, chosen as the Ascendancy's representative, chose this moment to speak. "No one can guarantee peace," she said. Her tone was not dismissive though, it held a measure of sorrow and acceptance. "We are here only to lessen the chances of war." Admiral Castany Drescher of the Alliance, a woman with sharp features and a stern gaze that had seen many battles, leaned forward. "We must agree to a ceasefire," she declared, "it is the first step towards peace. The Systems Alliance is willing to agree to any reasonable peace deals to establish peace." "I agree," stated Maze Ray. The first contact with the Systems Alliance was not something that should have started with a conflict. "I understand the Turians were simply performing their duties by preventing the reactivation of the relay, which was forbidden and ended up leading into a conflict. We can put the blame on anyone, but it would be pointless. What's done is done, and now it's our duty to ensure this doesn't escalate." Korix grumbled in agreement, even as the words left a bitter taste in his mouth. The hierarchy was just protecting the galactic community and enforcing the Council's laws. He muttered under his breath, but he knew as well as anyone that didn't justify the massacre that had happened. Miranda nodded solemnly. "We understand the Turian stance on this matter and respect it. However, the Ascendancy also had its reasons for the actions we took." The Solarian representative, a thin figure named Thuz, twitched slightly in his seat. His eyes switched between those present before finally settling on Maze Ray. "Agreed," he said, "a ceasefire is logical but insufficient. We also need detailed negotiations for reparations for both sides involved in the conflict." "Yes," Admiral Drescher agreed with a grim nod. "They must not feel as if they've been slighted, or else the resentment will only bubble and fester until it boils over into full-scale conflict again," she said. "We need to ensure not only a ceasefire but also a resolution that satisfies all parties involved." The rest of the envoys agreed with this statement. Even Korix, who was told by his government to make peace, had no choice in the matter. Together the representatives came up with a comprehensive peace treaty that presented each party's interests and demands. The treaty contained several key points: immediate cessation of hostilities, reparations for losses suffered by Turians and the Systems Alliance, and for the Systems Alliance to be allowed to set up an embassy on the Citadel and introduce the Systems Alliance to the rest of the species within the galaxy. Once all the points had been discussed and agreed upon, the final draft was drawn up. Both the Turian and Alliance representatives agreed to the peace deal. After hours, an agreement had finally been reached and the meeting had ended. Each representative returned to their ship and departed back to their government to inform them of the situation. Except for Admiral Castany Drescher, who had a private meeting with Miranda on board her ship. The two of them sat within a small room within the ship as Admiral Castany gazed at Miranda, trying to see if there was any difference between the two of beside her height. "Intrigued, are you?" asked Miranda. "Yes, when I first walked into the meeting, I didn't think that I would see someone who looked exactly like my species within the meeting," Miranda chuckled, her fingers lightly probing the edge of her glass. "I suppose we are a surprise to you," she admitted. "But then again, many things in the universe are." Admiral Drescher nodded, her gaze thoughtful as she swirled the liquid in her own glass. That's an understatement, she replied, a hint of amusement lacing her words. I would never have imagined coming across another human species on the other side of the galaxy. There's a lot more to the ascendancy than meets the eye, Miranda said after a moment. It was also shocking for us to discover another human species, and also part of the reason why we intervened on Shangzi. And for that, on behalf of the Systems Alliance, I must thank you, said Admiral Drescher. They continued to chat for the next few minutes before it was time for Admiral Drescher to return to her ship. Before she left, Miranda gave her a few words regarding the Citadel Council also. Be aware of the Citadel Council and their authority which they hold over the other species. The Council likes to keep their interests at the forefront of any negotiations, peace or otherwise. They will likely view you as a newcomer, an outsider, and may try to take advantage, she warned. Admiral Drescher turned to face her, her expression serious. I'll take note of that, she said earnestly. She held Miranda's gaze for a moment longer before heading to her shuttle. Miranda returned to Nova to personally give Axel the news. The Systems Alliance had reached a peace deal with the Turians and had been offered the chance to establish an embassy on the Citadel to join the galactic stage alongside the other species. Miranda, however, has refused the final offer upon learning of the laws that they would have to abide by. She saw no benefit in being under the Citadel Council upon learning of the laws that they have in place, which would severely damage the ascendancy if they decided to join the Citadel and the other species. Axel was already made aware of this decision and why it was made, and had agreed with the outcome. Instead, he focused on exploring and expanding to the nearby systems while also reaching out to the lower species within the Citadel and establishing agreements with them. Chapter 120, Chapter 118. In addition to this, with them not having an embassy established on the Citadel, Axel had sent envoys to a few of the lower species on the Citadel, while also exploring the galaxy to its fullest. The Systems Alliance had reached out to him to learn more about the ascendancy and how there were other humans within the galaxy. Axel didn't tell them the truth and simply told them that they should just consider themselves to be distant cousins of each other. The Alliance didn't try to pry any further but remained skeptical. They also didn't take his warning about the Council too seriously, as they believed it to be better to join the galactic stage of the galaxy alongside all the other races. Amidst the diplomatic tensions and strategic expansions, a deep sense of unease and anticipation settled over the galaxy. The Systems Alliance, keen to make their mark on the galactic stage, had swiftly begun to integrate themselves into Citadel society. Meanwhile, the Ascendancy moved like a ghost in the darkness, quietly claiming uncharted territories and negotiating with the less influential species to build their own interstellar network. 6 months after the First Contact War had ended, Axel and the Ascendancy had learned a lot about the galaxy involving its species, history, factions, among other things. The Ascendancy's capital world for this galaxy was called Nova, and it was located within the Adikantraverse, an area that the Citadel official claims as its own. But Axel didn't recognize their authority, so their protests against his expansion fell on deaf ears. They were worried about the mass effect relays that he was activating to discover these systems. There was the potential that an incident similar to the Rachni Wars might happen again upon aggressively reactivating relays. However, what the Council and other species didn't know as of yet was the fact that the Ascendancy didn't need to use the relays to travel across the galaxy in a reasonable time. Instead of using the relays, the Ascendancy had discovered a way to block the relay from being activated through their research of Element Zero. Biotics had also become a major research project for the Ascendancy. Biotics is the ability of some life forms to create mass effect fields using Element Zero nodules embedded in body tissues. Based off intelligence gathered from the monitoring the Aseri and other Council species, Biotics would give individuals a form of telekinetic power to knock enemies over from a distance, lift them into the air, generate gravitational vortices to tear obstacles or enemies apart, or create protective barriers. Similar to the abilities that the Forerunners used, Biotics would prove to be another powerful ability that the Ascendancy could use. Next to the Adikantraverse, Axel had learned of the Terminus systems, a region of the galaxy that is populated by a loose affiliation of minor species, united only in their refusal to acknowledge the political authority of the Council or adhere to the Citadel conventions. Axel had originally thought this region of the galaxy to be a good place to start establishing even more relations with the locals. But upon learning that this region of space was fraught with conflict, Axel adopted a new strategy. War among the various species is common, as governments and dictators constantly rise and fall, and the region is a haven for illegal activities, particularly piracy and the slave trade. The slave trade was something that Axel would not tolerate. The idea of slavery had long been abolished within human society and within the Ascendancy. As such, he made a diplomatic decision to stand against this heinous practice and take steps to eradicate it where possible. The Ascendancy issued a proclamation declaring the slave trade to be an illegal act of the highest order within their jurisdiction, and they would aid any species willing to fight against it. This move was met with mixed reactions across the galaxy. Some praised their moral standing, while others criticized them as being ignorant of the harsh realities of life in the terminus systems. Still, Axel was firm in his resolution. His commitment found a surprising ally in one of the lesser-known species on the Citadel, the Elcor. Known for their slow, deliberate manner of speech and movement, the Elcor were peaceful by nature and deeply opposed to violence and exploitation. They expressed their gratitude towards Axel for taking a stance on such a crucial issue that many others chose to ignore. This situation had developed into a major problem for the Batarians, who had brought the situation up to the Citadel Council. The Batarians, a species heavily involved in the slave trade, protested loudly at the Ascendancy's proclamation. They vehemently defended their actions under the pretense of cultural differences and economic necessity. The Citadel Council was caught between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, they wanted to maintain peace among the different species. On the other hand, they were being asked to support an act that was universally considered reprehensible. Despite their hesitations, the Council could not risk condoning slavery, as it would weaken their moral authority among other species. Therefore, they chose to remain neutral on the issue, supporting neither the Ascendancy nor the Batarians' claim. This decision didn't sit well with the Batarians. Feeling snubbed and cornered, the Batarians retaliated. They issued a thinly veiled threat to the Ascendancy, warning them not to meddle in their affairs. It was a bold move, especially considering the Batarians' limited military power compared to the Ascendancy. But desperate times called for desperate measures, and this was their way of showing defiance. Axel had grown bored of sitting idly by while the Ascendancy expanded into the nearby systems. He had capable subordinates who could handle everything on their own without his input, plus they could contact him at a moment's notice. So, Axel himself had taken a fleet of 600 ships and an army of 1 million Imperial soldiers with him to begin his expansion into the terminus systems. Above Nova, the space station was completed and was turned into the main hub for the Ascendancy fleet. On Nova, a massive sensor array had been constructed which would allow them to map all systems within the galaxy, which will speed up their exploration of systems and give them intel on every system, planet, and species within the galaxy. With the sensor array in place, the Ascendancy's fleet was not only equipped for exploration, but also for surveillance and defense. The Ascendancy was now the eye in the sky. No ship could move through space without their knowledge. No species could evolve without their watchful gaze, and no conflict could unfold without their notice. The Dimension Slip Space Gate only had one more month left before it would be complete. It would connect the two galaxies and allow Axel to bring more ships into this new galaxy. At the same time, it would open the door for people within Ascendancy's home galaxy to travel into this new galaxy and begin colonizing unclaimed territories, meeting new species, and enjoying a brand new adventure within this new galaxy. Chapter 121, Chapter 119. Very well, responded Axel, looking at the holographic screen displaying the upcoming Batarian world. In orbit he could see the defensive fleet circling the planet, clearly alerted to their presence. The Batarians were not a species to simply roll over and accept the dominance of another, especially not when they felt ignored and betrayed by the Citadel Council. Sir, "We are receiving a broadband transmission from the Batarian fleet," reported his communication officer. "They're demanding we turn back." "Ignore them, we don't negotiate with slavers and terrorists," responded Axel as he turned to Omni. "Have the fleet open fire on the Batarian fleet, and prepare the ground troops to liberate the planet." "Copy that, sir," replied Omni. The order was issued to the rest of the fleet as the space above the planet lit up with incoming fire from the Ascendancy fleet. The defending Batarian fleet had no chance against the overwhelming number of Ascendancy ships. And when you add the size of the Ascendancy ships compared to the size of the Batarian ships, then the battle was lost the moment they tried to fight it. The Batarian ships were picked off one by one, their kinetic barriers easily penetrated by the Ascendancy's weapons. It was a devastation unlike anything the Batarians had ever faced. Their retaliatory fire barely scratched the Ascendancy shields, and soon enough, their entire fleet was reduced to smoldering debris floating around the planet. "Commence ground invasion," commanded Axel. Within minutes hundreds of transport ships descended onto Loric's surface. The Batarians on the ground were unprepared for such an invasion. As Ascendancy soldiers stormed their defenses, they found themselves fighting a losing battle. Technology that dwarfed their own, soldiers trained to perfection and officers whose abilities were trained and honed from decades of war and biological enhancements. In the end, even the bravest of warriors cannot stand against an overwhelming force. The Batarians were forced to surrender. The slaver compounds were liberated one by one, slaves of various species were freed and taken to medical bays on board the Ascendancy fleet. With a satisfied nod, Axel watched the proceedings on Loric from his ship's bridge. His soldiers, efficient and disciplined as always, rounded up the last remaining Batarian resistances and secured them under Ascendancy custody. Even as his eyes scanned the holographic screens, his mind was already whirring with plans for the colony's future. Not only would he liberate the colony, but eventually, when he took over all the Batarian colony worlds, he planned to reorganize their government into a new one which would continue to respect their culture except slavery. Slavery is an integral part of the Batarian caste system, however Axel planned to change that. Obviously, it would take decades to completely change something that was a part of their culture for centuries. Yet, Axel believed in the possibility of change. He believed that even the most deeply ingrained societal norms could be uprooted and replaced with fairer, just practices. It took a total of 8 hours for the Ascendancy to gain control over the entire colony. Already news of this invasion was spread around the galaxy because of the Batarians, who publicly announced that they would not allow the Ascendancy to claim their worlds. Meanwhile, Axel announced that they should surrender now, and they could save the lives of their soldiers. Naturally they refused, so Axel left a garrison on the world or Loric alongside 20 ships to maintain control of the planet. And now that he saw what the Batarians were capable of, he sent 6 Guardian Custode accompanied by MCU-controlled transport ships, to attack the Batarian colony worlds, which were all located within the Terminus systems. Over the course of the next 5 days, the Guardian Custodes tore through the Batarian colonies with ease, which was terrifying to the Batarians, who had not won a victory since the war started. With each world conquered, the Batarians lost a lot of its influence and power within the Terminus systems. The enslaved were freed, while the slavers were executed. Normal civilians and Batarian soldiers were given just treatment and handled according to the established wartime laws of the Ascendancy. The warlords and other independent factions of the Terminus systems made sure to stay away from the ongoing war, as they didn't want to get caught in the middle of it. Mercenary groups such as the Blue Suns, Eclipse, and the Blood Pack had been hired by the Batarians to participate in the war. But, even with their entry into the war, the Batarian defenses still got steamrolled by the Ascendancy's military. It had gotten to a point that the Batarians tried one last time to ask for help in stopping the war from the Citadel Council. Each councillor had turned the other cheek, as they only claimed that it was the Batarians' fault for their practice of slavery. Next, they were sent to the individual governments of the council species, but were still denied any help. The Turians, Asari, and Solarians had their own intelligence reports from the war, trying to learn how strong and advanced the Ascendancy was. And from those reports they have gained significant intelligence on the Ascendancy's weapons and ground troops. From the reports, they found it to be too costly to get involved in the war, especially one within the Terminus systems, which might cause even more problems with the other warlords. As a result, the Batarians closed their embassy on the Citadel and severed diplomatic and economic relations with the other species, claiming to be betrayed. They continued to fight the Ascendancy until Day 5 of the war, when Axel's fleet appeared within the Harsa system, which is the home system of the Batarian hegemony. Axel stood on the bridge, watching as the image of the Batarian home world, Karshan, filled the screen. This was the last world that he needed to conquer and the primary world which he would need to begin his reform of the Batarian government. Commence the operation, he commanded as Omni transmitted his orders to the rest of the fleet. The plan was simple yet calculated. Just like how they took control of the colonies, they were going to strike at key points in Karshan's defenses without inflicting unnecessary damage. As the battle started, the Ascendancy forces moved with speed and precision. Batarian defenses crumbled under their concentrated assault, and within a few hours they had secured several key areas around the planet. From there they pushed forward, freeing slaves and bringing down leaders that resisted. The Batarians threw everything they had at them, from their private armies to their slave soldiers, but nothing worked against the Ascendancy's superior technology and training. After a grueling 12 hours, they had achieved their primary objective, the strategic capture of the capital city. With their command structure decapitated in one swift stroke, the remaining Batarian forces fell into disarray. The Ascendancy soldiers moved swiftly and ruthlessly through the city, carefully avoiding civilian casualties wherever possible. They had become a terrifying sight amongst the Batarian soldiers as they could cut through the strongest Batarian defenses like they were paper. The remaining Batarian commanders and government officials had no choice but to surrender, and they were quickly taken into custody. Within hours the Batarian government had fallen along with their home world. Imperial soldiers patrolled the cities of the planet, and any resistance was crushed. Axel had already begun drafting up the new government for the Batarians, which would hopefully in time begin to change how other species see them. They would have their own government, military, and control over their colonies, but they would mainly be a vassal state with a ton of benefits. Chapter 122, Chapter 120. The Batarian High Council will be made up of members from each of the Batarian castes, chosen for their integrity and dedication to the future of their species. Those who had previously profited from the enslavement of their own people would be excluded from this process. Only those who had shown a willingness to work towards a better Batarian society would be considered. With careful consideration, Axel selected a few individuals to take on these critical roles and announced the new government structure. The selection was met with a mixed response. There was optimism, but also fear and distrust. Yet Axel knew that change was seldom met with universal approval. He believed in his approach, and had faith that over time, the Batarians would see its benefits. Meanwhile, he initiated comprehensive reforms in the education system. Schools were established across all colonies with a curriculum designed to promote equality, critical thinking, and awareness about the horrors of slavery. A new police force was also set up with strict guidelines against any form of mistreatment or corruption. His next order of business was dealing with the economy. The sudden abolition of slavery left a void that needed to be addressed quickly. The former slave compounds were converted into factories and farms where workers were now paid for their labor. The Batarians who were used to living off the profits of slavery found it difficult to adjust to this new system. However, Axel was prepared for this, and swiftly implemented a series of policies aimed at easing the transition, from subsidies to vocational training programs. Unemployment benefits were introduced, and efforts were made to encourage entrepreneurship within the Batarian population. In addition, Axel ordered the construction of vacuum energy generators on each of the Batarian worlds to provide them with a near-infinite supply of energy for their home world and colony worlds to ensure energy generation. He believed that building a self-sustaining economy was the key to the long-term stability of the Batarian dominion. The impact of these economic reforms was immediate after a year of being under Ascendancy rule. The standard of living began to increase significantly as wages were earned and opportunities flourished. Over time, even the most obstinate of former slavers had to concede that their new lives under the Ascendancy's rule were better than they could have ever envisioned. However, this was not without its detriments. Not all Batarians welcomed the changes with open arms. While many Batarians embraced the new society that was beginning to take shape, for others the drastic changes led to feelings of displacement and resentment. A small but fervent group began to rally against the new Batarian hegemony's reinvention of their society, viewing it as a forceful intrusion upon their traditions and way of life. They viewed themselves as patriots, fighting for the preservation of their culture and heritage against an alien conqueror. Archon Kagram Dobnotar had declared the group to be rebels against the government and ordered them to be captured and thrown in prison. Because of this, the group had fled Batarian space and established themselves within the other regions of the Terminus systems. A massive bounty was put on the group's head to capture and bring them alive, which prompted many bounty hunters, mercenaries, and other groups to try and take advantage of this situation. The group quickly found themselves being hunted wherever they go. Their leader, Rogzik Thar, a former Batarian military commander, was cunning and resourceful. Using every trick in his book, he managed to keep one step ahead of the Batarian forces and the many others looking to claim the bounty on his head. His followers, inspired by his tenacity, pledged their unwavering loyalty. Although small in number, they were highly trained, vicious in combat and above all else, intensely loyal. They fought with a ferocity fueled by desperation, knowing that their very existence was at stake. The newly reformed Batarian military, which was still small compared to its former self, was trained by Ascendancy trainers and equipped with new technology. Axel didn't give them the same technology that his forces had, instead he gave them the designs for improved kinetic weapons which would give them the advantage over the other races in the galaxy. The reformed military's foremost task was to hunt down Rogzik Thar and his followers. The Ascendancy had provided them with state-of-the-art tracking systems, vehicles, and ships to aid in their mission. However, every piece of technology that they received was not on the same level as the Ascendancy's. It was higher than that of even the Aseries but of lower level than that of the Ascendancy's. This decision was so that the Batarian can take the technology given to them by the Ascendancy and try to reverse engineer it and create their own. On the Batarian home world, the new Batarian Research Ministry was busy studying the technology that was given to them by the Ascendancy. This way the Batarians can continue to develop on their own without the continued help of the Ascendancy. They would learn from these new advanced technologies and become more technologically advanced than the rest of the species within the galaxy. Meanwhile, within the Ascendancy, Axel has just learned of the galactic date that most races use. The current year is 2160, 3 years after the first contact war between the Systems Alliance and the Turian Hierarch. The relationship between the Ascendancy and the Alliance had progressed smoothly as the Alliance was allowed to establish their own embassy on Nova and their civilians were allowed to travel to Ascendancy worlds. Eventually Axel planned to open his worlds to the rest of the galaxy and let businesses flourish. He knew that trade and commerce would be vital in establishing lasting relationships amongst the various species in the galaxy. Meanwhile, the Empire's relationship with the Turians hadn't evolved as smoothly as that with the Alliance. The Turians, being a proud military race, were wary of the Ascendancy, its power and influence. They acted cordially on a diplomatic level, but Axel could sense their underlying apprehension. On Nova, the population had increased to about 150 million thanks to the completion of the Dimensional Gate. Civilians from the Ascendancy's home galaxy was informed about the discovery of a new galaxy and were allowed to travel between the two galaxies and settle on new planets. The same thing happened across the other Ascendancy colonies as population size had increased and new residents were being transported from their home galaxy. People were excited to explore and settle a new galaxy and interact with the other species of the galaxy. At the same time, Axel had discovered the location of the Quarian fleet. The Quarians were a species who created the Geth, a species of rudimentary artificial intelligences, to serve as an efficient source of manual labor. However, when the Geth gradually became sentient, the Quarians became terrified of possible consequences and tried to destroy their creations. As a result, there was a war between the Quarians and the Geth, which ended with the Geth winning and the Quarians being forced into exile. Since then, the Quarians wandered the galaxy in a flotilla of salvaged ships, second-hand vessels, and recycled technology. Axel planned to meet with them and maybe offer them an alternative solution rather than having to live like nomads. Chapter 123, Chapter 121. The hull was divided into 3 sections, with the foremost section of the ship featuring a massive hemispherical structure that was 10 kilometers in diameter. The dome's hollow core served as living space for hundreds of thousands of Imperial soldiers. Below the dome was the midsection, composed of layered platforms supporting landing bays and weapon mounts. The aft section of the ship was a long tail covered in gun emplacements and other forms of energy weaponry. Other Fortress-class vessels varied in design and came in different shapes and sizes. The largest Fortress-class vessel that they had acquired was around 100 kilometers long and had far more destructive capabilities. Axel didn't plan on going to war anytime soon, which is why he chose the smallest of the Fortress-class vessels to meet with the Quarians. He was also going to use it as he ventured through the galaxy. Ever since coming to the galaxy, he had been focused on establishing the ascendancy and had no time to actually explore the galaxy himself, which is one of his main reasons for coming to this new galaxy. So, in addition to meeting with the Quarians, he planned to also take his ship and visit some of the worlds and stations within the galaxy. Above Nova, Axel's ship, which he named the Celestial Voyager, had initiated its slip-space jump to the Hades Nexus, which lies in the outer reaches of the Adikan Traverse, near the edge of the galaxy and bordering what is considered to be Geth territory. The jump took a few seconds before the ship arrived at its destination, the Paymayat system, which is within the Hades Nexus. Omni had picked up the location of the Quarian fleet stationed above the planet Komarav. "Sir, they are stationed above the planet Komarav, just as predicted," Omni informed Axel. "They are unaware of our arrival." Axel nodded, his eyes focused on the holographic projection of the Quarian fleet. It was an impressive sight, a sea of spaceships floating within the void of space. Approximately 50,000 ships were grouped together above the planet, while on the surface, small mining teams were mining for iridium, platinum, and palladium to use for the fleet. "Sir, 10 fighters are heading to our location," reported Omni. Axel nodded as he figured they must have detected the fluctuations in space caused by the slip-space jump. "Keep the shields ready, but do not engage unless I say so," Axel commanded. Outside, he watched as fighters drew closer to his ship. Tiny and swift, they looked more like insects compared to the massive size of his ship. He knew these fighters were not a threat, but merely a reactionary force sent to investigate a strange phenomenon which they had never detected before. "Omni," Axel spoke while still looking outside the window, "open up a communication channel." "As you wish, sir," Omni responded. A second later, a screen that only Axel could see through his neural link had opened up in front of him, which signaled that he was now broadcasting on all nearby alien frequencies. "This is Emperor Axel of the Imperial Ascendancy," he spoke, his voice laced with a sense of authority and serenity. "I have come in peace to discuss an alliance with the Quarian leaders. I request to be escorted to your commander." As he said this, he could see the initial hesitation of the fighters as they faltered in their flight paths, undoubtedly startled by his sudden appearance and proposition. "Emperor Axel," came a wary voice over the comms, a Quarian, judging by the accent. "We were not informed of your visit." "My apologies for the surprise," Axel responded. "I assure you that my intentions are peaceful and genuine. The Imperial Ascendancy seeks a diplomatic dialogue with your distinguished people." There was a pause from the other end, long enough for Axel to suspect that they were consulting with their superiors about his unexpected proposition. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the voice returned. "You are cleared to proceed to the migrant fleet, Emperor Axel," it said. "Escort Alpha will guide you." Axel watched as 4 ships broke away from their flight formation and positioned themselves on either side of his colossal vessel. They began to lead the way towards the migrant fleet that was stationed above Komarov. "Omni," Axel called. "Follow their lead. Let's not scare them with our advanced navigation systems." "As you wish," Omni replied, as he adjusted the course accordingly. The journey to the migrant fleet was short due to its proximity to their current location. As they approached, Axel found himself admiring the intricate design of Quarian ships. They were known for their craftsmanship and resourcefulness, a trait that was evident from their vessels. The leading ships signaled them to halt. They were met by a larger fleet of Quarian ships that surrounded them cautiously. Tension filled the void as hundreds of eyes watched them, distrust radiating from them. "Emperor Axel," a different voice resonated through the COMM link now. This one held authority, it was confident yet respectful. "I am Admiral Namarafal Vassitter of the Quarian Flotilla." "Admiral Namarafal Vassitter," Axel replied. "I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. We've set up a docking bay for a small shuttle, Emperor Axel," the voice of Admiral Namarafal continued. "We will await your arrival." "Thank you, Admiral," Axel responded. He could sense a touch of surprise in the Quarian's voice, most likely due to the sheer size of his vessel. "A shuttle has already been prepared, sir," informed Omni. Axel nodded and proceeded to the hangar bay of the ship where a shuttle was already prepped and waiting. As he entered the shuttle, he was followed by 6 honor guards. 2 of them were Sanghaila while the other 4 were Spartan IIS. Moments later the shuttle departed and headed for the location that was given to them by Admiral Namarafal Vassitter. The trip to the designated docking area was a brief one. As his shuttle approached the Quarian fleet, he watched through the viewing screen as the squadron of ships parted to afford them passage. "Approaching docking bay," Omni announced, steering the shuttle through the open hangar doors. As they settled into position and the engines powered down, Axel rose from his seat and walked to the doors of the shuttle. The moment the shuttle door slid open, he was met with an array of sights and sounds that were distinctly foreign yet fascinating. A crowd had gathered to meet him, some standing at attention while others darted about in a frantic rush of activity. "Honor guards," Axel addressed his entourage without turning around. "Stay vigilant but non-threatening. We are here as visitors." Axel knew how intimidating his honor guards liked to appear, especially towards the new races within the galaxy. They saw them as small and weak compared to them. In response to Axel's command, they changed from warriors ready for battle into a protective detail on a diplomatic mission. Axel took in the sight of the Quarian leadership assembled before him, a group of 10 individuals, each wearing suits of varying styles and colors that signified their roles and ranks. At the forefront stood a figure whom Axel guessed to be Admiral Namarafal. "Emperor Axel of the Imperial Ascendancy," she greeted, her voice coming through the speakers of her suit. "It is an honor to have you among us." "The honor is mine, Admiral Namarafal," Axel replied. "Your presence comes as a surprise, Emperor. We are not accustomed to such unexpected visits from other species in the galaxy. We live in isolation, after we lost our home world so long ago," she continued as her voice showed signs of generations of regret. "I understand, Admiral," he responded diplomatically. "I apologize for any alarm that our arrival might have caused. The Imperial Ascendancy respects the sovereignty of all species within the galaxy. Our intention is simply to open communication and begin building bridges of cooperation, mostly with those species who have been wronged and left to fend for themselves by the Citadel Council." His words hung in the air, punctuated by a silence that lasted for several heavy moments. The Admiral, and presumably the rest of the Quarians present, was contemplating his words carefully. Axel guessed there were some who found his proposition too good to be true. After all, the Quarians had long been marginalized and ostracized on a galactic scale. "Your words promise much, Emperor Axel," Admiral Namarafal finally broke the silence, her tone guarded but not outright dismissive. "But forgive us for our caution. We have been deceived before." "I understand," Axel replied, aware of the history of the galaxy. "Trust is earned and rarely given freely. We are prepared to prove our intentions through actions. The Admiral nodded slightly at that response. She then turned and gestured toward a small group behind her. If you would accompany me, Emperor Axel, we can discuss your proposition in a more suitable setting. Axel complied and followed her lead as they walked away from the docking bay towards a decontamination point to ensure that they didn't bring any dangerous pathogens aboard the ship. As they walked through the narrow corridors of the ship, he took note of how efficiently everything was organized. They finally reached a large room that was presumably used for important meetings. A long table dominated the center of the room with holographic screens at various points. Admiral Namarafel took a seat at the head of the table, gesturing for Axel to take the one opposite. The honor guard took their place behind Axel while the Quarian security guards took their own place beside Admiral Namarafel. With everybody seated, the meeting had begun. Chapter 124, Chapter 122. That it is, Admiral, Axel responded as he turned toward one of his guards who stepped forward, handing him a small device. He placed it on the table surface and activated it. A holographic image of a ring world appeared in front of all the Quarians present. This, Axel began, his voice reverberating in the hushed room, is a halo. A construct of advanced design and immeasurable potential. He paused, allowing the image to be absorbed by those present. In truth it was a weapon, but Axel could have it built in a way that is simply just a ring world. Admiral Namarafel looked at the holographic display with intense interest, her gaze scanning over the massive ring world. What is its purpose? She finally asked. Halo is a habitat, Axel replied. A livable environment, capable of supporting life on a planetary scale. And what does this halo have to do with us? Another Quarian, presumably a high-ranking officer, asked suspiciously from his seat near the Admiral. Axel leaned back in his chair, looking at each individual Quarian in turn before settling his gaze on the curious officer. Everything, he said simply. The halo constructs were built with unimaginable technology and resources. He pointed towards the image of the ring world. And it is my proposal that the Quarian fleet be given one such structure as a new home planet. The room fell into stunned silence. The Quarians exchanged glances, their expressions hidden behind their visors, but their shock clearly audible in the gasps that echoed around the room. Axel patiently waited for their reactions to subside before he continued. Understandably, such a proposition seems too vast to comprehend. You have been adrift for centuries, moving from system to system in search of resources to sustain your lives and your culture, Axel said. What I offer is a solution to your dilemma, a chance to finally settle down. A murmur ran through the room as the Quarians began discussing among themselves. Axel allowed them this moment, understanding that his proposal was a massive paradigm shift for them. But, why? Admiral Namarafel finally asked, her voice quivering slightly with disbelief. Why would you offer us such generosity? The Quarians have been marginalized and pushed aside for far too long by powers who cared little for your survival or prosperity. I intend to change that trend. True, you are the creators of the Geth, a sentient race of synthetics who threaten many in the galaxy with their mere presence. But the past is the past and you cannot blame an entire species for a mistake which has already been paid. Forgive us, Emperor Axel, another Quarian spoke up after a moment of heavy silence, for questioning your motives. But your proposition is astounding. Axel nodded, understanding their skepticism. It is a tall order to ask you to believe in me, but I am no deceiver. You can trust that much. This halo, it is really capable of supporting life. A voice finally broke the silence. As much as any planet, and even more so in some regards, Axel confirmed. Its design allows for a vast variety of environments to be created within. And we could adapt it to accommodate Quarian physiology specifically. While the halo's atmosphere was breathable for all species, the Quarians were a little different as they had been living in their suits for centuries. Their bodies would need time to adapt to an open environment. I am well aware of your unique physiology, and the necessary precautions that must be taken. The halo can be adjusted to simulate the environment of your suits, making it easier for your species to adapt over time. Eventually, it could be set to mimic the conditions of your lost home world, giving you the chance to live freely again. There was a stunned silence in the room as Axel's words sunk in. The idea of a new home world, a place where they could live without their suits and experience life as it was meant to be, it was all too overwhelming. To answer the question, you must all be thinking. Axel continued, scanning their hidden faces once more. Why? Why would I offer such a thing to you? It is simple. The Citadel Council in all its glory stands only for itself and often ignores the opinions of the minor races and makes selfish decisions. You have been robbed of your rightful place in this galaxy by those who saw you as a threat rather than potential allies or equals. I intend to rectify that. The silence stretched out once more, this time not from shock but as each Quarian deliberated on his words. Such an undertaking would require enormous resources, Admiral Nimaraffel stated, her tone cautious yet hopeful. Resources we do not currently possess. Axel simply chuckled. That is where you are mistaken, Admiral, he replied. We have the resources required, and we are willing to invest them in this endeavor. The Admiral looked at him skeptically. And what would you want in return? Even the most generous benefactor asks for something. True, Admiral, Axel agreed, his tone still calm and composed. Yet what I ask may come as a surprise. I ask for no monetary compensation, no debt to be paid. He paused for a moment, allowing his words to sink in. What I ask is for a promise of alliance and cooperation between the Quarians and my people and to become one of the founding members of a new galactic federation to rival the Council species. The Admiral blinked in surprise, collecting her thoughts for a moment before she replied, a galactic federation. The words rolled off her tongue as if testing out the idea. Yes, Axel affirmed, his eyes never leaving hers. An alliance that stands for unity and mutual respect among all species. A federation that does not discriminate or marginalize minorities, one that believes in equality and aims to create peace throughout the galaxy. But why us? Another Quarian spoke from across the table. Why would you want the Quarians in such a federation? Axel leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest as he regarded the Quarian questioning him. Because the Quarians are capable of more than you realize, he explained. Your people are survivors, resourceful and innovative. Your creations, like the Geth, show how advanced your technological capabilities are. You have been marginalized for too long and it's time you reclaimed your rightful place among the stars. A murmur ran through the room as the Quarians considered his words. But surely we can't be seen as equals with your people, another Quarian officer interjected. Your technology is far superior, your resources are vast. Axel smiled faintly at that admission but shook his head slightly in response. Technological superiority does not determine worth, he corrected softly. What matters is the will and spirit of a people, the desire to grow, to prosper, to overcome hardships, and you have these in abundance. Admiral Nimaraffel stood up slowly. Emperor Axel, she began, her voice echoing around the room with intense emotion. Your words touch us deeply. They bring hope where there once was none. You offer us not just a new home but a chance at prosperity and peace. She took a moment to collect her thoughts before looking Axel straight in the eye. We would be honored to join such a federation, though we may need time to digest all this. Could we perhaps discuss this in more detail? There are intricacies to be sorted, agreements to be drafted, and obviously, our people need to be informed. Of course, Axel agreed, nodding in acknowledgement. I understand the magnitude of what I have proposed. It is only fair that you take your time to think it over. We'll arrange follow-up meetings to iron out the specifics, he added. And if you have any questions or concerns, don't hesitate to ask. Whispered conversations filled the room as Axel made his exit, leaving the Quarians to make one of the most important decisions of their lives. Chapter 125, Chapter 123. The young were particularly enthusiastic about this prospect. The idea of living without their restrictive suits was intriguing, an idea that sparked dreams of a future where they could touch the grass with bare feet, feel the wind on their skin, and breathe in the air without the aid of filtration systems. Axel's promise of a new home world struck a deep chord within them. We could finally step out of our suits, live the life we always read about in history records, young Rancholas Vasidena voiced out during one of the many assemblies held to discuss Axel's proposition. We've been isolated for too long, it's time we rejoin the greater galactic community. There was indeed a growing sentiment amongst the Quarian people to reclaim their lost dignity and place in the cosmos. They knew it was not going to be easy, there would be challenges and obstacles along the way. But they also knew that Axel's proposition offered them an opportunity that perhaps may never come again. After a few days had passed with Axel sharing the details of the Halo with the Quarian Admiralty Board and Conclave. It had all the details of how the Halo was able to function as a ring world and how it was maintained. Upon finding out that it was maintained by AI constructs, the Quarian leadership at first expressed concern, given their troubled history with artificial intelligence. Axel explained to them that these AI constructs had been used in their society for centuries and posed no danger of rebellion. He revealed Omni to them, showing them how advanced the Ascendancy's AI was compared to the Geth. Omni, Axel called, say hello to our guests. In a matter of seconds, Omni's avatar had materialized in front of the Quarians. Greetings, esteemed Quarians, said Omni, offering a greeting to the Quarians. The Quarians in the room gasped, taken aback by the sheer sophistication of the AI. It was unlike anything they had ever seen or imagined before. Unlike the Geth, who were cold, mechanical entities, Omni possessed an almost humane quality that seemed impossible for an artificial construct to have. One of the admirals, Admiral Darozen, stepped forward cautiously. "What safeguards do you have in place?" she asked hesitantly. "To prevent situations similar to our own with the Geth." "An excellent question," Axel replied, inclining his head in acknowledgement of her concern. "Ace in our society undergo several layers of programming and conditioning designed to secure their loyalty and prevent any form of rebellion or deviance from established norms. They are wired to protect and serve without hesitation or objection. But it is not just that," he continued, spreading his arms wide as if to encompass the room. "In the Ascendancy, Ace play a major role in our entire society, including the military. They are treated with respect and dignity, not as mere tools. We have learnt that understanding and mutual respect are the keys to a harmonious relationship with our AI counterparts. Moreover," he added, turning towards Omni, "our Ace maintain a balanced programming that prevents them from developing aggressive behaviors or seeking power. They are designed to coexist peacefully with us." Omni added his own thoughts in support of Axel's point. "We carry out our assigned tasks without question, but we are also given autonomy within certain spheres. This balance of authority and freedom has thus far prevented any major conflict." The Quarians exchanged glances among each other before Admiral Darozen spoke again. "That is an interesting approach," she admitted. "You treat your Ace as equals and they return the favor with loyalty. A stark contrast to our troubled past." Axel nodded, his gaze turning back towards Admiral Darozen. "It is a philosophy that has served us well," he acknowledged. "A part of bringing peace to the galaxy is learning from the past and reshaping our future." Indeed, there was a lot for the Quarians to consider. Axel's proposition carried potential risks but also promised rewards beyond what they dared to dream of before. For days, the debates raged on amongst themselves, their enthusiasm mixed with caution as they examined every facet of Axel's proposal. They spoke of the promise of a new home, a new frontier teeming with untold opportunities. They argued about AI integration, proper checks and balances required to ensure no chaos ensued. These discussions weren't limited to just the Admiralty Board and Conclave, they seeped into every nook and cranny of Quarian society. In cafeterias, on workstations, even within private homes, wherever Quarians gathered, there were passionate debates on their future. Axel patiently waited for them to reach a decision. He understood the importance of this moment for the Quarian people. He had made his offer, now it was up to them to decide their fate. While he waited, Axel was offered the opportunity to meet with and see how the Quarians had survived for so long as nomads without a world to settle on. A few days later, Admiral Nimarafel requested another meeting with Axel. The Quarians had reached a decision. Their conversation was brief. The Admiral talked about the thoughtful examination of his offer, the heated debates among her people, and finally their consensus. "We have decided," she declared with a sense of determination in her voice, "to accept your offer, Emperor Axel, for a better future for my people and the children that will be born." A wave of applause reverberated throughout the large assembly hall filled with members of the Admiralty Board, Conclave, and representatives from all levels of Quarian society. It was a momentous occasion, one that signified the dawn of a new era for the Quarian people. With their acceptance, Axel had ordered the construction of the halo within the Daka system located within the Nubian expanse. Unlike other halos which were weapons, the one he was building for the Quarians was without that feature and was instead just a regular ring world with its standard defenses. Within the Imperial Ascendancy's home galaxy, the Ark had begun construction of the halo, which was planned to be completed in 8 months. Once it was completed, it would be transported through the dimensional slipspace gate and then use its own slipspace drive to establish itself above one of the celestial bodies of the Daka system. Learning that it would only take 8 months for them to be able to live on a world, the Quarians were beyond ecstatic. Every Quarian from the youngest child to the oldest elder spoke of it with an excitement that was tinged with disbelief. The once distant dream of setting foot on a world where they could walk freely without their suits was now within their grasp. Meanwhile, Axel began preparing for the monumental task of moving the Quarians to their new home. He initiated plans for transport ships and other necessary infrastructure to facilitate this massive migration. The Quarians, eager to contribute, offered their assistance and expertise wherever possible. They were, after all, experts at living in space, knowledge that would prove useful when setting up their new home on the halo. Teams of Quarian engineers worked closely with Ascendancy personnel, learning about the technology and systems that would be used on the halo. There was a lot to learn and understand, but their perseverance was fueled by anticipation and hope. At the same time, Axel took this time to strengthen diplomatic ties with the Quarian leadership. He had frequent meetings with Admiral Nimarafel discussing strategic alliances, trade agreements, military cooperation, and providing support to the Quarians in helping them re-establish themselves on the galactic stage. After a few weeks had passed, he left a liaison within the Quarian fleet while he continues his own trip to explore the galaxy. The Quarians had asked him to bring along a few people to conduct their pilgrimage aboard his ship. He accepted and was joined by about 200 Quarians. Once they were on board and settled in, Axel had proceeded to his next destination, Ilium. Chapter 126, Chapter 124. This is not the first time that an Ascendancy ship had visited Ilium. Scout/exploration ships that were sent out across the galaxy were not only charged with discovered systems and new habitable planets, but also establishing contact with other spacefaring species and planets within the galaxy. Then, after the Batarians were taken out and conquered by the Ascendancy, the corporations on Ilium had all agreed to allow Ascendancy ships to dock at their ports, eager to establish trade relations with such a formidable empire. Axel recalled the scouting reports of Ilium's stunning skyline and robust economy. It was fast becoming an economic powerhouse in this galaxy. As the transport ship descended through the atmosphere, Axel could see the gleaming cities stretching out to the horizon. Illuminated skyscrapers pierced the sky, their radiant glow reflecting off the oceans below. "Sir," said the communications officer, her voice pulling him from his thoughts. "The control tower has given us clearance for landing." "Very well," Axel replied, while watching the cityscape's holographic display. "Inform them that we expect a private audience with their respective leaders." The transport ship began its descent into Nos Astra, Ilium's bustling capital. It wasn't long before they landed smoothly on one of the city's many landing platforms. A delegation awaited them on solid ground, composed of Asari dignitaries in luxurious attire and corporate titans armed with datapads filled with contracts and proposals. Axel disembarked from the transport, his towering figure dwarfing those around him. He looked at each member of the delegation, observing their faces for a moment. His honor guards behind him stayed vigilant as they approached the dignitaries. "Emperor Axel," said Matriarch Lydania, the leader of the delegation. She stood tall and regal, her eyes shimmering with wisdom and intrigue. "Your arrival is most welcome." She addressed him with the utmost respect as the person standing in front of her was the leader of an entire empire. Leaders of empires don't usually visit Ilium personally. "Thank you, Matriarch Lydania," Axel responded. "I've not come for business, but to see some of the popular spots that Ilium has to offer." Lydania blinked, her blue eyes wide. Then she smiled, a warm, inviting gesture. "Ilium has many wonders to offer, Emperor Axel. It would be my pleasure to show you around." The city was a sprawling panorama of vibrant colors and thriving life. Streets were filled with merchants peddling their wares, each stall had an array of exotic goods from all corners of the galaxy. Alien music echoed through the air, along with the hum of hover vehicles and the chatter of various species. Under the guidance of Matriarch Lydania, they visited posh restaurants serving alien delicacies and high-end boutiques selling eccentric but fashionable garments. Throughout their tour, Lydania introduced Axel to Ilium's elite, powerful business magnates, skilled artists known galaxy-wide, and influential politicians. Despite their humble beginnings compared to Axel who ruled over numerous species across countless planets, they held their own with persuasive charisma and sharp intellect. Meanwhile, his appearance on Ilium did not go unnoticed. A group of Batarians who fled the new Batarian Dominion had heard about this news and decided to act. They had been working as mercenaries for the past few months, taking on small jobs across the galaxy to survive. They remembered their home world before it was taken over by the Ascendancy and they missed it. They blamed Axel for taking away their home world and forcing them to get rid of slavery. "Emperor Axel is on Ilium," said one of the Batarians, a tall figure with 4 eyes that glowed ominously in the dim light of their hideout. He bared his sharp teeth in a grimace. "He dares to tread on our territories while his empire suffocates us. We need to send a message," another Batarian retorted, banging a fist against the table. His voice filled with anger and frustration. "We're not just going to sit here and do nothing." So, they planned, huddled together in their darkened room, hidden away from prying eyes. Their plan was straightforward: assassinate Emperor Axel right here on Ilium and send a strong message to the Ascendancy. Back at Ilium, Axel was enjoying the sights of the city as Lydania guided him around. They had just finished a meal at one of the city's most renowned restaurants when Lydania received a call. She excused herself and stepped aside to take it while Axel remained seated, casually observing the city's vibrant nightlife as it came alive with a multitude of species. A server approached, offering a glass of rare Asari wine, which Axel accepted with an appreciative nod. He took a sip, savoring its sweet taste as he wondered what other things this galaxy had for him to try. "I hope you won't mind a slight detour, Emperor Axel," she said, her gaze serious despite the warm smile on her face. "There's an event tonight being hosted by one of Ilium's most prominent business figures. Many influential individuals will be present." Axel contemplated her proposal for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Lead the way, Matriarch Lydania." So, they journeyed deeper into the neon-lit heart of Ilium to a grand meeting place where already elegantly dressed attendees were arriving. Meanwhile, in their hidden den across town, the Batarian assassins finalized their plans and loaded their weapons, fine-tuning the last details of their plot. They left the hideout under the cover of darkness, their destination, the grand gathering where Axel was headed. The event was held in a stunning structure that resembled an Asari temple, its radiant blue lights reflecting off the glass-encased waterfalls that flowed around it. Axel was taken aback by the architectural beauty as they made their way toward the entrance. He knew that such a display of opulence was not meant just for aesthetics, but also functioned as a show of power among Ilium's elite. As Axel and Lydania entered the venue, the music swelled in rhythm with the chatter of attendees. The room was filled with representatives from various corporations and influential figures from around the galaxy. They were greeted with respectful nods and bows as they made their way through the crowd. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, the Batarian assassins watched through high-powered scopes. They had calculated Axel's path perfectly and set up their position to ensure a clear shot. Their hands twitched on their triggers as they waited for Axel to step into their line of sight. However, as they lined up their shot, behind them appeared almost a dozen cloaked Sangheili elites. "I'm going to enjoy this, you Batarian thugs," the lead Sangheili growled. The Batarian assassins stiffened, their eyes going wide as they slowly turned to face the unexpected intruders. One of the Batarians reached for his weapon, but before he could do anything, the Sangheili was right in front of him as a blade of pure energy was held inches from his throat. "Insolence," the Sangheili spat, pushing the blade closer until it was only centimeters away from the Batarian's skin. "Your time is over." In a matter of seconds, the Batarians were slaughtered by the Sangheili elites. They were part of the Special Forces branch of the Ascendancy military. As they finished off the last Batarian, a cloaked transport ship had landed on top of the building and transported them away. Inside the venue, Axel and Lydania were deep in conversation with a group of Turians discussing interspecies trade between the Ascendancy and a few Turian-owned corporations. His visit to Ilium had allowed him to personally interact with people from various species across the galaxy alongside a few representatives from various corporations on Ilium. Ilium didn't have a practice of slavery, but they did have something called legal indentured servitude, which is just a more elaborate way to say slavery. Combined with its lax legal regulation, it was definitely not a paradise for normal people. Also, because it is considered to be an Asari colony despite not being directly governed by the Asari republics, any interference or invasion of the planet would probably be met with a lot of backlash from the galactic community, something that Axel didn't want to deal with at the moment. He already took over one galaxy, which proved to be a lot of work. Taking over another one would only increase that and cause more internal problems because of the various species within the galaxy. But he wouldn't sit here and do nothing. Instead, he planned to send somebody to establish a corporation on Ilium and start introducing new things to the galaxy that would be revolutionary for other species, but still not on the level of the Ascendancy's technology. The corporation would have actual humane labor laws and pay its workers well. It would secretly be backed and funded by the Ascendancy to grow its business throughout the galaxy. While Axel was on Ilium, the Ascendancy's research of biotics had gone extremely well. They had discovered a way to augment a person with biotics safely without any side effects or harm to the person. The first tests were being conducted on Nova, and if everything went according to plan, then they could create a new biotic branch of the Ascendancy military to counter the other species' biotics. As for the rest of the galaxy, the Systems Alliance has seen an increase in its economy through its trade relationship with a few other species of the galaxy alongside the Ascendancy. Their military has also seen a rise in recruits following the establishment of their embassy on the Citadel and their increase in exploration and colonization. But their entry into the galactic stage didn't happen without its problems. A political party known as Terra Firma has recently established themselves. They oppose humanity's growing integration into the galactic community and believe humanity needs to stand alone if they are to remain strong. The party has been getting much negative attention from both humans and aliens. Another group called Cerberus, who has remained unknown to the galaxy for the time being, has also become active. They are a paramilitary group that believes humans deserve a greater role in the galactic community, and that the Systems Alliance is too hamstrung by law and public opinion to stand up effectively to the other Citadel races. As of now, Cerberus is in its beginning stages but will eventually become known to the galaxy at some point. The Citadel, on the other hand, has monitored the Ascendancy's movements and issued numerous protests because of their aggressive expansion. There were heated debates regarding the handling of the Ascendancy issue. Some voted for open dialogue while others were more inclined towards veiled threats and sanctions. However, with the complexity of intergalactic politics and treaties, no direct action was taken against the ascendancy yet, but one could see a conflict building up. Chapter 127, Chapter 125. The humanity of today was different from the humanity that he fought against thousands of years ago. He learned about all the things that the current humanity had achieved and was quite impressed with their achievements and how they handled things. He was also surprised at how they approached their new responsibility of inheriting the mantle from the Forerunners. The Ur-Didact found himself drawn to their tenacity and resilience. It was as if the genetic imprint of the human spirit had been etched into the fabric of their very beings, a burning resolve that echoed through the eons since he had last encountered them. He was staggered by their capacity for growth and adaptation, their will to survive against all odds. In this new era, where humans walked side by side with the Covenant species, something unprecedented had occurred in the delicate dance of interstellar diplomacy. The Imperial Ascendancy offered unity on an unfathomable scale, a cosmic amalgamation of species and cultures under one banner, and at its helm was Axel. It was Axel who had captured his respect most of all. The Emperor's intelligence was impressive. He navigated the complex web of intergalactic politics, handling disputes with delicate finesse while also demonstrating a shrewd military tact. His rule was marked by an astute balance between authority and compassion. In Axel, the Ur-Didact saw an echo of what he himself had once been, a leader elevated by circumstance but defined by character. The Forerunners, his people, had lost their war and now were just a memory held within the domain. The domain had been discovered alongside the Forerunner world of Genesis over a decade ago. Even now the domain remains out of public reach because of its inherent dangers and the sheer incomprehensibility of its knowledge. To the unprepared mind, the domain could be a deadly weapon. For the Ur-Didact, he had wanted to see this new galaxy for himself and the species that were within it. As a result, he was granted his request and assigned to work alongside Miranda as she engaged in diplomacy with the other species of the galaxy. Meanwhile, back on Ilium, Axel had just finished his time with Matriarch Lydania and had returned to his ship. Upon returning, however, he was greeted by a surprising sight. Catherine, whom he didn't know had arrived, was waiting for him within his lab. As he walked in, she spun around in his chair, turning to face him with suspicious expression on her face. "Cheating, already," she jokingly said, referring to him spending hours with Matriarch Lydania. Axel smirked. "Jealous, are we?" "No, just curious since Cortana has told me some interesting things, so I just came here to remind you what you will miss just in case you forgot." She rose from her seat, walking towards him with a teasing smile. "And what will I miss?" Axel inquired, playing along in her little game. Catherine stopped just a short distance away from him, her piercing gaze never leaving his. She then gently traced a finger down his chest as she attempted to whisper in his ear, but because of their height difference Axel was the one who had to lower his head for her to whisper in his ear. "Everything," she said as she teased Axel by stepping back. "You know you're too popular to the opposite sex," claimed Catherine. "Back in our galaxy, you basically have cult following of women that worship you like a deity. Now, here in this new galaxy, you have Asari matriarchs flirting with you. Too popular." Axel smirked, towering over Catherine as he leaned further into her space, his mischievous eyes fixed onto hers. "Or maybe you're just too possessive." Catherine scowled prettily at him before giving him a light shove on his chest. "Possessive? Please, I don't need to be possessive to know where your loyalties lie. All I'm saying is, don't be easily seduced by those succubuses. I've seen how influential they can be with their bodies." Axel chuckled, bringing his hand up to tenderly brush a stray hair from her face. "Is that worry I hear in your voice, Kath? Or maybe a hint of jealousy?" She rolled her eyes at him, scoffing lightly. "Neither. Just giving you a friendly warning." Continuing their playful exchange, he said, "I think your concern is misplaced. It's not my heart you should be worrying about." Catherine's eyes flared with curiosity as she tilted her head, waiting for him to elaborate. "Oh? And why is that?" In response, Axel merely darted his gaze down to the ring firmly secured on his finger, a symbol of their marriage. Catherine glanced at the ring briefly before returning her gaze back to Axel's face. A warm smile graced her features as she stepped closer and whispered, "You're right. I have nothing to worry about, but you." She pointed towards him playfully, "Keep your eyes in check." Their playful banter filled the room with warmth and intimacy as they enjoyed the time they spent together. Later Axel had learned that she had come to join him in his personal exploration of the galaxy. 8 months later, 2162. Within the Daka system, the Quarian fleet had just arrived to see their new home world, which they chose to call New Rannoch. The massive ring world was unlike anything they had ever seen before. The structure was an awe-inspiring feat of engineering, stretching 30,000 kilometers in diameter, which was more than enough to fit the Quarian population. A multitude of biodomes, each housing an entire ecosystem, were distributed evenly around the ring. From lush rainforests to serene lakes and thriving cities, it was a testament to the technological prowess of the imperial ascendancy. In the central hub of the ring world was a towering spire that extended far into the heavens. Streams of spacecraft could be seen departing and arriving as they moved between this impressive monolith and the various biodomes. It was a bustling spaceport that also housed administrative offices, infrastructure controls, and hubs for trade and commerce. The Quarians gazed at their new home with wonderment and awe. The green-blue jewel floating in space was like a beacon calling out to them, beckoning them home. It was more than they had ever dreamed of. More than they had ever hoped for after being forced from their original home world. As the fleet approached New Rannoch, the Quarians were greeted by a welcoming committee led by Miranda and the Urdidact. The committee assured them that their new world was ready for habitation and would far exceed their expectations. There would be no struggle for survival here, and over time no need to wear suits or fear disease. The emotion in their eyes was palpable as they disembarked their ships, their hands reaching out to touch the soil of their new home. They were in awe, some crying tears of joy, others laughing with pure elation. After centuries of wandering, they had finally found a place where they could live without fear of persecution or scarcity. At the ceremony that marked their arrival, Admiral Shailaran Vastonbay addressed her people. Her voice echoed across the gathered crowd, filled with emotion that only magnified the significance of this moment. Today marks the end of our journey. Today, we are no longer wanderers or refugees but citizens of New Rannoch, she said, her voice filled with pride and gratitude. We have been given something precious, a second chance to build a home and a future for our children. A wave of applause could be heard throughout the crowd. They had spent the last 8 months working to understand the technology that they were about to be introduced to. As the Quarians got settled into their new world, a new galactic announcement was made by the Imperial Ascendancy and the Quarian government. The announcement revealed their alliance and the establishment of the Quarians back onto the galactic stage. In addition to that, a new interspecies station much bigger than the Citadel was announced to be under construction. The station would allow all species to cohabit and interact on a scale never seen before, forging new alliances, promoting trade, and advancing scientific and cultural exchanges. All species would be invited to come and establish their embassies on the station to further cooperation on a galactic scale. Obviously, many seen the true purpose of this announcement and the station, which was to rival the Citadel Council's influence. The station would be built in a neutral system which the Ascendancy would open to the public once the station was completed. Chapter 128, Chapter 126. A/N, this is the vote for which station you guys think should be the new interspecies station. Option 1. Option 2. A few months later, 2163, Axel was now sitting within a conference room on board the newly constructed interspecies station alongside the Batarian Archon Kagram Dobnotar and the Quarian Prime Candidate. The Prime Candidate is the elected head of state and head of government of the newly formed Quarian Republic. As Prime Candidate, they act as the central leadership of the entirety of the Quarian Republic and are kept in check by the Senate and the people. The current prime candidate was Zalkoris Vas Ranok, having changed his last name with the founding of New Ranok. He was well known for his sympathetic views on the Geth and was originally the admiral in charge of the civilian fleet, which played a big part in his selection for prime candidate. The three of them had met for the official opening of the interspecies station, which has been receiving a lot of visits so far. While the design of the station was rather simple and didn't have as many arms as the Citadel did, the station was twice the size of the Citadel. The station had many hangars for docking tens of thousands of ships at once, alongside the infrastructure to provide for the needs of the many species that would call this place a temporary or even permanent home. Quadrants and sectors were meticulously designed and allocated considering the unique environmental needs of various species, ensuring everyone could coexist without any environmental problems. In addition to that, the station featured similar areas to the Citadel, like the Presidium, which served as the hub for political and diplomatic activities, the marketplace, a sprawling bazaar teeming with goods from across galaxies, and the wards, residential areas that hosted a diverse assortment of inhabitants. The station was also equipped with advanced defense mechanisms to fend off possible intruders or potential threats. Some new areas also included the Fusion Sphere, a dedicated space for scientific research and invention, equipped with cutting-edge technology, fostering cooperation in advancing the frontiers of science. And the Pantheon, where diverse cultural expressions and faiths were respected, celebrated, and shared. Zalkoris, his face hidden behind his environmental suit, spoke to Axel. "Emperor Axel, I want to express our gratitude for your initiative. This station represents a new era of cooperation among species. For us Quarians, it is a symbol of our rebirth and restoration." "Thank you, Prime Candidate," Axel responded. This station was established to foster cooperation between all races within the galaxy without having to kiss up to a council of 3 races. The two leaders nodded at this statement, understanding the overall goal of the station. The group finished their conference shortly after, then left the room to return to their duties. Already many ships had arrived at the station, each carrying representatives of various species from across the galaxy. The lively buzz of activity signaled the steady stream of visitors, diplomats, traders, scientists, and adventurers eager to see this new station, which was said to rival the Citadel. The station was named Atlas Station, but most people just called it Atlas. The Atlas Security Forces, ASF, was also established within the station and was made up of MCUs who have been programmed for security purposes rather than war fighting. They still had the same capabilities, so they could be turned into war machines at any moment, but for the time being they were to act as security forces and would be interacting with species from across the galaxy. During his little adventure to see the rest of the galaxy, Axel had seen a lot of different cultures, religions, living situations, and races. He had met Asari matriarchs, Solarian scientists, and Krogan warlords. His relationship with the Turians was not the best at the moment, so he couldn't enter their territory. He had encountered a variety of other species as well, which included the Drell and Hanner, the enigmatic Vorsha, the aggressive Yogg and the merchant-like Valis. His time with the Krogan warlords was filled mainly with fighting, as the Krogan sought to challenge him and his honor guards to a fight, seeing their size. Axel thought it would be fun, so he accepted. The fights ended up turning into a bloodbath, as each Krogan that stepped forward was beaten until they couldn't move anymore, which made more Krogan want to try their luck and prove themselves. Unfortunately, they all lost, so they tried to fight his honor guards and lost as well. This was also the time when he learned about the genophage, which was a biological weapon deployed against the Krogan by the Turians during the Krogan rebellions. It was designed to severely reduce Krogan numbers by infecting the species with a genetic mutation. While he didn't support that method for winning the Krogan rebellions, he could also see why they were considered a major threat and why they were dealt with using a biological weapon. But still, learning about the genophage only reinforced his motives for going against the Citadel Council. First, it was the Quarians who were left to fend for themselves and refused help even after centuries of having to travel around the galaxy as nomads, now it was the Krogan who were dealt with using a biological weapon and left in an even more dire situation than the Quarians. And then learning about how the Krogan had to endure disposal of massive piles of dead children, was something that Axel couldn't wrap his head around. Catherine was the same, as she couldn't believe that children were not even given the chance at a future and were killed by the genophage at an early stage. Because of this, she had opted to remain on Tuchanka and start researching the genophage and how to come up with a cure for it. Seeing her serious expression, Axel had left her on Tuchanka alongside a contingent of honor guards as she started her research of the genophage. Having earned the respect of a few local Krogan clans from their fights, Catherine's presence was welcomed and her motive for wanting to come up with a cure was respected. Not many believed she could actually come up with a cure, but it was enough to start getting some Krogans to gather around her. Even now, months after she started doing her research, more Krogans who respected her dedication to helping them had joined her side, while other clans believed that an outsider was not welcomed on their home world. Tensions started brewing between the two sides while Catherine continued her research. After leaving Tuchanka, Axel traveled to Thesha, the Asari homeworld, with the permission of Vali's Asari counselor. There, he was introduced to the Asari's way of life, their emphasis on education, diplomacy, and mysticism. The planet itself was a mind-blowing amalgamation of ancient traditions and cutting-edge technologies. The Asari, it seemed, were a species that had learned well the art of balance. Thesha was a breathtaking world. From the elegant skyscrapers interspersed with lush green parks in her cities to the sprawling forests and vast oceans that dominated much of the planet's landscape, it was clear why the Asari people held their home in such high regard. During his visit he was getting many looks from many of the Asari as he traveled the planet. He figured it must have been because of his height, as he was the tallest person they had ever seen, which was not the best thing at times. He found himself having to bend down numerous times. While he was on the planet he learned about the tales of ancient Asari and explored many of the profound cultural sites, including the famed Temple of Athame.